Clerk Beck, could we please get a roll call?
Mayor Tapia Vega,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barnes, Councilor Bollier,
Here.
Councilor Friedland,
Here.
Councilor Gallegos,
Good evening.
Councilor Gianola,
Here.
and Councilor Jensen. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Barnes is stuck in some traffic, so he will be here shortly. We will begin tonight with public inputs. And just as a reminder, we will have a public hearing later on, but this is public input. We will, well, if you want to speak, please fill out one of the speaker request forms in the back or through the glass doors there and hand it to our amazing city clerk. You will have 5 minutes to speak. We will begin tonight with Karen Norbeck.
Karen Norbeck, 800 East Geneseo. Good evening. I'm here to give a couple of shout outs to city staff tonight. The first one is for the changes to the development review process. Later tonight, you will be the first council to experience that change as you weigh in on a sketch plan at a point in the process where you can truly give feedback that can make a difference. Years ago, when 40 North was first in motion, residents from Anna's Farm and Indian Peaks filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision on the project to the council. Watching how that council came to life and engaged with the developer and the neighbors to provide input early on in the process was enlightening. Ever since, I've wanted to see that become part of the process. I remember talking about it to staff during the comp plan update and was told it was coming. Finally, it's here. I look forward to seeing how the changes work tonight. Thanks to staff for making this happen. The second shout out is related to the Thomas Open Space lease you will be voting to approve tonight. This gem in our town is near and dear to my heart. 26 years ago, I started talking to former city administrator Gary Klepacki about trying to save some of the land in the Domenico farm across the street from the Thomas farm as development plans were being discussed. There was an article in Organic Gardening magazine about something called a CSA, or Community Supported Agriculture. It was a new concept at that time. I took it to Gary and started painting a vision of incorporating it into the plans for the Domenico property. Later, there was an article about chefs growing their own produce for their restaurants. And since there was a commercial component plan for the entrance to Anna's Farm, just east of the Domenico property, I added that to the vision. I asked Gary, what if this area could become a vibrant community center, which would also help save some of the farmland? It could honor generations of Lafayette farming families while providing organic produce for the community, educational events, and perhaps the potential for other opportunities not yet envisioned. Gary, being a Minnesota farm boy, was intrigued. However, the plans for the Domenico property were eventually backburned, and so was this idea. Today, those plans are back on the table and are called 40 North. The land that is now the Thomas Farm was planned for housing. It was once part of the farm of Anna Wanaka and her husband, William Thomas. Anna was the daughter of homesteaders Adolph and Anna Wanaka. William died in a mining accident, leaving Anna with 9 children. She later married Frank Greenlee and had 2 more children. She divorced him 10 years later and raised her 11 children alone on that farm. In 1995, when development of her farm was imminent, Doug Connerow and his wife Dana Caulfield pulled off a last-minute rescue of Anna's house that was slated for demolition and moved it across town near the Rothman Open Space, where they restored it to its former glory. In 2002, neighbors successfully lobbied the city to purchase the property as open space. In 2004, I approached Gary again, suggesting we take the CSA idea to the Thomas property. He was in and told me to find him some farmers. I did. A visit to the property with this idea in mind captured everyone's imagination. Now the ball got rolling. We went to LoSAC and the council and received support for the idea. Gary formed a working group and we figured out how to move forward. The local press picked up the story and the community started to get excited. I still have every article and document related to the project in my Thomas file. Here it is. Gary said we would have to lease the property to a farmer, but the city charter did not allow for the leasing of open space. So in 2005, he got a question on the ballot asking the voters for approval to lease for agricultural uses. They said yes. A call for farmers went out, and the farmers from Abundanza Farms I found for Gary in 2004 were selected to take on the first lease in 2007. One of the applicants for that first call was Wyatt Barnes of Red Wagon. I still have emails from him in my file asking questions and offering suggestions. Isabel Farms next took over the lease, followed by Red Wagon. In 2012, the barn was built. During the celebration, Mayor Cutler presented me with a Mayor Citation of Excellence plaque in recognition of my vision and work on this project. So I hope you can understand why I'm so proud to be here tonight to talk about the Thomas Farm and to say thanks to the staff for ensuring that we keep this important and unusual part of our community vibrant by working out a plan to subsidize the water rates. This was a cutting-edge project back in 2004, and now it has become another part of why Lafayette is such a unique and special place to live. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Barbara Patton.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Patton, 2389 Indian Peaks Trail. I'm the president of Indian Peaks Master Association. I have been on the board for 4 years and I'm in my second year of being president. We have 1,398 residential homes. We have 4 quarterly meetings, 1 annual meeting, and quarterly newsletters, and we are a very communicative board. Everyone has my email, my telephone number, and most people, I'm sure, know where I live. I also spend a lot of time visible on IP Trail and Wanaka Lake Trail managing our Xeriscape projects. I am very accessible. So why am I telling you this? Because when I opened the city's survey about the new zoning proposals, to my dismay, I found survey questions asking if zoning should be changed to allow commercial businesses on the corner of the courts along Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Lake Trail. No one in Indian Peaks has ever brought this idea of commercial business being allowed to either myself or any of our board members. But more importantly, no one from the planning office, ever reached out to us, the 1,398 property owners, to ask what we thought of this zoning change. Indian Peaks was developed under a PUD and has an HOA with covenants, conditions, and restrictions. In order to change the zoning from residential to allow commercial businesses, both the PUD and our CC&Rs, which do not allow commercial, would have to be overturned. 1,398 families bought homes in a residential community. We all had a choice. We could have bought homes closer to the commercial district areas in downtown Lafayette, but we didn't. Another zoning proposal in the survey asks if multi-family buildings should be able to be built in our mostly single-family neighborhood. Once again, these are not allowed under our PUD and our HOA covenants, but we all knew that when we purchased our homes. Indian Peaks is a 30-year-old stable, peaceful, well-maintained residential neighborhood. This is not a 30-year-old urban blighted area that is up for redevelopment and reimagining on how it should look and function. No one asked that Indian Peaks be retrofitted to fit some new planning idea learned at a planning conference. This idea to rezone Indian Peaks Trail and to allow commercial in the corners of Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Trail would destroy the very character of our neighborhood. In addition, it would pit neighbors against neighbors. How? Well, the sheer inequity regarding where the commercial businesses would be located is unfair. Let's start with the fact that the zoning proposal lets Lafayette pick winners and losers. The winners are the corner houses that can convert to commercial and ostensibly make money, which I'll get back to in a minute. Meanwhile, all the other homeowners on the court see their property values drop, because if someone is looking for a home in what looks like a residential neighborhood, but arrives to see a house for sale next to a bicycle shop or a coffee shop or a cafe whose nighttime trash attracts rats and inherent parking issues on top of that, you're going to move on to a different street. But even that won't assure you an residential court, because you will never be able to know when the 2 houses at the end of the courts will be converted to commercial uses, so uncertainty reduces value. This pie-in-the-sky idea is unsuitable for Indian Peaks. Could this idea be suitable for a brand new development? Absolutely, but not for Indian Peaks. Now let me address the chance of commercial viability on Indian Peaks Trail. I drove around Lafayette to count the number of empty commercial spaces and buildings, because I'm that kind of nerd, and found 28, which include 10 empty spaces in the new building right next door here. There are already 3 coffee shops within 1 mile of Indian Peaks Trail. Many of these empty commercial spaces are on more high-traffic roads than IP Trail and Wanaka Trail, yet they still failed. Businesses need traffic volume to succeed, at the very least, which is the antithesis of how Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Trail were designed to function. But more importantly, on page 23 of the PUD, it says, Protect the integrity of residential neighborhoods by limiting traffic volume, limiting access, traffic speed, and through traffic. Number 4 says, design the internal streets to encourage local traffic only. Commercial businesses along Indian Peaks Trail and Wanaka Trail have zero chance of thriving. The commercial zoning would only serve to diminish the value of the other homes and cause friction among our neighbors. In conclusion, we ask that this be removed, these 2 zoning proposals that target Indian Peaks and will only ruin our wonderful neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Before we move on, I just want to say, please don't clap, don't cheer, no reactions. We want to make sure we maintain decorum. This is an official city council meeting where we are conducting business, so while I understand you all want to have your voice heard, you have the opportunity to do so. You will have the same 5 minutes to speak that anyone else can. So please, again, no clapping, no cheering, please, no reactions of any kind. Thank you so much. Up next, we will hear from Frank Archuleta.
I'm going to pass these out to you here. This is basically from Fox 31 News here. And what I'm going to speak about, basically, your moratorium. The moratorium was basically broken. They went ahead and they buried a person yesterday at the cemetery. And I'm all for that, and I'll explain to you exactly why and how it happened. Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to welcome Kyle to council here. As you all know, you did put a moratorium on the cemetery. Well, yesterday we had a burial up there, and this is what it's all about. And I'm all for the burials. But during the process of the diggings and all that, they did hit a coffin there, in which I have stated many times before throughout the years, when they did hit a coffin, they would move to the right or to the left to continue the digging here. And that's been standard procedure for over 70 years. And I know that for a fact. I've been up to that cemetery many times when they were digging, when I was a youngster. But anyway, I would like to thank you all because you are all together and you are all involved with the cemetery here. And basically, you lifted the moratorium by allowing that burial yesterday. And I'm all for that, to help the families out. Basically, you have contracted with Christopher Keller, LINC Partners, LLC, contracting out the burials in the cemeteries and all that. And he stated, I've met with him 3 times up there, he wants to work with the people. So you have 150 letters that went out. There are over 200, for sure, people that still need to be buried in the cemetery up there. Folks, we need to work together on all this here to allow the people. Dig it, and if there's not a coffin directly underneath it, well, that's a different story. But if they barely hit it to the side, let them move over and continue the digging. After all, folks, they pay for these plots for years and years and years up there. It's a shame to not to allow them to proceed with the burials. Now, I'll state once again, you either broke or lifted the moratorium. So now, everybody else that needs to be buried there should have the equal opportunity to be buried in the process and allow the diggings to happen. I know it's been hard and all that. The cemetery issue has been going on for many, many years. And it was basically staked out, not plotted right directly and all that, as far as the plots and all that. And that's why the overlappings occurred through all these years. But yet, there was never big problems with it because they went ahead and just moved over a little bit to bury the people. And that's what I'm asking you all now, to stand together with everybody for the city and the rest of the people that need to be buried to allow them to get buried. common sense, folks. Nothing but common sense that's been going on so many years. I think basically what happened was reached the judgment as far as what happened at the cemetery for all these years by hitting maybe bodies, coffins, and that recently. But it's been going on forever. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. Like I stated, I met with, with Christopher. I had the discussions, and I had an opportunity to speak for the Smiths up there yesterday when they buried them down in the Potter's Field area, the original Potter's Field down there next towards the fire department. And they appreciate it. They appreciate as far as the city allowing them to bury him. And when I was up there last week, when they were staking it out up there, city staff was there also. And also, during the dig, their state archaeologist was also there. Don't forget that. She was also there. So her recommendations as far as should be positive. Allow burials to continue. I don't want to see that stagnant and stop the burials at the cemetery for all the people that have the permits basically to bury their loved ones up there. This is a hard issue, folks. I know it is, but yet on the other hand, we must do right for justice to serve the community that's been here for 100 years or more. Allow them to be buried. Some of these people have plots go back to the 70s, to the 80s, to the 90s. They purchased them. They own them plots up there. But thank you very much, and I do appreciate all of you working together because you're all involved here. All staff's involved with this here. But now that moratorium has been lifted. It has been broken. So there is no reason that nobody else cannot have the opportunity to bury their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Archuleta. Up next, we'll hear from Vicki Euland.
Hi, I'm Vicki Euland, 303 West Simpson Street. Tonight I want to talk to you about a landmarking application Doug Conroe and I filed last month for the Coca-Cola Patent Gars Highway Bar sign on Public Road, which is owned by the city. We believe the sign meets the definition of a landmarkable structure prescribed in our city's landmarking ordinance, but the city attorney disagreed and rejected the application. That's why we're coming to you and the HPC. We no longer want to rely on city staff to properly administer this sign. Despite a legal agreement requiring Laura to maintain this sign, which is in Appendix H of our landmarking application, nothing has been done in the 10 years the city has owned it. Some staff members have tried to keep the sign from deteriorating, most notably Susan Booker and Bridget Keating, but I've heard directly from others over the years that they don't want the sign to be maintained because it advertises Coca-Cola. This has all culminated in a July 3rd, 2025 request for proposals issued by staff to give away the sign, potentially to someone outside of the city or even state, and also pay relocation expenses. This RFP, Appendix K of our application, was issued with no public notification of council in advance or request for council input. This is problematic for many reasons, including one that should be of particular interest to council. That's because the sign doesn't only advertise Coca-Cola, but also Patent Gars Highway Bar. Pat Wright was the co-owner of Patent Gars, and she was also Lafayette's first female city councilor. Doug did incredible research into this and wrote about it in Appendix F of our landmarking application. Pat Wright was elected to City Council in 1969, and meeting minutes showed she immediately began having an impact as a councilor, willing to stand up for the average citizen. In 1970, Pat objected to the council going into executive session to discuss appointing a new councilor to a vacated seat. Instead, she publicly advocated that people who ran for council in the last election be given preference, including a woman who had only lost by 14 votes. As our landmarking application says, Mayor Lamont Doze disagreed with Wright and is recorded in minutes as stating that, quote, "It felt good to have a woman counselor, but more than one would be questionable." He felt that council dealings were more familiar to men than women. Lamont Doze has a Lafayette Park named after him. All Pat Wright has is a sign that's fading into oblivion. That's why we're asking city councilors to take action by filing our application to place this sign on the Colorado Register of Historic Places. State landmarking regulations allow landmarking requests from the owners of signs, and there are currently 4 signs on the Colorado Register of Historic Places. Landmarking the Patton Gar sign makes it eligible for state grants to protect it in perpetuity. In fact, we might not have been in this mess had the sign been landmarked 10 years ago. Per the city's City Council Handbook, Section 8, we are requesting a council consensus for scheduling an agenda item at either the council's February 17th meeting or your February 24th workshop to discuss either council or the HPC filing our landmarking application with the state. For full transparency for the public, we believe our question of agenda item consensus should be brought up by a counselor at tonight's meeting and not after the meeting by a proxy process conducted by administrators. We also would like council to ask staff about fast-tracking the update to the Historic Preservation Chapter 47 in the city code, in part to clarify the discrepancies in the code that refer to sign structures and landmarking of objects. This Chapter 47 update was part of HPC's 2025 work plan and has now been extended into 2026. You may not think all of this is necessary because you may have received information from city staff about an application in response to the RFP. Doug and I are excited about this and believe this applicant is committed to preserving the sign. But this application has been pending for 7 months while the sign deteriorates every day. Also, the applicant could eventually sell the property to someone who sees no need to preserve the sign. That's why we urge the council to publicly discuss whether the terms of any agreement to give away this sign should require the new owner to seek landmarking of the sign. This requirement could be negotiated in exchange for city funding to help restore and preserve the sign, which could be similar to the amount the RFP stated that the city was willing to pay to remove and transport the sign. Thank you. 5 seconds, baby.
Thank you so much. Up next, we will hear from Grant Swift.
Good evening, Grant Swift, 608 East Geneseo Street. I'm here tonight to talk about open space. I began volunteering with the city 32 years ago as a member of the Outdoor Classroom Task Force, and we hauled trash out of there and set up the outdoor classroom. From that time, I then joined the Open Space Committee, and for the last 30 years or so, I've been involved with open space. So I'm pleased that the majority of council have taken an open space tour, and I'm offering the tour to those of you who haven't. The tour takes about an hour and a half to 3 hours, depending upon the level of questions you have. Thank you, Councilor Barnes, for holding the record. And if you're interested, please reach out to me, email or texting. Secondly, I'm here to talk about as your chair of open space. We are thrilled that Wyatt is wanting to renew his lease on the Thomas Farm. He gave us a tour last year, and he is doing a fantastic job. So please approve that lease agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Michael Watson.
Hi, I'm Michael Watson, 708 South Carroll Avenue. Friends, neighbors, Mr. Mayor, people of Lafayette. I ran for city council back in November, and as evident by my seating position in this room, I did not win. Nevertheless, I met a whole lot of really amazing people around town, and if possible, I'd like to stay involved in whatever way I can. I started my attempts to step into the world of politics because, quite honestly, my conscience leaves me no other choice. I firmly believe that the city of government that we are under is broken, our people are divided, and our economy is operating well only for the wealthiest among us. In the time since the election, I've continued the conversations that I was having, and I've joined several groups seeking to build communication and solutions between the sides. If anyone here would like to sit down and have a chat, To help me brainstorm solutions for taking back our democracy, please reach out. You can find my contact information at mikeforlafayette.com. As evidence of a broken system being exploited to the detriment of the common person, I would like to highlight two issues. The first is the mere dimension of legal nonsense that we are about to enter into, the quasi-judicial hearing. I'd like to tell a story. This story starts, like all good stories do, with the aristocracy of our motherland, Great Britain, specifically with the Right Honorable Lord Robert Norman Edmiston. Lord Edmiston, you see, owns a company, I.M. Group. I.M. Group, in turn, has a subsidiary named I.M. Properties. I.M. Properties is the primary financier and sole partner of Kingsington Development Partners, the privately owned for-profit entity attempting to develop a piece of our neighborhood to suit their profit motives and to bring a fat return on investment to the pocket of Lord Edmiston. The mechanism Kingsington has at its disposal to accomplish this feat over the objection of our local citizens is the quasi-judicial hearing that we are about to enter into. That and a team of full-time lawyers and the financial backing of a billionaire British lord to employ specialty law firms to run our city into the ground if we rule the wrong way. You see, these firms operate the same way that the Mongols did when burning their way through Russia and Eastern Europe. Make an example out of those who resist to cow the rest into submission. In all likelihood, if the City Council is not incredibly careful in their ruling, we would lose any court case. This is because Lord Edmiston's lawyers will claim that his financial interest, which has taken the form of a corporation, has the same rights as a person, and that among these are the rights guaranteed by the 14th Amendment, namely due process and equal protection. Now, a bit of a history lesson here for those who are not constitutional scholars by trade. The 14th Amendment was added, as its numerical value would imply, after the 13th, which was ratified in 1865 to enshrine the principles of the Emancipation Proclamation into our Constitution. After the Civil War, during Reconstruction, the 14th Amendment was ratified to grant full citizenship, equal protection, and due process to formerly enslaved people and their descendants. Please let the ludicrousness of this situation sink in. The moneyed interest of Lord British billionaire has incorporated a legal front in the United States that claims the same right as a person and will seek redress before the law if our elected officials don't bend to their desire. To further their case, they're claiming the rights granted to protect formerly enslaved people from the cruelty, mistreatment, and racism of the former slave owner class. John Bingham and Thaddeus Stevens would be deeply angered to see their handiwork so used. I'd like now to turn to another land use battle that's been quietly burning through Lafayette over the past several months. This one is not pitched between a small city and a giant corporate behemoth. It is between our own city government and some of our most vulnerable citizens. It is not about the development of a large parcel of land for financial gain. It concerns the last piece of real estate that any of us get to occupy, a cemetery plot. Late last year, the city put a moratorium on new burials while they organized for ground-penetrating radar to be brought in to survey the grounds. If you want to learn more about this, please refer to Karen Norbach's Substack or go to watch the previous city council meetings. I have a neighbor, a dear friend of mine who has given me love, support, and advice over the years that I have known her. She is one of the best people I have ever met and has lived in this town for well over 50 years. She is in her 80s. Her husband passed away quite a few years ago and was planted to rest in a double plot on the same side as he occupied in their bed at night. While I believe and hope that she has many more years to share her love with those of us fortunate enough to know her, if tragedy were to happen and she were to pass away tomorrow, well, her soul would be reunited with the love of her life. Her body would be denied the land already paid for. Her family would have to scramble to decide whether to cremate her remains and store them for later, or bury her in Louisville in a separate grave from her husband. This is an unjust burden cast upon vulnerable citizens and grieving families, and one wholly of the city's creation. The good news is that the solution is simple and can happen tonight. One of you, our elected officials, needs to move to rescind the moratorium on burials and allow people access to the land they've already paid for. One more of you needs to second, then 4 of you need to vote for this most basic measure of decency and justice. Please make this happen tonight. Do not punish grieving families for the sins of Lafayette's past. You have the power to fix this one small issue, and with great power comes great responsibility. Getting back to the land use matter at hand. I know,
Unfortunately, Mr. Watson, unfortunately.
I'm going to finish. Getting back to the land use matter at hand tonight, I know that nothing that I say or do at this point in the meeting can have any effect on the outcome of the quasi-judicial hearing we're about to enter into. But I would ask everyone in attendance to keep this question in mind as you watch the proceedings. Is this really the best we can do? Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Cherry Schuler.
Hi, good evening. This is going to be very short, but I'm Cherry Schuler of Cherry's Cheesecakes and Delights right here in Old Town Lafayette. I'm a retired U.S. diplomat, and we came here, my husband and I and our son, and we opened up our business, which before we opened, we went through all the process of getting our permits and applying for grants. And the problem I have with that is that I don't think they're dispersed fairly, because I've met many business owners and even people who have come into my shop, and I talked to them about opening up their business, bakery just like mine, and they got the full max. I got $1,000 and they said, this is for your sign. And then I feel like, wow, all these people are opening up. They're getting money. I applied for a grant just like they did, and I'm in Old Town, and I got $1,000 for a sign. And I didn't think it was fair, because I had to pay a lot of money, my money, to put into a building that I don't even own. And the thing is, whatever money I make, the city makes money too, because we have to pay the tax. So I'm saying that to say that I'm getting ready to expand my business, and I have to apply for another permit, which I hope it doesn't take forever, because I'm shutting down in March and going to a new building, which I have to build that out, and I hope I don't have to lose my employees and then lose money because it takes so long to get a permit with my general contractor. The other thing is fairness. I put my signage out on public, and I take it in every day. Then maybe 5 months ago, I decided to put my sign out on public and Baseline. And then a city worker brought it to me and said, oh, you can't have this on Baseline. I won't call the other business name, but I'm sure you pass by it every day if you go up and down Baseline. That sign has been out there, and it was told to me by Bridget, oh, signs aren't supposed to go out on Baseline. But that sign is anchored there with a lock, and I told the person that brought the sign, my sign, to me, that it's not fair that somebody else can have their sign on Baseline, and I can't. The location of, I'm in the lumberyards, and the location of my business is in the back. The other business is in the front, and they're going to be seen, but if my signage can't be on Baseline like their sign, it's not fair. And my thing is, I think it should be equal for everyone, not just, okay, well, you can't do that, and I'm gonna bring your sign back, but they can leave theirs out and have it anchored to a mason block. So that's the problems that I have, and then I think that's it, because the sooner that we get our permits and get business going, the sooner you get money. And we have been doing very well there, but we're gonna do better, because my thing is, I will be able to hire, being that I'll have a larger location, I will be able to hire a special needs adult or two. And then I also entertain a lot with the senior citizens. That's senior citizens and the special needs adults. I work with the Friends of Broomfield, and that's a big thing for me. But if the longer I'm delayed, the longer I'm risking losing great employees, and I don't want to have to do that. And I don't know what the process is as far as how long it takes somebody to look over a permit. If you have everyone in place, your contractor, your architect, engineer, it shouldn't take as long to look over the paperwork and say, okay, we'll give you your permit so you can get started, and then you can get money rolling back into the city. So I'm just asking that you talk about why does it take so long to get a permit, and also with the signs, because it's not fair, and then also being fair with the grants. And my husband works with me too, and he's a veteran, and I'm like, why are we not getting what everybody else gets? So it's not right if I apply the same paperwork and I'm not getting that max grant, and then I'm having to use my retirement money to put into the business when I could get that just like everybody else does. So I'm just asking that everyone be fair and not take so long so that we can get our business up and running again, because we enjoy being in Lafayette. And I don't even live in Lafayette, but I have my business here. But I love being here and taking care of the customers that come into our shop, and that's very important to us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Up next, we'll hear from Samantha Brown.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Samantha Brown. I would like to bring a topic of wildlife predators and a city limit for discussions. On January 20th, 2026, Lafayette Police Department reported 2 separate coyote attacks on the small dogs in people's backyards. None of the attacked dogs survived. 4 days later, on January 24th, City of Lafayette Open Space posted a video of bobcat along the Coal Creek Trail. Based on imagery, the bobcat on the video is within few yards of the main trail, and it means in a very close proximity to the people's houses. So bobcat safety, I would like to bring to your attention today. Bobcats are relatively new wildlife predators in Lafayette. In my 15 years I've been living here, this is only in the last few years I hear about them. And it's probably, because they're so new, it's probably a good time to think how to manage them to minimize negative interactions between people and these elusive cats. Bobcats are opportunistic hunters, and in addition to the typical diets of rabbits, rodents, and birds, they can target dogs, domestic cats, and backyard chickens. That's what applies to the city of Lafayette. Despite relatively small size, bobcats are known killing animals much larger than themselves. Bobcats' attack on humans are considered to be rare, but happens time to time, with the kids experiencing more severe injuries compared to adults. In addition, bobcats living in a close proximity to the people can become habituated and accustomed to human presence and may lose natural fear of people, and the result may resort to attack instead of running away. With the recent side trail closures along Coal Creek Trail in West Lafayette, the more enticing areas are created for bobcats to call homes. These bring bobcats within few yards of people's homes and within about 0.1 mile from the playgrounds of Ryan Elementary School that educate the kids as young as 4 years old. The neighborhood around Ryan's Elementary School is also home to the local flock of turkeys, and bobcats are considered to be main predators of turkeys. Little kids and turkeys and bobcats, that sounds like a recipe for potential disaster. I don't have the answer, but I would like the council to evaluate if we as a community should encourage bobcats moving closer to our neighborhoods, or should we take opportunity and discourage bobcats nesting near populated area. One of the preventative measures to push bobcats in extensive open space to the south and west of Lafayette and away from neighborhoods and schools would be to allow people, especially people with the dogs, back on the closed trails. Dog scent would deter bobcats from open space areas and away from the people's houses. Alternatively, I would encourage the city council consider to do analysis of wildlife resources to ensure that bobcat population can be sustained within boundaries of open space. However, in my opinion, with the turkeys wandering around neighborhood, it will be very difficult to keep a turkey predator bobcats away from people too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Ron Spalding.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. After listening to all these presentations before me, I'm almost embarrassed to get up here and make my comments, which appear to be so insignificant I'm serious, a lot of tough issues coming up here, but one of them is important. So I want to come here and I want to compliment a Colorado Hometown Weekly reporter, Julia King, for excellent January 28th articles in the Hometown Weekly on the January 21st Planning Commission meeting regarding the Kensington development, which is the big deal tonight. But also, she reported on Lafayette's lawsuit. We're in step with Aurora, Arvada, Glendale, Greenwood Village, and Westminster. Lawsuits against Government Polis and the state on the strategic growth laws and other legislations, a myriad of legislation, which undermines the city's local homeroom authority. It's complicated. I think you're all aware of it. I applauded the council, last council, months ago when they took that up. You had the full support, I think, of the city. It is a big deal. In the article that she wrote, there was to be a virtual meeting was scheduled for Tuesday, January 27th, with the presiding judge and the attorneys on both sides of the parties to discuss this litigation. I've tried to search, I'm not that good, and to see if the meeting actually took place. I couldn't find out. So a request I have, or a comment is could our city attorney update the city council and residents during the city attorney's report at the end of tonight's agenda? I don't know if it's on the agenda. This is such an important topic, not for us, for the whole state. I don't know if many of the citizens know about it, but it overrides, I mean, it's going to have input, annexations, development proposals. That's all I want to mention right now, but that is extremely, extremely important. And if not, I'm sure it'll come out in the paper later. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't have any more speaker request forms, but I know a few forms came in. I want to make sure the four.
We have one caller.
One caller?
Yeah. Caller with the phone number ending in 234. Speaking is permitted. Caller with the number ending in 234. You're free to speak.
Do you have any more forms that
do
came
not.
in? Perfect. Okay, I'll just ask one time. Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak who has not spoken yet? Not seeing anyone, we will close public input. Thank you all so much. And we will move on to tonight's consent agenda. A few items on tonight's agenda, including item A, which is the January 20th, 2026 City Council meeting minutes. Item B, which is first reading of ordinance number 4, series 2026, amending chapter 4, fees of the Code of Ordinances to update planning and building department fees. And item C, resolution number 2026-4, authorizing the city manager or public works director to execute and submit applications to the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District related to temporary use permits and for annually renewable perpetual water contracts for the right to use Colorado Big Thompson project water under CRS 37-45-131 and approving such applications and contracts. Is there any items council would like to pull? Not seeing any. I'll take a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second?
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. No one opposed. That passes unanimously. Moving on, we have one proclamation tonight, which is Black History Month. And Mayor Pro Tem, I believe it's in your packets.
I got it right here.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. This proclamation for Black History Month, February 2026 reads, whereas Black History Month is celebrated nationally every February to recognize and honor the lives, accomplishments, and perseverance of Black Americans, and whereas the origins of Black history date back to 1915, when Dr. Carter G. Woodson founded the organization known today as the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, and whereas in 1926, the same association chose the second week of February to coincide with the birthdays of Frederick Douglass and President Abraham Lincoln. and an appropriate time to sponsor a national recognition of Black history, which has now expanded to a month-long recognition. And whereas observing Black History Month provides the opportunity for reflection and to gain a deeper understanding of Black American history, including the centuries of struggle for equality and freedom, and whereas Black History Month also celebrates the achievements and contributions the Black Americans have made in shaping our country, society, and communities, and whereas the City of Lafayette has made a commitment to establishing and maintaining a welcoming, inclusive, and just city for all, now therefore the Mayor and City Council of the City of Lafayette, Colorado do hereby recognize the month of February 2026 as Black History Month and encourage all residents to observe this month with appropriate reflection and to continue our efforts in ensuring that Lafayette is a just, welcoming community. So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Is there any discussion on this proclamation from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to say that Black history is happening in Lafayette. I'm a part of that as the first African-American Black person on the Lafayette City Council and I think Mayor Pro Tem. But I'm not the only one. And we're lucky enough to have a member of the Black community right here sitting with us this evening. There are others. You've probably heard me mention Jessica Watkins, astronaut, U.S. Astronaut, who may be the first person, first woman on the moon, first person on Mars, potentially. We'll see. It's kind of a big deal, right? But if you've been to East Simpson Coffee and if you know of Adderley Arts, please recognize that these are members of our community and of our the Black community and Lafayette. And there are many others. I'm not going to sit here and go through all the list of all the others. But this is a thriving community. Nothing's perfect. We're still working on it, but very proud to be here. And I look to continue to build the Black community in Lafayette. So thank you so much.
Any other councilors who would like to discuss? Councilor Gianola.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add my support for the Black community and really all members of our community. I think Lafayette's doing a commendable job to ensuring that we do have a just and welcoming community, and I want to continue to push that forward in the future.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion on this proclamation? Councilor Boulier.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I love Black History Month so much because of how American Black History Month is. African Americans predate my ancestors on this continent by 300 years. And so just leaning into that and celebrating that, this history is very deep and very rich. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll give the opportunity. Any other councilors, any further discussion on this? Great. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. None opposed. That passes unanimously. Moving on tonight to regular business, and we will begin with the Thomas Open Space lease. And for this, we'll turn it over to our Deputy Director of Parks, Open Space, and Golf, Dennis Warrington.
Okay. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Warrington. I am the Deputy Director of Parks, Open Space, and Golf with the Community Services Department. And I'm here to give you a presentation on the Thomas Open Space lease and some motion language in our lease coming up, hopefully, with Red Wagon Farm. So our agenda, I'll go over the background and lease terms, who Red Wagon Farm is, and what you see, the motion language. And also, I just want to let you know that Open Space in Lafayette is here to serve the community by protecting habitat and ecological systems. We provide passive recreational opportunities on our trails and support the stewardship of agricultural lands in the open space system. The location of Thomas Farm is just on the northeast side of Wanaka Park. For those of you who were on the Capital Improvements bus tour last fall, we did stop there, if you remember. Okay, as a background, the farm did belong to Anna Wanaka and her husband, William Thomas. Anna Wanaka was the daughter of Adolph Wanaka that the park and many other assets in this town are named for. There was in the late 90s, early 2000s, a proposed development that was going to go there, and it fell through. I'm not sure what happened, but the city had the opportunity to purchase that as open space, and in 2002 they did so. The entire farm is 13 and a half acres, and that includes 12 acres that we actually grow vegetables and flowers and other things on. There was a community-led effort shortly after that by residents to change the municipal code to allow leases on open space. They weren't allowed before that, specifically set up for this farm so that we could then have a tenant farmer that could lease the land and come in and grow vegetables. And that passed in 2006, and shortly thereafter, we got our first tenant farmer. In 2012, the barn was built to support food processing and produce sales. It's where they do all their washing and have their farm store there. And they produce herbs, vegetables, and flowers that are available for public purchase. We do have goals for the farm. It is to be chemical-free and have organic practices with locally grown produce. This reduces miles driven, so it promotes more of a circular economy. And also it's to acknowledge the agricultural history in Lafayette and preserve some arable land. You know, there are quite a bit of agricultural lands in Colorado that are disappearing. I looked it up in between 2017 and 2022. Colorado lost 1.5% of its agricultural lands, which is 1.6 million acres. And then also, you know, we provide public opportunities there. We have school visits. We have several youth corps activities there. And this upcoming year, we are partnering with the History Museum for some additional education opportunities. For the lease program, there have been 3 tenants since 2006. Traditionally, the lease was 3 years, and the tenants pay their own utilities and raw water separately. The property does lack a traditional source of agricultural water, and what I really mean by this is it doesn't have a ditch that flows onto the property that's usable to grow crops there. In 2024, City Council did authorize a extension to the current lease for the tenant Red Wagon. That was a cost-sharing arrangement for the raw water. And then last year, we issued an RFP through Rocky Mountain, BidNet, Rocky Mountain e-purchasing system for a new 5-year tenant on the farm. And of those, we received 1 application. So as far as the new lease terms, this 5-year term, it better supports planning for crop rotations and soil amendments for the tenant out there. And due to the water increases, you know, open space is going to fund 80% of those water costs. The tenant farmer will pick up the other 20. It's also written in the lease that if they exceed 15 acre feet in a calendar year, they have to pay the full cost after that. That did not happen last year, just so you know. It also states that the farmer is to use chemical-free practices. And it's also a good benefit to open space itself, because if we didn't have the farm there, it would definitely increase our operational costs to try to turn it native and maintain it like some of our other lands here. Again, the lease states that the farmer is to be chemical-free and the property to be used for educational opportunities. And our respondent is Red Wagon Farm. They have been there since 2022. They're a great partner with us. They operate a seasonal farm store. They have locally grown flowers, herbs, and vegetables. They provide you-pick flowers, you know, throughout the summers, a few other things too with the vegetables. They do operate a year-round CSA, which is the Community Shared Agriculture. And they do use a lot of regenerative processes like composting, soil amendments for plant health and water savings. And then for a lot of the food that they don't sell or don't use, they do give that extra produce to hunger relief programs in the state that benefit a larger surrounding community. So with that, are there any questions? And also, we do have the motion language here, as you'll be seeing this in 2 weeks for the second reading.
Thank you so much. Any questions from council? Councilor Jensen?
Do you ever rent the barn out for events? I looked in the lease and I didn't see anything that mentioned that, but it seems like it might be a way to support the farm by getting revenue from people who want to have birthday parties or whatever, weddings, whatever, at the barn.
Yeah, I'd be happy to look at that. I have to read the lease again. I believe it's allowed there. I don't think that we have done that before.
It didn't, I couldn't find it, but again, legal documents and finding all the fine print can be difficult sometimes. But it occurred to me that we might get some extra revenue for the farm if we allowed it to be used for, and I don't know, Marilyn, do you know if the lease allows that?
I don't, I know that the lease does not specifically refer to events, but as the landlord and owner, we, I think there's language in there about working with the tenant if there was a need, but the lease also gives the tenant the right of quiet enjoyment, which means that they have the right to use the property and for us not to interfere with farm operations. That said, I do know that this lease has has language in there that would allow us to work with the tenant on something like that, but we couldn't just step in and hold events there.
Oh, sure, yeah, but it's just something to think about in negotiations with them. It might be a way to help them bring down their costs as well. And just to support the farm, not to be a revenue raiser for the city, but just to help.
It's one thing to consider. I was in there a couple of weeks ago and they were cleaning a bunch of kale or stuff that grows well in the winter. So
Well, maybe you can look into it and maybe just drop us a note about what you find. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Fridland?
Question about water. I think I asked about this when this came back up for renewal before we had this new process. I'm curious, so 80-20 split on 15 acre feet per year.
on what they use up to 15 acre feet.
Up to 15 acre feet.
Per year.
How much do they, well, I guess it depends on the season, right? How
That
much
is
they
true.
use, yeah.
So last year they used 11.
Okay, so they probably won't go over that, depending on how things go.
Mm-hmm.
How did we land on the 80-20 split?
So the current, the way that it was split last year, it was, so up until 2024, the cost of an acre foot of raw water was 297 acre feet. And then it jumped to 1,290 something, and then it jumped again to 1,566. So for the first year, we kept it at that 297 rate, and open space picked up the rest. I did a little bit of math, and it seemed like 80% was right there on that line, so I just took it forward. And also, legal did suggest that having the percentage in there would be better than at one
rate?
297.
Fixed rate, yeah, because it's going to change. Thank you. I mean, I think everyone's worried about water right now, right? So it's like, but I will say I'm glad that we're supporting such a great farm. I'm a winter CSA member myself there, and they make great stuff, and I'm glad that we're able to help have such a great local community asset. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councilor Gianella.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had a question about water, and I think for the public's benefit, would you mind just saying a little bit about the raw water? Where does it come from? How does it get to the farm? Just to give some context around that.
Okay. You can correct me if I'm wrong. The raw water line comes from Goose Haven. It comes down 287 and turns west on Baseline Road and literally runs underneath the eastbound lane. I don't know how large that pipe is, really large pipe. It is tapped off that raw water. It comes into a irrigation shed that's right there on the farm where it is metered so that they know exactly how. I get a report, every single month through the summer of what they're using so that they're getting billed correctly, me and finance, as well as the farm. And then that raw water just continues on down baseline to where it gets to the treatment plant.
Okay, and, I mean, when you say raw water, this is water that's just coming directly from Goose Haven, untreated?
Right,
just
it has
right
not
out of
been,
the-
it
right
has
out of the
not been
pond.
through the treatment plant on baseline.
Okay,
That is a whole different set of pipes that sends that water back up from there and goes to the Holting tanks.
okay, so this is sort of on the way to get treated, they get a little branch off and have access to that? Okay,
Exactly.
super, thank you.
Councilor Boulier, I believe you had a comment.
Thank you, and thank you, Dennis, both for the presentation and for the tour this past September. I hope everybody gets the chance to do it next year. It was a lot of fun, and if I recall correctly, there were some kids taking senior pictures when we pulled up, and so we interrupted them. I guess I have two questions. First was, I think you mentioned that there was only one bid this go-around. With great respect to Red, White, and Fire, I think they've done an amazing job. Was that surprising to us? Would we have hoped for more competitive bids?
I wasn't surprised about it. I about 2 weeks after it had been opened, I logged into BidNet just to check it out, and I saw where it had been downloaded 8 or 10 times. So I knew that other people were looking at it. But it's hard work. Like, they're not in it for the money.
Yeah. Well, and that brings me to the second question. Similar to Councilor Jensen, I also was wondering, I mean, for me, I think this is one of the most iconic structures in Lafayette. It's really beautiful, and if there's ways that with a potential lessee's agreement that we could explore revenue sharing or future things, I think that'd be really interesting to many of us.
Okay.
I would love some merch as well.
Okay. All right.
Any other thoughts or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. I met Wyatt a long time ago before he came here, and he's a great person. I love to see the different cultural events that he had there, so I'm looking forward to them getting on their feet more and maybe him starting some more of those really authentic cultural events there and recognize the history of farming and agriculture, hopefully making a connection when we start to look at the history. Because this was an agrarian location. So what is it about Lafayette that makes it a great place to grow food? So hopefully he'll get there. I know farm work is not easy, and I see him a lot of days out there on his own getting it done.
Yeah, that was, we definitely had discussions about that. It's a lot of work to put on a program. That's why we're trying to partner and like with the History Museum and other places to help with that. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we really did want someone who could be good at farming and not just giving shows and stuff like that, but we are increasing them, so that's good,
Yeah,
So
he
hopefully-
didn't actually do the events. He
You're-
just
oh,
had
okay.
people do them, so
he's gonna
I
support
didn't
him.
mean for
Yeah.
him to do the events, but and I was curious, how do people access? Do you know how people access Red Wagon Farms? Obviously, you can drive a car and turn off a baseline, but there's path access, multiple ways of getting there pathwise. I know people have to carry food, but how do a lot of people? Do you know how a lot of people get to Red Wagon?
Oh, like to go there and buy produce?
Yeah.
I actually don't, I don't. I'll ask Amy, she runs the store. I mean, I would imagine that a lot of people ride their bikes there. I mean, my wife and I have walked up there, we were walking around Wanaka and got a bag of tomatoes, so I can ask what her thoughts are about it.
I'd be curious because
Okay.
I do this to everybody, ask, how do you get there on a bike? And do people come there on bikes, and what's that experience like? I do have one more question, and that is because as Councilor Friedland and everybody else here is concerned about water, are there any water reduction practices? And I think the answer is probably going to be yes. So I was just wondering if he's trying his best he could to get like water tolerant plants and maybe permaculture and things like that.
We actually, so yes, I mean, he was able to utilize a lot more drip tape last year, which really helped. And he got some more covers for the crops. We also did a large irrigation project out there that I led with a contractor because a lot of the lines, were leaky and older, had just been mistreated. But Open Space did do a pretty decent job we replaced about 100 feet of line and actually moved it away from his tomatoes, and then we're able to inspect more, so it worked out really well. We did that early in the season too, and I didn't hear from Wyatt once about breaks, so it was good.
I'll take that.
Yeah. But then, yeah, they are using a lot more compost and other stuff. I've read the list of some of the OMRI certified products that they're using out there to help with growth, and it does cut down to help with growth, excuse me. It does cut down on water use.
Great, thank you. Those are,
Thank you so much. I don't believe there are any other questions from council. We have a motion on the screen.
I move to approve on first reading ordinance number 3, Series 2026, authorizing the lease of the Thomas Open Space for agricultural production purposes between the City of Lafayette and Red Wagon Organic Farm LLC.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion on this matter? No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. No one opposed. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
We will move on to our next agenda item, which is the public hearing for the sketch plan review and comment for a mixed-use development, the Range at Lafayette. And before we begin here, I just want to make it clear that this is the first time since the change in our code that this has actually come to council this early in the process, a sketch plan review. But there will be public hearing tonight, there will be testimony, but there will be no official council motion. There is no formal decision decided tonight with the sketch plan. I just want to make that clear before we even begin the presentation. But with that, I will turn it over to our Planning and Building Director, Stephen Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. Tonight's public hearing is a request for City Council to review and comment on a mixed-use development proposal called the Range at Lafayette. It's located at the southwest corner of 287 and Arapahoe. I also just want to mention that Andrea Mimno has been the senior planner, project manager on this, and has done a lot of work. So tonight's agenda, it's a little unique in that council, as the mayor has already said, is not required to vote, and there's no motion to take on a sketch plan review. So the agenda is outlined here, but I'll introduce it, and then we'll turn it over to the staff or the applicant for their presentation, and we'll come back and I'll provide you with a high-level analysis. Then there'll be an opportunity for council questions, opportunity for public testimony and the applicant to respond to that testimony, and then we'll conclude with council discussion and council comments. So as I mentioned, the subject property is located at the southwest corner of Arapahoe Road and Highway 287. It's surrounded by several different jurisdictions. It's got unincorporated Boulder County to the north, Erie to the east, and then Lafayette to both the west and to the south. It's also surrounded by a couple of different land uses. The development within unincorporated Boulder, north of Arapahoe, is largely residential. Development to the west within Silo is entitled for residential development, and then development to the south and to the east is commercial. The process for annexation has already been initiated, and we'll get into that a little more detailed here shortly. And then kind of important to note that this property is in the city's urban growth boundary, so it's kind of been planned for potential development in Lafayette for some time. The other two components or kind of history items related to this application is the 2019 IGA with the town of Erie that anticipates this property developing in Lafayette. This agreement also includes a revenue sharing component for both 9 Mile, which is developed already within Erie, and the subject property. That agreement also contemplates attracting quality and comparable anchor tenants, and it's a 10-year term that could theoretically expire in 2029. In 2021, the city also adopted our new comprehensive plan, Legacy Lafayette, and that one of the main changes that you're going to hear kind of repeated tonight is that adaptable commercial was a new land use designation through that comprehensive plan. This area has been designated commercial in prior comprehensive plans, but the adaptable commercial piece really emphasizes the integration of land uses, and within a commercial or previously designated commercial area, land use integration here really means residential use. So quick overview of the applicant's proposal. It includes zoning, so commercial, C1 is regional business district, as well as R4, which is high density residential development. There are two land use designations proposed. It includes 448 dwelling units. Those residential units are largely concentrated on the northern portion of the property. It also includes almost 160,000 square feet of commercial space. And that 157,000 feet reflected there is just kind of taking into account the buildings shown in red. The future development parcel on the southwest portion of the property is not included in that square footage calculation. Other things to kind of note within this site plan is the detention facility located in the northeast corner. And then the applicant's project narrative and materials also indicate that this property is going to be phased, with the commercial area reflected in red in the bottom right corner occurring first, followed by the residential, and then lastly that future development parcel occurring in phase 3.
Can I ask a question? I'm having trouble on the picture that we have, which has a legend for those colors. So there are two browns on the legend,
Oh, yeah.
and there only looks to be one color of brown in the picture, so I'm trying to figure out
Yep.
which
So-
is what.
Okay, so the condo townhome development is reflected here kind of more in the yellow, and then the two tones of brown kind of reflected here are really to indicate the two different heights, which we'll get into later. So where they're kind of barbelled at the end, that drops down to 3 stories in height, and then the main portion of those buildings are 4-story, as is the L-shaped multifamily apartment building reflected there. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
So kind of stepping back a bit, I think you guys have seen this before, but just to kind of remind folks of where we are in the overall review process. We've gone through 3 steps of the annexation, and that's kind of been initiated, and now we're 3 steps into the preliminary plat PUD review, and those are all associated with the sketch plan. So all those sketch plans include several plan sheets and clarify the general parameters of an applicant's proposal. They are not required to include critical engineering analysis such as traffic studies and drainage reports that'll eventually inform the city's overall evaluation. No formal decision, as mentioned already, probably mentioned it a couple times, for the city will occur until the very end of the process, which is shown in the very bottom kind of right corner. And that's kind of the reason for these columns. So there's all of these different application types will align eventually and come in with an application proposal that includes the annexation, the zoning, the PUD plat, and then staff's also anticipating what we call SPAR, Site Plan Architectural Review, for some of the commercial pad sites. That's optional, but that's the direction this application is headed based off conversations with the applicant. And at that point, some of those commercial tenants that we don't know now staff's anticipating they'll be revealed. And then the other piece to kind of clarify is that we're here, and that engineering analysis and those traffic studies and that information is the next step once we get into the preliminary plan review. And then kind of honing in a little bit more on what a sketch plan is. So the intent of the sketch plan is to provide staff, planning commission, council, as well as the public with opportunities to review and comment on a proposal early in the design process. Council's review tonight is not binding. No vote or resolution is associated with the sketch plan. We're just asking for review and comment on the direction of the current proposal. The informal process is unique, but is really intended to provide applicants with initial feedback before significant money is invested in their design and in compiling those engineering reports and advanced designs and development details. And then I think it's also helpful to, because this reads very similarly to other development applications, it's important to kind of understand what the sketch plan requirements include and then what they don't. And I know this is a little redundant, I apologize, but I do want to make it clear. So the sketch plan application does include narrative, several plan sheets, site plan sheets, clarified. It clarifies the proposed land uses. It identifies their requests related to their zoning designations, as well as what they intend to modify relative to those zoning districts that are proposed. These include certain setback variations and building heights. They've also clarified their public land dedication request and provided sketch drawings related to grading, utilities, parking and vehicular circulation, but these are very preliminary at this stage. It's also unique, this application type, and I want to make sure this is clear too, is that staff has gone through and provided detailed summary of our comments on this. Those are 16 pages of comments, but the applicant has not responded to those yet. So that's just how this process works. We've given them a very detailed review, which we assume would be incorporated into future submittals, but they have not yet responded to it. So there'll be some aspects of like tonight's thing where we're talking about building height, and they haven't calculated it probably how we would calculate it in terms of how we measure height, and that will adjust their overall request. But that's just kind of important to understand. The other thing we don't have is comprehensive referral comments, and so we had some confusion and maybe frustration at Planning Commission over, where the BRT stop would be located, and we don't know that yet. We don't know, we don't have CDOT's basically waiting to comment on until they have a traffic analysis. So more detail will come as we get more application details. And then lastly, this is just kind of a summary of how both the staff memo and the future analysis that I'll be going over later has been organized. So we've identified 6 key topics for feedback and 6 kind of questions. And this is really kind of due to the scope and both the broad scope and the preliminary nature of this application. So we're asking, to provide kind of we're providing a high-level analysis of the proposed zone districts. We're assessing the proposal's compliance with the key elements of the comprehensive plan, and we're providing initial feedback on the proposal's request to exceed building height maximums, as well as what they're proposing for their commercial and residential mix, the diversity of housing types, as well as the housing affordability. And then we're asking for direction on the proposed public land dedication as well. And this is how that future analysis, when I see you in a few minutes, is organized as well. I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening, Mayor, City Councilors. My name is Edgar Crockett. I'm the Development Services Project Manager for Kensington. Thank you all for your time tonight. We're excited to present our project and have your feedback and comments. Before we dive in, I do just want to take a moment to briefly introduce the project team. We have myself, Kensington, we're the contract purchaser for the development. And then we have Cage, who is our civil engineer, and PCS Group, who's our land planning and landscape architect. I'll be walking through the presentation, but they'll be here if their expertise is needed for any questions that come up in the future. Tonight, we'll run through some background and overview. We'll hit the Legacy Lafayette Comprehensive Plan and how the project aligns. We'll review the overall project programming, discuss the zoning framework, and then cover some details around residential area, parking, circulation, connectivity, the public land dedication and landscaping. And then we'll hit some additional points at the end, and then we'll welcome your feedback and questions. So as Stephen hit, the project is located at the southwest corner of Arapahoe and Highway 287. It's bordered on the west-hand side by the future Aspen Ridge Road and on the south by Lucerne. It is comprised of 2 different parcels, the Range at Lafayette Annexation Number 1 and Annexation Number 2, both of which have achieved substantial compliance, as some of you here are familiar with. Today, it's zoned as agricultural, and it's located within unincorporated Boulder County. It has a single-family home with some outbuildings located in the northwest corner. So while this is the first time that you all are seeing this plan, I do want to acknowledge that this is not the first iteration of this plan. So the process began back in 2022, and it has gone through several iterations. So those iterations were driven by a few key factors, which each sort of have their own goals and ideals for the site. That includes community feedback, staff comments, the comprehensive plan goals, the intergovernmental agreement, as well as project requirements and feasibility. The original plan back in 2022 had 650 rental apartment units at up to 5 stories. That dropped down to 600 apartment units and up to 4 stories, and then was revised again down to its current plan, which is approximately the 450 unit overall reduction of about 200 units included in this submittal, which does include the 12% of those apartment units at 80% affordability. We've also generated the development around 2 committed retailers. They're the large format general merchandiser and the specialty grocer, both of which have achieved their corporate approval for this site, and that's based on this current site plan. With these retailers and the project as a whole, we estimate that there's approximately 80 million of new tax revenue over the next 20 years, which is comprised of a couple of different revenue streams, revenue tax streams. It also approximates about 400 new jobs between both of those retail anchor tenants. That doesn't include the retail outlots. And additionally, it also includes approximately 1,200 construction-related jobs for the project as a whole. While we can't specifically name the current users at this time for the general merchandising anchor and the specialty grocer, we're very excited to bring those folks to Lafayette. And we believe that once we're able to release those names, we believe the community will be excited about those users as well. I mentioned some of those key factors that have driven the site plan, one of which is a big influence from that intergovernmental agreement, or IGA. As Stephen stated, developed in 2019 and has that 10-year period, so approximately 3 years away from potentially expiring. The agreement does dictate that this parcel can be annexed into Lafayette, while the 9 Mile corner across the street was annexed into Erie. It does require that relatively equal anchor retailer on both parcels, and 9 Mile is comprised of the King Soopers, the Lowe's, the additional retail outlots, and some rental apartments. The range then has committed that general merchandise anchor, the specialty grocer, retail outlots, rental apartments, for sale townhomes, which would mirror the 9 Mile and comply with the IGA. Looking at some broader context within Lafayette, as noted, the range is up there in that blue square in the top right-hand corner. You can see a few key points to highlight. So as we stated, it's currently outside the city limits, which is why that annexation process is required. It is within the urban growth boundary as dictated by the IGA and the comprehensive plan. It's adjacent to that community gateway. This was annexed into Lafayette. It serves as the corner of Lafayette at that area. And it's also bordered by 2 enhanced transit corridors, as noted in the comprehensive plan. That's Arapahoe to the north and 287 to the east. And so we understand how important the Legacy Lafayette Comprehensive Plan is to dictating and guiding development within Lafayette. And so through the design process, we've taken these into consideration and will continue to take these into consideration as we move through the development process. But we've really chosen to focus in on a couple of frameworks within the planning frameworks that it dictates. So creating a connected community through the multi-use mobility, enhancing a strong economy by providing a diversity of housing and building strong economic impact and diversification, supporting community character through neighborhood design and opportunities for integration of Lafayette arts and culture, and advancing environmental stewardship through infrastructure resiliency and sustainability, and then access to health and wellness via amenities on-site and opportunities to access retail, which provides healthy options. And so within the adaptable commercial design, there's some urban design principles that are also important to keep in mind, both that we've taken into account and will take into account. And that's integrating residential and retail uses, encouraging residential over retail, creating attractive streetscapes, using standalone residential to create thoughtful transitions to neighboring communities, And then these are also, of course, in conjunction with other factors that govern the site like the IGA. And so getting into some of the details of the actual project, it's 36.24 acres. That total acreage does include approximately 2 acres of right-of-way that will be dedicated around that exterior perimeter of the site. Along the eastern portion, as shown in the yellow, are the 3-story for-sale townhomes with integrated tuck-under garages. In that two-tone darker orange or brown, we show the 343 multifamily apartment buildings. Most of the building are the 4-story centers, which do step down and articulate to 3 stories at the end. And then the L-shaped building along the bottom right-hand side is a completely 4-story building with a boutique retail opportunity on the first floor. You can also note the gray buildings are single-story standalone garages, and the amenity center is located in the center of that project as well. There is, in the red, you can see the 156,000 square feet of retail, including our large format general merchandiser, the specialty grocer in the southeast corner of the site, and then additional retail outlots, again shown in red on that eastern section. In the north, as Stephen indicated, is the detention pond and the public land dedication area, which we'll discuss in a moment. The site access is limited to a right in, right out along Highway 287, and then the future access along Aspen Ridge to the west. There are 2 access points proposed onto Lucerne to the south. Overall, the site plan is designed to consider the surrounding use areas. So the transit-oriented nature of the intersection, as indicated by the comp plan with that Arapahoe and Highway 287 of those enhanced transit corridors. And so as such, the retail is focused on the east and the south to coordinate with the retail across the street to the east, and the same principle to the south. It's designed to quickly transition through that mixed-use space into our higher density residential before stepping down to the townhomes, which will provide a transition to the adjacent residential buildings within Silo to the west. The proposed zoning, there's 3 proposed zone districts. The P for the public land dedication, the R4 for the residential district, and then the C1 for the business district. Within the R4 district, which includes both the townhomes and the apartments, we're requesting some targeted variances within setbacks, height, density, and coverage. For the multifamily building, we understand, as Stephen indicated in the staff report and comments back to us, that some of the setbacks may need to be reevaluated once the traffic study is complete and the final determination of what the road designations actually are. So they may be adjusted after that traffic study is completed. The density is also currently based on the unit count over the subdivided area, so just specifically the multifamily area and just specifically the townhome area, which is driving up some of that multifamily density to 42 units per acre. The height request from 35 feet to 60 feet for the multifamily buildings and up to 50 feet for the townhomes. It should be noted that our architectural elevations are conceptual at this time, and these are the maximum height requirements to the highest architectural point, which does include some of the pitched roofs, the peaked roofs that, again, we're contemplating with that conceptual architecture. So as the architectural elevations develop, our goal is to refine that request and only request what is necessary for those 3-story townhomes and 4-story apartment buildings in that center section. The request for that 4-story, again, is really designated around having a 4-story, and that the intent behind that is to create some better outcomes across the site. So we want to support the comprehensive plan by being able to provide some strategic retail under residential, provide diversity of housing with the townhomes and the affordable housing within the multifamily area. We want to ensure green space and outdoor amenities. We want to generate economic development required by the IGA with those high-value retail users, and they come with their specific site requirements. And so we understand that these goals are interdependent upon each other. We believe that utilizing some strategic increases in height will allow us to achieve multiple of those goals while maintaining project feasibility. The C1 zoning district is designated into 2 areas. And while there's no variances requested for the overall C1, there is a 60-foot height variance requested for that future development. And as staff noted in their report, as the contract purchaser of the site, that area is currently contemplated to be maintained as ownership of the underlying landowner. And so we're working to gather additional information on for future submissions on that request for variance, whether it maintains a C1 district with a variance or potentially gets into the R4 district. We acknowledge that more information is required to analyze that, and that'll be provided in future submittals. Just a quick overview of the designation on how the site will be broken up in the subdivision of plat. And so again, these areas are what was utilized to calculate some of those variances in terms of coverage and density. You can see how it's broken up there into the site areas. And also, it should be indicated, the larger lots around the townhomes would be one individual lot and then condominiumized for sale. The residential details, so again, the townhomes condos highlighted in yellow is 105 units broken up into the contemplated 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. And then the 343 units in the multifamily is a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And importantly, again, one of the key benefits associated with the increased height allowance is the project is committing to that 12% of the apartment units, which is 41 units, as deed restricted affordable housing units at 80% AMI. As we talk about some of those interconnected goals, parking is a big part of that equation. And so we want to try to prioritize parking, minimize parking, but balance that out with the requirements of our retailers and ensure that there's sufficient parking for our residential areas so that there's not overflow parking into surrounding areas. So we're requesting a couple of parking variations across the residential and the commercial use. For the townhomes, 263 spaces are required. We're requesting to provide 252 spaces. Some of those are supplemented by the idea of the 35 spaces along Aspen Ridge. That's subject to what the actual cross-section of Aspen Ridge will look like. For the apartments, 605 are required, and we're requesting to provide 520. For the commercial, 783 are required. We're requesting to provide 763. So total on-site, the requirements would be 1,650. Total on-site provided would be 1,535. There's the 35 additional, which are supplemental along Aspen Ridge, which is an overall net reduction of 80 spaces. Looking at the vehicular circulation plan, again, I want to acknowledge those sort of transit-oriented corners of Arapahoe and Highway 287. There's a main internal drive that runs east and west. It has parallel parking and bike lanes as indicated in yellow, which mirror the proposed cross-section of Aspen Ridge. The comprehensive plan does contemplate 300-foot blocks. And so since we are limited to a single access point along Highway 287 and a single access point along Arapahoe Road, which is Aspen Ridge, we have to try to focus on those internal blocks being internal to the site rather than the full through streets, which again are limited based on those intersections out to Arapahoe and Highway 287. The pedestrian circulation is a key focus. How do we allow for pedestrians and those utilizing alternative forms of transit to get to the site? And then once they're on the site, how do they move safely and comfortably around the site? So again, the bike lanes are highlighted in yellow, which will connect that main east-west drive to Aspen Ridge. And then there's that extra wide multi-use path around the perimeter and throughout the site highlighted in green, which will provide access to the outdoor amenities, will allow transportation from the residential areas through to the commercial space, and then will allow perimeter access around the exterior of the site and connect back to the regional transition and additional trails around the site. It's also important to note, as Stephen indicated, we are contemplating the BRT station, which is currently denoted there in red. And while we need additional information, we want to make sure that there's potential access provided to and from the contemplated areas of that BRT station. And so this is taking a step back and looking at the more regional connectivity. So you can see how the connections expand beyond just the project site. We've coordinated paths and access points with the adjacent communities. We want to make sure, again, that there's direct access to that BRT station and that folks can move both safely internal to the site and to get back to the rest of Lafayette through the either existing or future trails and paths. I do want to recognize we did meet with LOSAB, and their recommendation is cash in lieu for the public land dedication. We're excited to hear your feedback. This is the same information that was provided to the LOSAB committee. So our public land dedication area includes that northeast corner of the site, which would be around the detention pond and not inclusive of the detention pond. We would look to activate the detention pond itself to provide some additional usable area in and around that. The perimeter area would help ensure public access through that multi-use trail, both to the public land area as well as a public space to get to that potential BRT station. We would be requesting a 50% reduction for the multifamily area and the townhomes for providing some private amenities in terms of the pocket parks and the amenity center, which you can see highlighted there on the plan. Overall landscaping, we prioritize the residential spaces. Overall, the required landscaping is just over 4.5 acres. We're providing 6.6. We should note that the commercial area is just slightly below the requirement, but the excess is located really around that east-west drive and more towards the residential areas of the site. So just a few additional notes from the Planning Commission comments. We understand that the building height was a significant conversation, and while we will work to refine the overall height requirements of the 3- and 4-story buildings, they will ultimately require variances. And our goal is to utilize that excess height in the apartments to balance the goals of the comprehensive plan, the IGA, and the project feasibility. We've worked to provide some strategic mixed use with that first floor retail opportunity on the apartments. The use of horizontal integration rather than vertical integration tends to be more successful at attracting and maintaining high-value retail users. We recognize that there can be some struggles with commercial vacancies. We've heard that has actually gone into some of the comprehensive plan updates when that process went through. Even the adjacent project just outside of City Hall is an example of a vertically integrated mixed-use project that isn't at full capacity. And so the location of the range is even less urban than that area, and we believe it would make it more difficult for large amounts of that vertical mixed use to be filled up appropriately. So the site design is provided in a way to strategically provide that opportunity while setting it up for success, in addition to the balance of the retail provided. Finally, there were a lot of discussions about the big box retailer and the IGA requirements of providing relatively equal anchor tenants between 9 Mile and the Range. We believe that our committed general merchandise acre and specialty grocer not only meet that requirement, but our two users to be excited about, and we're excited to release those names when we're able to. And so with those two users, there are some site plan requirements around parking restrictions that we must meet for them. So those areas of the site plan are indicated and conform to those requirements. And so with the additional help of the increased height of the apartments, we're able to utilize the rest of that land area for the diversity of housing, the affordable housing, the outdoor amenities, and other retail opportunities. Excuse me. Just a few general notes. Like I said, while this is still the conceptual sketch plan, this is the first time you're seeing it, but it's not the first design update that we've gone through. And really, we're trying to balance that push and pull of the different requirements between the IGA, the comprehensive plan, community feedback, and project feasibility. A traffic study and historical building study will be submitted with the preliminary PUD. And then staff noted the potential of the east-west drive as a desirable drive to become a public space, public access. And we're excited about continuing that conversation and definitely open-minded to that becoming a public road. Finally, we know that the traffic is a major concern with the residents, especially around this corner. So we'll continue our conversations with CDOT and the Arapahoe Road and how our project will affect their projects and vice versa. And that'll come with more detail as we get the traffic study in place. So we know that the comprehensive plan provides that development guidance and the adaptable commercial process really looks to that ultimate project as the final evolution of the adaptable commercial designation. With the additional requirements of the IGA to provide equal retail tenants, there are some kind of competing goals for the site. While we will continue to ensure that the site is set up for evolution as the market shifts, we also want to take advantage of the retailers that we have committed to the site, the requirements of the IGA, and the benefits that those can provide. So again, we've worked to provide a site plan that maximizes the amount of goals that we can achieve, including that creating that strong economy with the potential of that 80 million in tax revenue, creating new jobs with the retailer and the construction of the project, providing economic diversification with our committed retailers, adding a diversity of housing with the townhomes, the apartments, and the affordable units, and ensuring that this becomes a part of that gateway to Lafayette as the corner of Lafayette in the future. So thank you for your time and consideration. I know that staff has a number of those discussion points, so we look forward to hearing your feedback on those and are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much.
I'll apologize in advance for the lengthy presentation. At the sketch plan stage of a PUD, staff rely a lot more on the comprehensive plan to evaluate application types relative to the development proposal. We've provided context on the proposed zone districts as well in relation to how they fit within that adaptable commercial land use designation. The applicant is also responsible for clarifying, so all those staff's really working to hone in on certain topics. It's also the applicant's responsibility to identify their deviations and where they need feedback from you. So Kensington is aware of the 6 questions and I think feels that those are the critical points for you guys to also provide direction to them on. And then we've also reviewed it in relation to the proposed zoning and considered the PUD criteria. There was an attachment to your staff memo that went through all those specific PUD criteria as well. And under the current city zoning regulations, a PUD application is required for this type of application, both because it's a mixed-use building complex and because all residential development over 20 units requires a PUD as well. So the PUD, lastly, is also the means for the applicant to request those variations that have been identified tonight. So I won't go over this again, but this is just the organization of those questions and the organization of the following staff analysis. So beginning with the proposed zone districts, the 2021 comprehensive plan designated this property as adaptable commercial. and that previously it was just designated as C1 zoning. So the two zoning districts proposed tonight are R4 and C1, and as I mentioned, those are the most intense residential respectively and commercial zone districts that we currently have in our code. And I think they're generally probably appropriate for what the comp plan designation is for adaptable commercial. And I think just as an example, right, we have C1 up and down 287. That's the primary zone district, and that is our most intense commercial use. So just matching intensity with intensity, R4 zoning allows for the multifamily apartments proposed and allows for the attached townhome condo product. So generally those seemingly are appropriate designations. It gets complicated when we talk about our future land use code. That'll probably look at this more like a mixed use district and apply one zone district to the area. But right now we're reviewing it under our current regulations. And I think I've covered most of this, but I do want to kind of clarify too, again, that, Silo is half developed, and immediately to the west of this development is Silo, like entitled, and they're coming in through an amendment, so we can't talk too specifically about that, but it is residential development to the west as well. And staff has provided some general comments on, we're going to get into this later as well in terms of building siting and whatnot, but in terms of the C1 zoning designation, and Edgar already kind of mentioned this too, we have, because adaptable commercial also talks about transitioning land uses, we have suggested that the future development pad site shift east and that the R4 district continue south all along the western edge of the site so that the full property transitions better to the entitled development within Silo. And then in terms of alignment with the comp plan, a lot of, I think these slides and a lot of our analysis kind of reference back to what's in our comp plan, and this is just one of those illustrations. So the comp plan technically kind of anticipates existing development, and that's the site plan shown on the far left, and then shows 3 phases of development that could occur within adaptable commercial zoning. Staff finds the existing development application to most closely align with Evolution 1, the one that's second from the left, where it shows commercial development along an arterial street, and then it transitions to residential development closer to the local streets as intensity kind of lessens. This is a mirror image of what Kensington's actually proposing. But it also includes like some significant design elements that you'll see repeated throughout these plan sheets. And one of the ones that we hone in on kind of throughout the development criteria is the inclusion of public streets. And so public streets are fairly critical for a number of reasons, but they are the genesis for setbacks, building orientation, and then core multimodal connectivity elements that public right-of-ways just kind of inherently provide. You can think of the situation kind of on the left, or existing development that is all commercial. It kind of feels like the entire thing is a parking lot that doesn't have any grade separation between, like doesn't have a curb or a raised sidewalk, doesn't have tree lawns, those kind of things. And so that's why staff is pushing for the inclusion of public rights-of-way within this proposal. And then we get into comp plan is kind of multifaceted, so there's a number of slides related to section 2 here, alignment with the comp plan. But mobility talks about connected streets, and that's again for both pedestrian and bike connectivity, and then breaking up sites into smaller blocks that are more walkable than large spanses. The comp plan specifically talks about 300-foot distances to try to create those more walkable blocks. So staff, again, is just requesting or recommending that we incorporate public streets. And then also, like, we know that we're really kind of focused on this east-west connection, but we're also kind of pushing for north-south connections to be facilitated for the future. And Edgar's kind of mentioned already that we have heard from CDOT in terms of proximity to this intersection, that they're not going to allow for any direct access points off of Arapahoe. So Aspen Ridge would be developed as part of this, and that would allow the other access point, I guess, coming from the west, but it would come down Aspen Ridge and then connect into that main corridor. But so our focus would probably be on getting north-south connector or connectors through that southern portion of the site, because they don't have anywhere to go north to Arapahoe. And then streetscape kind of falls in with the same thing, but it is more related to landscaping and the amenities that get included in planters, public art, public seating, that type of thing. So again, another reason why we're encouraging the inclusion of publicly dedicated rights-of-way. And then moving on to building siting. This is, again, still related to rights-of-way, because that's like, if you think about it differently, if this is all kind of one site, or we're not breaking it up into properties, and we don't have that detail yet in terms of how this is all going to get subdivided or potentially subdivided, but rights-of-way provide that setback as well as building orientation, which is another criteria we're getting into. But the building siting talks about the integration of residential office, entertainment activity for, and entertainment for activity and vitality, and that it encourages orienting building to the street. So we've heard that, these two users are relatively set, but including this as a right-of-way could give us an opportunity to have the other users along 287 actually orient to what we'd probably identify as like a more Main Street feel that goes through this. And so that actually also kind of gets into that activity and vitality, and so does the uses. So, a few of these uses are designated as potential drive-throughs. We're looking for, more inline buildings that create that walkability. There's not a lot of walkability associated with drive-through uses. So, but building siting, getting that street, and actually kind of clustering some of those pad sites and having the orientation be more directed towards that Main Street. And then parking areas is another one. So we are to encourage the minimization of parking. So you've heard from the applicant in terms of they are asking for variations in terms of not providing enough parking. It's not one of my major concerns with this application. If anything, I'd be encouraging, looking for opportunities for more shared parking and other opportunities to reduce that parking. And so, and we have reason to support that for both the affordable housing piece as well as the BRT. So we've mentioned this one, but Aspen Ridge is also designed for a bus route as well. So there's really a great opportunity for parking reduction because of the multimodal opportunities on this site. And then retail also has its design kind of principles as well. Large format retail is to be integrated into other uses and to form a cohesive neighborhood. And then the city's to encourage office uses and retail and residential uses, above retail spaces. We may not get that through this phase of the design, but getting more opportunity for that, clustering those buildings and actually getting that right away and then having the building orientation would be great gains through this application as well. So this is just kind of the summary of all 5 or 6 components that are tied to the comp plan that we find that it reads most similarly to the Commercial Evolution 1 project, and that we're really encouraging it to at least facilitate future phases of that evolution. And we think that incorporating the public streets, really focusing on enhanced mobility, streetscape amenities, and then that building orientation are key elements or facets on how to get there. All right, that gets us through 2. We're on to 3. So the commercial intensity and residential density is how we're kind of framing this one. And we're generally just trying to get some initial feedback on what's proposed. So when we're talking about commercial intensity, it's really just the floor area. The main thing to kind of keep in mind here is that although we're quoting, the 156,000 square feet of retail, we have an additional pad site that's unknown in terms of the additional floor area. But this is C1 zoning. And again, this is one of those things where moving that use over to 287 and extending residential south along Aspen Ridge seems like an opportunity, maybe also an opportunity for shared parking. But in general, I don't know that I guess I'll get into the residential and then I'll step back and talk about where staff lands. But so the sketch plan reflects the residential density over the entirety of the site, so over 36 acres. This is where it kind of gets a little squishy in terms of where this comes in relative to our new code. But right now, that R4 zone district is what allows for 18 units an acre, but it's just for that R4 area. So they would be needing an additional density. Again, the comp plan also suggests that we should support that in areas where we have multimodal transportation, also in areas where we're including or getting affordable housing. So there are opportunities there. It's a little bit to be determined in terms of how we calculate that. And there is a potential for us to kind of still have, we have zone districts in Lafayette that have kind of a dual, like the one I can think of is C1, M1 zoning designation, and that's for Lafayette Tech Center. So we could do something like that here. But I think we can be nimble with our current zone, or it could end up falling underneath our future zone district. But really, I'm just trying to get some initial feedback, and I think the applicant needs initial feedback on, is the overall number of units something the city is supportive of? Is the overall amount of commercial floor area something the city's supportive of? So we're going to get into building height, which is considered separately. So building height's next. And just, we've kind of touched on this already, but just so everybody's clear, buildings in yellow are shown at 50 feet. The darker brown areas are shown at 60, and they're supposed to drop down to 50 feet on those kind of barbell ends for 5 of the 6 buildings shown there. And then the residential, or not the residential, the commercial shown in red are generally one floor. We're anticipating and shown at meeting the maximum building height of 35 feet. So most of the other areas do require some sort of height variation. We don't have anything to respond to in terms of the use for the future pad site, so it's kind of hard to comment on that one. But in general, I've seen most developments occur with 10 to 12 feet of latitude, for each floor, which suggests that we don't probably need 50 feet for a 3-story building or 60 feet for a 4-story building. They should come down. As we mentioned earlier, and Edgar alluded to, they're also measuring that to the peak of the building, and our land use code measures to the midpoint of any pitched roof. So that is likely to come down as well. But and so this is another one where it's a little bit moving, but your feedback on 3 or 4 building, 3 or 4-story buildings, and whether or not, what heights might be supportable or you find to be compatible out here would also be helpful. And for context, Silo has been entitled for 2 and 3-story buildings immediately to the west, and those building heights range from 35 to 40 feet under their current application, or their current entitlement, I should say. So yeah, we're just asking, and then the other kind of, this is again a cost thing we understand, but should those overall heights be distributed a little bit more evenly throughout the development, it would also bring the taller buildings down. And then getting into number 5, diversity of housing types. There are technically 2, the condo townhome product shown in yellow, and then the multifamily apartments. Staff is supportive of including multifamily affordable units as a 3rd designation for housing types. But in general, we do look at like this adaptable commercial area differently than we would look at an exclusively commercial area. So if there were 400 units proposed in an entirely residential area, we might be pushing for 3 or 4 different housing types. But when we have a adaptable commercial use where it's already mixed with commercial, those housing types seem reasonable. It's really the amount and then some of the impacts like the height that we're looking for more feedback on, but if you have different opinions than staff, I'm also happy to hear that now too. And And then the other thing we pushed a little bit more on is that their 12% affordable calculation is based just on the multifamily. So we would like them to base that on the entirety of the development, and that would bring the units up by 13 from 41 to 54, if I'm remembering correctly. And then lastly, the proposed public land dedication is around the perimeter of the property, and the applicant included a 50% reduction to the residential calculation. So residential is required to do that at 15%, and commercial is at 12%. So their calculation factors in that 50% reduction based off of the amenity areas that Edgar mentioned. And then they also clarify that that detention area is not included in their calculation. They took this to LoSAB, and LoSAB expressed concerns with the location along the two major highways, as well as how, an amenitized pond would actually be utilized given its location right next to a major intersection. And ultimately, they are recommending cash in lieu rather than a public land dedication. So council's feedback on that part of the request is also welcomed. Lastly, Planning Commission also reviewed and commented on this same request on January 21st. They generally agreed with staff comments on the proposed zoning, encouraging more alignment with the comp plan, the need to better integrate the land uses. They also agreed with LoSAB on the PLD being a fee in lieu. Planning Commission expressed concerns over the proposed building height, and as well as both the amount and the depth of the affordable housing that was proposed or is proposed. And then they also made comments and had suggestions about the amount of civic space and green space included internally with the proposal, especially for the residential portion of the development. That concludes my overview. Happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you so much. So just a reminder to council, just so we follow the agenda correctly, we are at this moment not giving any feedback and not discussing anything. This is our chance just to ask questions. We will then have public testimony, and then it will come to us for discussion. So at this moment, I'm sure there are questions for staff or for our applicant. Anyone? Councilor Gallegos.
I have a question about the private drive. Should it remain a private drive? I was just curious about enforcement, and in the event of an emergency or evacuation, how would that work in regards to public safety?
I'll do my best. So the private drive, we would have a public access easement over it. It's more I don't know that we analyze it too much in terms of evacuations, public safety. When we do get a private drive, typically it is narrower than what we get for a public right-of-way. And then when they narrow something, they generally ask for some sort of give, and usually it's an attached sidewalk, maybe no tree lawn, and you lose landscaping and stuff like that. But and then it also makes the utility design a little bit trickier because, those widths are to accommodate water, sewer, and usually storm as well. So, but in terms of access, whatever happens here, we'd still need to meet fire access, and that is all kind of still to be determined with the traffic study, and once we know that information. So, does that help?
Yes,
Not
thank you.
a partial answer, I understand.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that, Shatata? So help me better understand the difference between the requirements of a private drive versus a public drive.
So the private drive is kind of like and maybe Jeff, if he wants to jump in, he's more than welcome to. But the private drive that's kind of like a PUD. It's going to be some sort of exception to our general standard. So we don't know what those dimensions are necessarily yet, or what the amenities on either side of that would be. There is kind of some, pros and cons, but generally, like, you're insured all of those street amenities that you get with the public right-of-way when you require a public right-of-way at set widths,
So if I'm understanding you correctly, basically it's agreed upon within the PUD of what the private drive looks like as
we get
opposed
that.
to
Yep.
pre kind of set requirements of the public drive.
Correct.
That includes things like more space for sidewalks, for bike lanes, for access, for landscaping.
Yep.
But certainly wider, more space
For public drive, yeah.
would be assumed in a public. Thank you.
Question for Councilor Jensen.
So the undeveloped parcel or that's not being proposed to be developed in the southwest corner, they're asking for a variance on that even though they're not defining what they're developing. Is that common in planning where you ask for a variance when you don't really even have a plan for anything?
That's a good question. I don't know that I've seen it before, but this is also like kind of a unique application type. To be fair, like when I've done something like a sketch plan or a concept plan before, it doesn't necessarily have this level of detail. And so if this was more of on the conceptual level, this would be kind of more of a bubble diagram, and you'd have something that just kind of clarified commercial use. So it is and it isn't. It isn't in relation to what we got elsewhere on this application. It's definitely different and harder to respond to.
So let me just clarify then on this. So if we eventually approved this, now I know we're not doing that now, but eventually, that would just sort of be grandfathered into whatever we do, and then the developer, what goes, I don't understand this little parcel here and what happens with it.
So, and it is a hard one, and that's partly why, staff's trying to hone the conversation to, we think it'd be more appropriate for anything at that scale and intensity to be further east. And then so you agree with that, that's the direction you should provide. If you don't think 60 feet is an appropriate height on this property, or you do, comment on that as well. But that's about it. I mean, and again, like, that's also why I had that disclaimer that what we get from the applicant at this stage is, it's also their responsibility. So they know they're going to get less, or they should know they're going to get less information on this particular part of their request because it has less detail. But it's up to them to decide whether or not they get enough information tonight to move forward with the costs of the next phase of the development and the next application submittal requirements. So
I just
does that help? I know that it's
not
hard.
really, but I get that it's vague, so that's fine. You mentioned in your last slide that there were concerns from Planning Commission about the green space and the affordability, meaning there's not enough green space and there's not enough affordability, or vice versa, or what exactly?
Planning Commission asked for more outdoor space for the residential area, just in general. And then they, or suggested that there should be more provided. And then they also kind of commented on affordability, and they pushed on both kind of levers. They asked for deeper affordability and they asked for more of it. So wasn't exactly clear whether or not 12% would be enough if it was across the entire site, but they were just encouraging them to do more in terms of both deeper affordability and providing more of it. So
thank you.
Sure.
Councilor Boulier.
Thank you. And thank you, Stephen, for the presentation, and to Mr. Crockett for running us through as well. Two questions. One, I think just because I'm dumb on this, is the reason the detention pond is located in the northeast just because of the slope of land, or that was a decision we want to put it there versus another location?
I'm gonna let the applicant respond to that, but probably, yeah. And if you have a question for me before if you wanna.
Mine might rabbit hole us, so
Okay.
I'll listen to Edgar first.
No worries. Thanks for the question. So, twofold. One, some of the preliminary comments that we heard initially from the community was that area was important to try to maintain as green space. And so that, in conjunction with exactly what you're saying, that the site naturally slopes that direction, lends itself to A, that area, but then B, the reason why the public land dedication area is kind of around that is because we heard feedback that that was an important area to try to maintain as green space or open space as well.
Cool. Thank you. I'll hold my response to that to the next section. But my bigger question, I think this might be more for you, Stephen, is, and forgive me, this is my first in-person council meeting, so this may be a little bit clueless, but I understand tonight we're looking at the sketch plan.
Yep.
Just to provide feedback, and that already happened recently with Planning Commission. But just reading a lot of the written comments and having gotten a sense from the community, from the robust written feedback we got from Lafayette residents, I guess I have some confusion, and I think there may be some confusion in the city in terms of what our decision tree is. And so way back, there was a slide showing where we are in the process and where we could go going forwards. Yeah, it was way back.
We're almost there.
Thank you. And I think this is important because my understanding is if the IGA expires on or about 2029, this parcel, which is currently Boulder County's, right?
Yep.
This parcel could and likely would be annexed by Erie. Is that correct? Is that likely?
Could be annexed by Erie. So the IGA, and Mary Lynn can jump in whenever she wants on this too. But it basically held the west side of 287 for Lafayette for that 10-year period. And I think Erie was ready to go. Allowed for Erie to develop the east side, and annex those without the competition. So there's contiguity. The way annexations work is you have to have 1/6 contiguity. So there's contiguity for both parcels to be annexed to either jurisdiction. And that was the settlement agreement to basically allow 9 Mile to go to Erie and then Kensington to come into Lafayette. So, and the way that the IGA is written is for it to automatically renew, but it could also not renew. And there's a clause in there where I think it's 180 days or something like that, that either jurisdiction could provide one another in advance of that deadline. And so it's not a certainty that.
Thank you. And the reason I'm asking why I think this is important is I'm getting the sense from some folks that there is a misconception that it's either Lafayette could annex and then develop something along the lines of the sketch plan, or the land stays as is in perpetuity. And my understanding, based on the players involved, is that that is a virtually nil possibility. Am I off base?
I don't think so. Okay. Yeah. There are areas, if we had a broader map and we're talking exclusively about annexations, there are areas within Boulder County that are adjacent to Lafayette that only have adjacency to Lafayette. And so we would also probably be talking about a different application type in terms of this. Like, people could just come in and push for an annexation knowing that their development potential is either agricultural or rural residential in the county or something more in Lafayette, but that's not our circumstance here, and so that's part of the reason why this is a very layered process. The applicant wants to know what their entitlement is and what they can actually build out on site, and they presumably know that, they do know that the IGA is set for a 10-year period, and the circumstances may change in 2029.
Okay,
so
thank you. I just want to be clear on that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Finland.
Can I ask another IGA question while we're on it? There was mention about the commercial kind of similar anchor tenants being required as in the IGA. I think 2 anchor tenants. I'm curious, I don't know what the square footage of commercial space in Erie is. I'm wondering what that is, if anybody knows, the anchor tenants specifically at 9 Mile. As compared to the commercial anchor tenants envisioned for this site? Don't know.
I can find out for you, but I don't have it off.
And what's the square footage of the commercial here? 150, right?
It's 160 plus whatever that commercial pad site is in the corner.
160.
Yeah.
Okay. Just a kind of a question, and maybe like something that we need to explore of if we develop something, are we within the lines of I'll save it for comments, I guess, but yeah, that was the question, and you can see my line of questioning. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councilor Gianola.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to ask about the parcel to the west. I think the applicant showed on one of their slides the current the current entitlement that, I guess, as it currently stands. I understand there's, potentially some changes, but what is the zoning on that parcel that's immediately to the west currently?
It's got a mix, so that's what's reflected on that slide there. There's some T1, which is transitional commercial. There's R3, which is a step down from R4, and then there's R2. So
What is T1?
Transitional. So
what typically goes in that kind of?
It's kind of more local commercial development or retail development.
Okay.
What they got entitled to build out there through their so if they would have moved into, I think, phases 2 and 3, if I'm remembering correctly, for Silo, they had a restaurant as part of their, but T1 also allows residential, so it had multifamily housing.
I see.
And what they came through, you guys, some of you remember, for their sketch plan, they're moving away from multifamily housing, moving away from probably rezoning T1 to allow for just residential uses. So they're, can't get into too much of what that current, because we do have another application in for their preliminary plan, but it is moving kind of more away from commercial into generally a residential development.
And so currently, this T1 zoning is what stands today?
Correct.
When this applicant put their application in?
Yes.
But that T1 is both commercial and residential?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. And then that section it had, like what their PUD envisioned was apartments and some level of commercial. Yeah, so.
Okay. I also have a question about Aspen Ridge Drive. Currently, in the plan, we have one access point to that road, and we have two access points to Lucerne, one access point to 287, and we hear that there's no access allowed to Arapahoe, just given the proximity to that intersection. Is there anything preventing the applicant from having more than one access point on Aspen Ridge Drive?
I don't know if Jeff wants to take that or not, but I don't know until we get a transportation or a traffic study, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably the short answer. I mean, it's something we could look at. As you get closer to Arapahoe, you start to get in the area of influence of the traffic signal. So.
And there's a traffic signal proposed?
There would need to be a traffic signal at the intersection with Arapahoe.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to understand the breakdown of access here, so thank you. Go ahead.
Can I dovetail off of the Aspen Ridge comments? I had questions there too. Who builds Aspen Ridge?
So, because we have two different developments in, Silo was initially trending ahead of this application, and they may still be. We have basically, it's complicated, and our Public Works Department does a great job. But effectively, half of it would be built by one developer and half of it would be built by the other. And there'd be an interim condition for two-way traffic to occur in either state. And eventually you'd have a bigger right-of-way that allows for turning movements and whatnot. So, but the right-of-way is large enough that just in half of it, you're gonna get 2 lanes of traffic to allow for access should one of those two developments, and they more than likely won't line up perfectly in terms of entitlements and getting built at the same time. So does that help?
It does help, I guess. I mean, the way this is currently sketched out, Aspen Ridge is fully not on this parcel? Am I reading that right?
So the way that, if you go back to a different illustration, the property line likely, I mean, Aspen Ridge hasn't been dedicated yet. So half of it's getting dedicated through this development, and the other half will get dedicated through Silo's development, through the subdivision process. So we don't have that, I mean, I don't know that we do or we don't yet, because of Silo. I don't know if Jeff remembers, but we may have half of it through the original Silo development, but that's how it gets phased out.
I guess I'll just be really direct in my question. Would there be encroachment on the existing, on this, as we get to more detail, based on, right now it's not half on the property, and it might become so?
I think I understand your question.
Yeah.
They have been given the ultimate width of that future design for Aspen Ridge, so they know what to design to. We don't have some details to comment on, their proposed setbacks yet, because when we look at the setbacks from a planning perspective, it's to that property line. But if there's also and one of our impacts is more associated with what is the distance from the home to the actual drivable surface. Area. If it has a wide, sidewalk and tree lawn and all that stuff, then the 10 or 15 foot setback that's proposed there might make more sense. But until we know what that ultimate kind of design is, it's harder to comment. So.
And the setback on that specific area for all those townhomes is asked to be reduced?
Yes.
Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct, yep.
Do you have that table of from what to what?
It's in the staff memo. It might be in Edgar's. Yeah, it's right there.
There, yeah.
So,
That's the C1, C2. That's only C1.
oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
there you
Yeah. So Aspen Ridge, I think it's 10 feet if I'm remembering correctly.
Is that the collector, 35 to 10?
Yep, that's the one.
Okay.
Counselor Gianola?
I just had a couple more. The current zoning in Boulder County is agriculture.
That's my understanding, yes.
And then just a couple of specific questions about the lot. What is the width of the lot that's, as it stands, or I guess as it's being, a rough number? It's not 500 feet, it's not 1,000 feet?
No, it is. Give me a moment.
Okay, okay.
I can pull it up on the annexation map as well. and find it
Yeah,
out
I'm
for you.
just trying to understand that and in relationship to block size and these kinds of questions. A couple other questions for you or the applicant, I'm not sure.
Just to answer your question, it's about 1,200 feet from basically lot line to lot line.
Okay, from east-west?
Yes.
Okay, that's the answer that I was looking for, perfect. A couple of questions just about height here. We didn't talk about like the amenity center. Is that a one-story building, two-story?
Yeah, that's contemplated as a single-story building. Correct.
Okay, and then the gray buildings here, garages, those are also one-story?
Single-story garages, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. No more questions right now.
I believe our Mayor Pro Tem had a question.
I do. There's no one else.
Go for it.
I have a few more. But
No, go ahead.
Are you
Go
sure?
ahead.
I wanted to talk green space, if there's other people that want to talk green space. I'm curious about first of all, the topography of the land. The heights, how does it where's the highest points? How does the topography match with sort of the heights that you've envisioned?
Sure. So the grading plan that we've provided is, again, super conceptual at this stage. And so
Understood.
basically the determining factor is the high point is at the southwest corner, and it generally has a cross slope down to that detention pond. So this being the high point, and then again, kind of those diagonal grade sections going all the way down across the site to the detention pond.
Thank you. And in terms of thinking about topography and the way you've laid it out, have you kind of thought about view corridors on the site? I mean, I think if you go out there now, you can see Longs, you can see the mountains, right? Something we talk about in our comp plan. Is that part of, the thinking as you've put together the site and the narrative?
So a planning commission made a similar comment on view corridors. And so with this, again, the sort of, I would say the benefit on the northern portion of the site is directly across the street is that the retail area. So in terms of viewing it from, residential houses, as we get down further to the south, below the site is when you start getting into the residential developments. And so really there's not as much effect on the residential areas. The highest buildings are more northern, where across the street is, again, that commercial area. As far as the main view corridor, it is trying to make that east-west drive as you turn into the site, that view to the west.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then to green space a little bit. So I'm curious, have you thought about green space specifically in two aspects to serve the folks the residents? How have you implemented green space in, so far conceptually to sort of serve residents? And then, maybe green space to sort of have some level of connectivity or something around, green space for non-residents. Does that make sense?
Sure. So I might jump between plan sets here. The easiest one to probably articulate it is on the pedestrian circulation plan. So with the green, those are those extra wide multi-use paths. And so you can see the one that cuts through both the townhome project and the multifamily project, about a fourth of the way up the site. And so that really is designed as a pedestrian corridor across the residential for the folks on the site. And so all throughout that area, it's conceptualized as an enhanced green space. So there's an adjacent pocket park for the townhomes that are there. And then it again runs out to the green space that was proposed in that northeast corner. And then again, as part of that sort of the exterior perimeter is where the public land dedication was located. But the goal is to try to add that green space in and around the residential area, which is why, on the landscaping plan, you see that we're a little bit short on the commercial areas. And so we wanted to make sure we pushed any available square footage of green space in and around those residential areas. So you can see that kind of reflected here. And again, just kind of conceptual in terms of where the sidewalks are currently located, where that green space is, and how that is laid out currently.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm curious, along the comments from our open space group, I'm curious what you think about their comment of putting a path and green space on pretty busy traffic corridors. Do you think that's a fair comment? What do you think?
I think when we discuss it again, the idea of it was we noted that northwest or the northeast corner was an important piece to try to maintain as a green space. And so that was the intention around localizing the public land to that area. After hearing the LoSAB's recommendation, Planning Commission obviously will hear your recommendation as well, but we're open-minded to the cash in lieu of, and that potentially opens up some ability to shift some of that green space, again, more internally as we look at what that cash in lieu of looks like.
Okay, thank you.
If I could ask just a question to follow on Councilor Fridland related to that, and recognizing we'll give our comments in a moment, but for the current kind of green space pathways along Arapahoe and 287, will there be like a fence or something to reduce noise, or who collects the trash that blows there from the highway? I'm just trying to imagine like what that looks like in practice.
Sure. And there is a pretty decent setback between where the Arapahoe and 287 would be located and where the actual walking path would be. Those sort of cut sections come. There's some contemplated ones in the actual sketch plan, but there's some additional detail that'll come later on. But those would be, there's a metro district that's contemplated over the site, and so a portion of that would be the maintenance required of the common spaces adjacent to that. But to answer your question, there would be no wall, at least none that's conceptualized at this point.
Councilor Jensen.
So the retention pond right now is kind of a wetland. It's got cattails in it and it's mushy, be hard to walk on it. No matter what you do, is that needed for drainage? So that there's really not an option there to do anything? You actually have to have that to keep things from flooding?
So there's a little bit of a long history with that area. It was a part of the reservoir as a forebay to it way back when, before some of that development happened on the west-hand side. And so in the process of all of the development, the Army Corps of Engineers issued a report that it is not part of the Waters of America and not a wetland. And it actually, currently, the outfall structure is plugged, is not operating, so there's no outfall structure that's existing. So as a part of the detention pond, it would be either opening up or reconnecting that to the main drainage system as a part of the development, but that's all in conjunction with Public Works and ultimately the utilities in that area. So For the overall project, it would become the detention area, but right now, it is not a wetlands or something that collects water and then dispatches it somewhere else.
Well, and I wasn't saying an officially, certified wetland, but does it serve a drainage function for the property?
Are you talking about currently or with the intention now?
And as you proceed, are you going to need that for drainage?
Yes, we will need some form of drainage throughout the site, and so that's the intended purpose of what's currently that white area here.
And at just north of 9 Mile, as you cross Arapahoe, or cross 287 on Arapahoe, in that section where the apartments are, there's been a lot of flooding. And this is my first time through one of these processes, so I don't know, given that there's flooding very close by, and now we're going to add more impervious cover to an area, how do we ensure that is there an engineering process, and do we work with Erie to make that happen? Because I don't really, maybe I should know this answer, but I don't.
Yeah, twofold. So one absolutely is an engineering process. During the next submittal, there'll be a drainage study that's done for the whole site. So it'll take into account the impervious, the amount of water that's needed to retain, what that volume is and how that looks. And then as a referral agency, Erie has also commented on the fact that it will be connected into a common drainage area. And so that'll need to be coordinated with that outfall structure that currently exists and how that interacts with the system that's in place now.
Thank you.
Great. Any other Councilor Fidlin?
I have a couple affordable housing questions, if I may. So what's proposed is 12% of the apartments at 80% AMI, is that right?
That's correct.
And the apartments would, well, first let me just ask, so why has it not been recommended to include the townhomes as part of the 12%? I know that's one of staff's recommendations, but I'm curious, why just the apartments in that calculation?
The easiest answer is the townhomes are a for sale product and the apartments are the for rent product. And so that 12% is really focused around the for rent product of the overall units.
Okay. Are we able to have for sale product that would be affordable? I mean, is that part of other projects that you've seen in the area? I mean, is it technically possible?
I suppose a deed restricted for sale product is technically possible. I think it's difficult as you start to work through a for sale product because there's the transfer of title and deed as it moves through. So that's where the difficulty comes in.
Okay.
And so that's why the focus was really around the for rent product.
Okay, thank you. And so the apartments, the market rate apartments, I mean, how much, imagining how much those might be, what would the market be for those?
Yeah, it's a tough question because we would basically let the market dictate it once it went for sale, which could be 3-4 years.
Yeah.
And so what the actual market rate would be at the time of sale or at the time of rent, what the market would dictate.
And are nearby apartments that are maybe similar, like are they at, I mean, where do they fit in with AMI, do you know? Are they 100% AMI? Are they 120% AMI? Do you know?
As far as market rate rental rates?
Yeah, market rate rentals.
Offhand, I don't know the rental rates directly off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, that's everything.
Can I just briefly build on that? How did y'all decide to have 57%, 34%, 9% with the breakdown for 1 bed, 2 bed, 3 bed? What did you break that down?
So a portion of that, obviously, the asterisks of conceptual, those are kind of the breakdowns that we believe fit within the unit plan that we have now. And some of that is in terms of what the square footages can hold for the size of the units that we would like to offer. And then some of that is, what the market dictates in terms of is there a need for additional 1 bedrooms? Is there a need for 3 bedrooms? What does the market look like for that availability?
piggyback off of that too. You know, I noticed there's no one-bedroom condos, and that's maybe just this function of the height that's planned for these. I mean, I'm just sort of looking at this as an opportunity to bake in some additional, you know, kind of affordability and types of units based on just sheer square footage of the for-sale product.
Sure. We didn't contemplate a single bedroom for sale townhome. The limit down was kind of that 2-bedroom, just because typically it serves the purpose in a for sale of 1 bedroom and potentially an office or a family, whatever it might be for that for sale product. Yeah.
Any other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Yeah, so I am fortunate enough to have been here for the 2022 debut, so I can see a lot of work has gone into this. I appreciate it. I can see the changes and the differences. I do have questions for both staff but also the applicant. So I'm going to start with from the comp plan. Just overall, we have a framework that is connected community. And from the comprehensive plan lays the foundation for improving connections between different geographical areas in Lafayette and between different groups and organizations in the community. And then it lays some key elements, like multi-mobility. In the process, when we're looking at compliance and alignment with the comprehensive plan, how did that element connected? And I see the connections internally and throughout the area. Can you just tell me how did you conceptualize what that? And I'm sure this staff helped with this, but what does that mean for this?
Sure. I think the goal is twofold. One, for the residents on the site to move from the residential area to the retail on the site, and then also to be able to exit and attach to whether it's existing or future trails. And then the same for external community members to be able to use those trails to then come to the retail or the area on the site. And so with it being a little bit of potentially the future corner of Lafayette, we're a little bit restricted on, the 2 major connection points to the regional trail. But then also trying to coordinate it with the adjacent development like Silo and making sure that our transportation goes back and forth. So providing the bike lane that reattaches to the potential future Aspen Ridge bike lane. And again, trying to start that connection point at the corner of Lafayette that then breaks down back into the bulk of Lafayette as a whole.
Okay, and I saw the connections to city bike trails that don't exist yet, but they will.
Sure. Yes. Yep.
And the multimodal piece of that, how are we viewing the multimodal aspect of that?
So there's some of that's providing that extra wide path that's for the bikes, the walkers, that extra large path that's dictated as that multimodal pathway, and so that's where making sure that those exist throughout the site as that larger pathway, which is the green. And then again, making sure that there's, that actual bike lanes, and try to make sure that it's attached to that future BRT station where there's access for somebody using alternative forms of transit to get to the potential BRT station. And we know that that's a little bit conceptual, so we've tried to provide access to those potential locations.
Yep. And I ask this of everyone who comes before us. How do you, and this is just sketch plan, but safety is a big piece of that. And I look at this and I see a lot of parking lots and a lot of places where cars are going to be moving around. And connectivity between a highway and another very highway, well, 2 highways and a lot of high traffic areas.
Yeah.
And I see the word circulation. So how do we view, when we talk about circulation, are we looking at, do you consider conceptually, like if somebody's in the apartments, what their route might be to get to the BRT station? Is that something you go through when you're looking at this?
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's why some of those wider multi-use trails really bisect the residential area and then come around so that it's not crossing some of that retail traffic that would be brought in to those retail users.
Okay. Thank you. And then the next questions are going to be for
Thank you.
When we look at the connectivity piece, and I think, if I understand correctly, staff are encouraging pushing it out of, I forget what the first level is, into Evolution 1.
Oh.
You're encouraging us to move out of existing to Evolution in 1.
I got those somewhere, but, sorry, you probably want to close your eyes.
That was it, right there.
Yeah, we're really trying to encourage that either that they advance that or they at least lay the foundation for that to occur. And that's what we don't find is quite addressed. And so like if you look at their site plan, I think the elements here, one of the main elements is the rights of way, right? And then you get that kind of connectivity. And if we go back to, I should be mentally like marking down what slides we were on previously. We could even look at this one, right? Like their circulation plan generally has a lot of enhancements around the perimeter of the site and has a few east-west connections. The north-south connections could be more enhanced. The connection across Lucerne is to be determined in terms of like how those two developments would, if you're walking all the way to 287 in order to cross as a crosswalk there, or whether or not there's a mid-block crossing potential. So those are the kind of comments that we made. The connectivity design that Kensington included with their proposal shows that they've started the process, but we're asking for, more enhancements. And then, when you have a BRT station kind of undetermined, but like you want whatever that stop is to be able to connect more directly and not be walking either around the perimeter of the site to get to where they want to go or through a parking lot to get to where they want to go. So, and same for bikes, right? So we're looking for those enhancements as everywhere. I just kind of stopped looking for the slide and left it on something else. So sorry about that. I can't do two things at once.
And I saw on Aspen Ridge bike lane. Then I hear this is potentially for a bus. And I'm looking at it connecting to Arapahoe.
Yep.
That's a lot to be on that. And I appreciate a bike lane. And it is, are we going to encourage that to be part of the circulation of the whole area, or is that, because there's a multi-use path right next to that. There's the bike lane and then some green space, and I know these are details that will get worked out, but I'm just wondering, since CDOT's only allowing us one entrance on and off of, to the north, on and off of Arapahoe.
Right, and so this is fluid to some extent, and one of the things I probably should have clarified in answering Councilor Fridland's question about who's building Aspen Ridge and kind of when, right? Like, it is driven by traffic. So I think the silo development, because of the amount of traffic that they're providing, they're not having to provide, and they can't dedicate the other half of the right of way because they don't own it. So there's a little bit of like moving parts there, but they're also only going to potentially need less of a right of way than we'd ultimately get if both of these developments occur. Then you get the full, set of amenities and a much bigger right of way. But it's also, you can only kind of extract what's commensurate to the development that's adjacent. So there's going to be something we get from Silo and something we get from Kensington should we annex and develop it to Lafayette.
And thank you.
Sure.
And if for some strange reason we were conceptualizing an underpass under any of these major arteries, is that still for 287 and
Lucerne.
Arapahoe? That's a CDOT they have to,
There's a, you want to take it?
So we're able to get grant funding that's being managed by CDOT to pursue looking at the BRT superstation, including a potential underpass under 287 in the area of Lucerne. That is the most likely location. We're still trying to vigorously encourage CDOT to continue on that track in terms of putting an underpass there, but
it's up to them. It's
that would be that would be the most likely location. So because it's anticipated to have BRT on both 287 and on Arapahoe, which is Colorado 7. And Colorado 7 and US 287 coincide in this stretch, so this would be a place to, basically the superstation is getting both BRT routes overlapping from Baseline to Arapahoe, so that's the kind of the optimal spot, and the general area of Lucerne was identified as the most likely place to have that overlap and to have people be able to easily get from one BRT to the other.
Perfect. And I have 3 questions, one about noise mitigation, one about green space, and one about air quality. So I'm struggling with the perimeter around that surrounds this. Is that conceptually, I know we look at light distribution from a development, how far does it move? And I know that people in Lucerne have said they can see the lights that come over from, that come across 287 right now. And this is across from a retail development already, but the people to the north, and the people living in this development, so the people to the north are going to have influence across Arapahoe, Colorado 7. And someone mentioned a wall. We already have a wall along 287 for, try and move it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That area.
Right over here.
Do we encourage walls to mitigate highway noise? I mean, because it's a lot of traffic. Is that something we?
So when we get into future phases of the review, we probably will require a noise study. But it kind of depends on, I mean, in this case, I think we're talking about not noise generated from the site, but noise generated like from traffic and whatnot. And so there's different construction methods that you can also take, in terms of even triple glazing windows or whatever, which is also a sustainability feature, but would also, have some impact on noise mitigation. But those are kind of coming, and it would be potentially like where we ask for that because of the distance from a right-of-way. But you'd start with a noise study, kind of get a level of what the traffic actually generates, and then make a determination as to whether or not those decibel levels have an impact on, and it's also indoor-outdoor, right? Generally, I think you're looking at making sure that it's a livable indoor space, but if there's community amenity areas outside, you're also considering that as well. So in order to make sure that they're usable. So that makes sense?
Yes.
Okay.
One last question, if I might.
Yeah, of course.
The connectivity concept that I see the applicant trying to make that possible connectivity. That corners it's hard because there's.
It is hard, yeah.
It's relatively isolated there, and the idea of circulation and connectivity. And all the cars that are in that area, are there ways to further address the compliance with being a connected community, or where would you push?
So this is the first kind of step we have, or the first application where we're trying to have even like internal to the site, right? It's got a mix of uses, so you're looking at the connectivity within the site and getting people to and from residential and commercial areas. And then you're also looking at it more broadly in terms of like, how does this connect with the future silo development? And how does it connect with, selfishly, we're probably focused on how it connects with Lafayette, right, like to the south. But then we're also concerned in coordinating with our neighboring jurisdictions. So one of the big things that would happen is Aspen Drive and a potential intersection there, right, which is connection kind of all around. And we're pushing on those things. I mean, internally, I think the answer is a little different than what we're trying to get in terms of connections to the surrounding areas.
The answer is different?
Well, the strategy might be different, right? Like, we're really looking internally, probably like seems to have vehicular circulation. We're trying to make sure that it's balanced with pedestrian and bike circulation. But those, up and down 287, you have a sidewalk on both sides of the street that's developed within Lafayette, and it does provide, some distance from the right-of-way and some amount of connectivity, but you still have, because it's right off of a highway, crossing Lucerne, crossing Arapahoe is different than crossing public road, right? So we just have different measures, and then because of that, like, you're probably not looking at, it's only going to be at lighted intersections that you have crossings in those areas, whereas, maybe off Aspen Ridge Drive, there's not going to be an intersection most likely here. Not an intersection, a lighted intersection, I should say. There'll probably be an intersection. That's what's proposed is a four-way intersection. So, that's a little bit easier to get across. And then there's, depending upon traffic estimates and what our traffic engineer, not my area of expertise, kind of looks at, maybe there's potential for mid-block crossings along Lucerne, but technically, right now, those access points are more than likely driven by proximity to the commercial uses that are proposed on that site, so.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilor Gianello.
I just have a couple more questions for the applicant. I asked earlier about the current zoning as agricultural, and I just am curious if you've done any research to see, has there been any historical use of this land as agriculture?
Not to my knowledge. There was a previous, it was used as an oil well site for a while. That was the most recent use that we're aware of.
Okay. Yeah, and the reason I ask is, one of the kind of planning pillars of the comp plan is, focusing on historic and cultural heritage of the city. And so if there were agriculture use, it might be an interesting way to recognize that if you could in the plan some way. So I'm just curious if it's possible for you to do a little more digging and just sort of see what the historical use is there.
Yeah.
Coming back to the connectivity, that main east-west multi-use path that's for the residential, am I right in looking, the way this is sort of drawn on the plan, it goes through that amenity center?
It would go on the kind of backside between the amenity center and the apartment building. The kind of details around the amenity center, the back of it are conceptual, so it wouldn't bisect the amenity center, it would be adjacent to it.
Okay, I was just confused on that. Okay, that's great. I had one more. The gateway focal point in the northeast corner. We haven't heard any discussion of that. I mean, I know on the comp plan, there's like a giant star on that section. Do you have any thoughts or vision for what, would be appropriate there?
It's designated at that because ultimately if this gets annexed into Lafayette, it will be the corner of Lafayette. And so I think there's some opportunities to enhance that area. And so we have it noted as a potential. And then as we continue our discussions from conceptual to detailed, we can, work out what that looks like. But it is an opportunity to acknowledge the comprehensive plan and that being the corner of Lafayette.
Okay, great. Just a couple of kind of technical questions. All the condos that front Aspen Ridge Drive, there's no car access for those off of Aspen Ridge Drive?
Correct.
Okay. I thought that was the case, just wanted to confirm. And then in your narrative, you do talk about infill on the commercial site. Do you have any thoughts about where there's room for infill here? Because I'm just curious if you have thoughts on that.
Sure. So that's really an ode back to that comprehensive plan and the evolutions of it. So again, we believe that we have, very high class retailers that are coming in here for the long-term duration with our general merchandising anchor and our specialty grocer. As the comp plan indicates, there's the potential that as the market evolves, as things change in the future, then that infill and redevelopment can happen. And so, as Stephen indicated, trying to set up that system for if the market changes in the future, then the project can be infilled and redeveloped towards that ultimate project of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Amazing. Any further questions from council? Go for it.
I have one question for the city attorney, but now I've lost it. So we'll just have to move on.
Perfect. Okay, seeing no further questions, we will move on to the public testimony portion. Before I call out the first name, I want to be clear about a few things. First and foremost, if you want to speak, please fill out a speaker request form. They're in the back, like I said at the beginning. Just hit the checkbox next to public hearing and give that form over to our city clerk, and you will get your chance to speak. Just state your name and address before speaking, and then you may start. If you're not present here tonight and you want your voice heard, you can also do that. We are taking live calls, and that phone number is posted on our website. So if anyone listening or watching wants to speak, please do so. And there's just 3 things I want to address before we get started here. First and foremost, please address the city council when you're speaking. You're not here to address the people behind you. You're here to address the city council on this decision, where it's, of course, it's quasi-judicial, and we want to make sure that this proceeding goes as planned, and we want to make sure that we're doing things as they should be done. So please address the city council. The second part I want to address is you will have 5 minutes to speak. Everybody will get the same amount of time. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to use the entire 5 minutes, but that's the amount of time you are allotted. To be respectful, because we have a lot of people who wish to speak tonight, I think the best way to make the process as fair and as equitable as possible is to give everyone exactly 5 minutes, and that means we'll be very, very strict with a 5-minute limit tonight. When those 5 minutes are up, I will let you know. Please be respectful of this council, and please be respectful of the other speakers, and when asked to stop and told that your time is up, please stop. And then finally, we need to maintain decorum and we need to maintain respect, so I'm going to kind of echo something that I said earlier on. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding. We must remain neutral and focused on the record. Reactions of any kind, they tend to disrupt meetings, and they could also intimidate speakers. So there will be no clapping, no cheering, no shouting, no booing. I understand that those who would want to do this do want to do it because they want their voice to be heard. You will have that opportunity. Again, everybody gets the same exact 5 minutes. So if you want your voice heard, just make sure you fill out a speaker request form, and you will get the same 5 minutes everybody else does. Again, that's just for respect of all speakers and of everyone in this proceeding. So no clapping, no cheering, no shouting, and certainly no booing. And with that said, I will call it the first name. We will hear first from Tyler Johnson.
And thank you for all of your fortitude. It's been a long night already.
Hello, my name is Tyler Johnson. I live at 10473 Arapahoe Road. I've looked over the illustrative plans for the development going along 287 on Arapahoe Road called The Range, and my initial reaction was disappointed and anger. I have lived on my property for 27 years as a third-generation farmer, raising cattle, growing barley for cores, and putting hay up for ourselves and our neighboring farmers. My grandparents moved here initially to be far enough away from the city and retain the peaceful landscape of the farming community here. Lately, the new developments of the Kohl's 24-hour fitness, Lowe's shopping center, residential area behind Lowe's, and that too, King Supers, Chick-fil-A, and the new plans for more residential has been causing additional problems for the current residents. We have seen an influx of traffic, increased noise and light pollution, and an increased wildlife taking residence on our properties due to these constructions. Every resident who lives along Arapahoe Road can agree that either leaving for work or coming home is now a terrifying experience. From personal experience, I have sat on the end of my driveway for up to 5 minutes waiting for a safe enough break in traffic to emerge on the road. Coming home from a long day of work is just as worse, as I'm worried about falling victim to a rear-end accident or being witness to drivers coming inches from a head-on collision because they are too impatient and cross the double yellow line to pass me. I'm sure residents who live along Arapahoe have similar stories, if not worse. As a farmer, I need to drive tractors on Arapahoe Road to reach my neighboring farms. Driving down the road, I'm always met with aggressive, inconsiderate drivers. They will risk colliding
with other vehicles in an effort to pass me to save an extra minute on their trip. This will only grow more problematic if 440-plus rental units, a big box store, and other multiple smaller businesses are built along essentially a one-lane highway. My family and I would have to be even more cautious of more drivers who frequently forget that other people live along this road. With all the new construction and influx of people showing up, our noise pollution is starting to become unbearable. The sounds along 287 and Arapahoe Road have become enhanced with further constructions of shoppings, residential centers. The removal of the trees and building big concrete structures has made a perfect reflective wall for the sound to amplify and bounce straight back towards me and my neighbors. I can only imagine how much worse Arapahoe will be once there are 3 to 4 story apartments right across the street reflecting noise of any vehicle straight back to me and my neighbors as well. With those apartments, no one can guarantee the residents are not going to blast music, yell, or throw parties. As if noise wasn't enough, the lights from these complexes are now at my front door. I can view the Lowe's, King Soopers, and Chick-fil-A logos shining bright all night long with a simple peek out the door. If the apartments are constructed, we will have a front row seat of a wall of lights right across the street at night. In addition, they have a front row seat to spy into our yards and homes. Wildlife homes have been destroyed with each development nearby, and the local farmers are now unexpectedly rehoming all these animals. As of late, we have seen increases in rabbits, foxes, coyotes, mice, owls, pigeons, bald eagles, raccoons, garden snakes, bull snakes, prairie dogs, and much more. Increase of the predatory species poses a massive risk to mine and local farmers' livestock. Over the past couple years, I've awoken to a killed ram, 2 goats, 2 bunnies, a sheep, multiple killed calves, and half a dozen slaughtered chickens. No one bats an eye at these changes while we have to grow ever more vigilant and cautious to care for our well-being of our livestock. These issues for me and our local farmers will become more persistent as smaller game such as rabbits, mice, snakes, etc. will be killed into the construction or move in next to us, thus attracting more predators to our farm. I know for a fact there are plenty of species seeking what remaining shelter is available with our rapidly expanding town, ripping up all the ground to construct tall concrete structures, vast asphalt parking lots, and small sections of monocultured grass will effectively remove what species are left there. So why should I have to work harder to protect my livestock from predators so 440-plus people can move in next door? And that's only accounting for the range and not including the residents of Silo. In conclusion, this project neglects the residents of Lafayette who have lived here for almost the majority of their lives. We are one of the few farming families trying to protect what we have left so we can produce food for the rest of the world. It seems that we are being squeezed out of existence so more apartments can erupt in the remains of our farms. Through increased traffic causing safety risks to the residents who live along the road, and the loud sounds and ever-brightening lights causing discomfort for us and our livestock. It's disappointing to see Lafayette and Boulder County disregard us in the pursuit of profit. In the Goodhue House located at Rock Creek Farm, there is a poster on the wall describing Boulder County's goals. They aim to keep a balance of farms and expansion of residential/commercial buildings to make sure Boulder County doesn't transform into another Denver. Lately, I feel let down and lied to as I watch farmers struggle and close their gates for good to sell their land so it could be torn down and rebuilt as a new shopping center or 3 to 4 story apartment complexes. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, and I apologize if I don't pronounce this correctly, Adam Marashki.
Good evening, Council. My name's Adam, excuse me, I have a cold. My name's Adam Marashki, and I live at 938 Hard Eye Trail, part of the Silo District, Phase 1. I'll be a nearby resident of the Range development. My wife and I moved to Colorado so that I could work at a green tech startup in Boulder. Many of my coworkers live in Lafayette, and that's how I learned about this town. Before buying our house, we lived in Indian Peaks, next to Wanaka Lake, which was significantly more walkable and had a wonderful park and playground where we loved to take our daughter. I grew up in Shaker Heights, Ohio, a suburb of Cleveland, a planned community that was built about a century ago. It's roughly the same population and similar cost of living compared to Lafayette, except lower home prices and higher taxes. Shaker was essentially done developing by the time I was born, but I did watch the only major development since then come into being, the Van Aken District, a mixed commercial residential community that was built on top of the remains of a strip mall. The concept is a lot like what is proposed in the comp plan's final phase. The best thing about the Van Aken District is that it includes both an indoor market hall with local food stands and standalone shops like local ice cream and boutiques on a walking-only avenue. Kids can run around freely without their parents worrying about cars hitting them. I can't think of a space like that in Lafayette except during the street fairs. I certainly don't envision that when I look at what's proposed in the Kensington plan with its huge parking lots. Across 287, folks zip through parking lots of Lowe's and King Soopers. I imagine it would be very similar. So why am I here? The Kensington proposal for the range is short-sighted and lacks creativity. It ignores the surroundings beyond copying boring development that is typical to our current age. The plan design is far from the result that was built at the Van Akens district that I mentioned earlier. It is also a mockery of what Lafayette's comp plan aspires to achieve. Few meaningful changes have been made to the design since the original proposal. The commercial area is a clone of everything else around it, with a high-rise apartment added in. I recommend that the City Council hold off annexing this land until a better plan is developed, one that includes smarter provisions for the hazards of the elements and traffic concerns nearby. So elements, earth. The proposed development is adjacent to farmland, just mentioned. The view of the mountains is what brings people to this space. The current plan for the range privatizes this resource when it should be publicized. A high-rise building will put more walls for the general population. Tall buildings will be out of place and ugly and will not contribute to a sense of place on the ground. Tall buildings are contrary to the name and concept of the range. Perhaps Kensington referred to the range of parking spaces that they will provide. The vast majority of the land in this development will be covered by paving and other impermeable surfaces, making the nearby drainage ditch a receptacle for toxic elements and compounds. Water. The water pressure in our house is low. The infrastructure in this area is already stressed. Kensington sells their plan as sustainable infrastructure when it is anything but that. High water demanding plants are in the design instead of current plants that are watered only by wind. One thing I wasn't prepared for when I moved into my house is just how much wind this land gets. The strong winds put this area at risk for the next element, fire. The greatest threat for natural disaster in this area, whatever is put here, must consider this risk. The Marshall Fire is, of course, the worst instance of this in recent years, but less than a month ago was another fire off 287. I asked that Lafayette hold off on annexing this land until after CDOT finishes traffic control measures for Arapahoe to alleviate some of the concerns that were just mentioned. I ask that Arapahoe and 287 be better adapted to traffic beyond single passenger vehicles. I'm talking about bikes, walking, and public transport. This area is one of the least bike-friendly bicycle and pedestrian-friendly spots in town. Have you ever tried to bike down Arapahoe? It's awful. I ask for a meaningful open space with unobstructed view of the mountains, a park or even privately owned area where kids can run around with their families enjoying outdoor seating, not just an unpaved buffer for the side of the road. A drainage ditch is not open space. I ask for no variance on the building height restriction. I ask for landscaping that is actually sustainable, not high water use plants. I ask for not another big box store.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, your 5 minutes are up. Thank you.
We do not need another Walmart.
Thank you. Up next, Eric Thompson.
Eric Thompson at 910 Troy Street. Actually wanted to mention about the wall on Walmart. I've been here at my current house for 22 years, I believe, and then in Lafayette another few years further than that, so 25 years. I always thought the wall was there to kind of block Walmart so nobody saw it, which is like an embarrassment. So we put the wall there so as you drive by, you really don't know what's there. So that might be an idea, actually, is to put another wall, and you won't quite tell, but you can't see that if there's 4-story buildings. It's not going to block that. One of my concerns that I want to bring up is with the annexation, which I know was mentioned at the city planners or whoever that was the last meeting, and then you also brought that up too, that if we don't go on with this one, and my understanding is if the if we decide not to go with pronouncing your name, the K people, that they could then pull the annexation request, and then no longer would we be able to annex it as a Lafayette, and that worries me a lot for the whole thing of Erie taking it over. So I just want to put forward, I hope people are thinking about that of, is there a way beyond that of, okay, if we can say no to this, can we still annex and stop Erie from getting it? That worries me a lot. As far as a point on the PUD, I noticed a little thing that said there was like the top two things. One of them was like criteria or standard. The first one was the city finds the project is unique and or necessary for the economic development of the city. I would like to say I think it is unique. If we were in Erie, it wouldn't be at all. But we are Lafayette, we are not Erie. So it is unique here, but not in a good way whatsoever. So I don't think that criterion is good nor met. I don't think it is an improvement. And I don't think it's going to be beneficial. And the other one is it's best interest of the city. I also don't think that. So I did bring those 2 points up. And it was mentioned about an underpass going under 287. Well, as already been mentioned, we already have flooding happening in the area. How's that going to work with an underpass? From my understanding of how water works, if you have an underpass and flooding, that's where it's going to be. So that worries me. And one that I've just known, I've been at a lot of these meetings already, and the traffic study, I know that is yet to come. That worries me a lot, though, and I'm sure we'll learn more as CDOT does their thing, but it's horrendous in that area. That is, in Beacon Hill is where I am at, so as I come out, Lucerne is usually how I come out to 287, and then have to get onto Arapahoe to go to Boulder. It's not good. Don't want to see it worse. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Up next, we'll hear from, and again, sorry for the pronunciation, Sarah Wolfson.
Hi, Council. My name is Sarah. I have been a resident here since about 2014. I'm raising my kids here. I love it. You know, I'm very excited about the plans for sustainable growth, and I like what's in the comprehensive plan. But what inspired me to come here tonight was not as a resident, but more as a professional. I'm a professional designer. I have a master's degree. I've been practicing for about 15 years. And today my work consists mostly of managing teams, upskilling designers, and hiring. What prompted me to come was the tension I saw regarding the range and the feedback that council and the planning commission had left. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about design process and some of my observations as a professional. So first, I want to celebrate the city staff for their series of recommendations, which I think we can all see has improved the design proposals. However, as staff has pointed out, we're still not seeing a proposal that aligns well with the comp plan or even with some of the staff's recommendations. So let me just talk about design generally. Design is thought of as where you make cheap mistakes. My specialty is software design, and what cheap means in this scenario is that no one has started to engineer anything. Engineers are considered expensive, and once you build something, you've invested a lot of time and money into it. However, with software, if it doesn't work out so well, you just kind of abandon it and it doesn't cause any problems. It's pretty different when you are building physical things. And so it's a lot riskier to make mistakes after the design phase. And I, as a resident here, am a little wary of what are we going to inherit if we don't make risks in the design phase and then resolve them to a point that we're really happy with them. Now, the quality of design work is like in any other profession. It's a bell curve. Some people are really exceptional, many are pretty good or all right, and then there's some that, maybe it's not really meant to be their life's work. So to understand a designer or a design firm, generally what you do is you look at their portfolio. All designers are expected to maintain a portfolio, and it's kind of like your greatest hits. It's how you advertise yourself to the community. So out of curiosity, I wanted to look at what Kensington has on their website as their greatest hits. If we look at what's been completed, things from the last 5 years, we have Sawmill Station in the Chicago Metro. It is a sea of parking spaces with an LA Fitness. In 2020, they celebrate an Amazon Fresh big box store in the Chicago Metro area, also with a sea of parking. 2020, Lexington Station in the St. Paul Metro area, giant box with a sea of parking. And then, the list goes on. They do have something in there that does have some mixed use, but it's really not something that we would build in Lafayette. So their bread and butter is really boxes with seas of parking. Now, in development, you can see that they've changed their tune a little bit outside of the Chicago metro area. They're trying some mixed use. There's something also that's mixed use entertainment with a convention center, a hotel, and featuring a 900 car parking garage. So I will spare us going on about this, but I want to just say that in design, like in any practice, it's a specialty. It's like medicine. If you're getting a knee replaced, you go to the person who has an incredible track record for knee replacement. You don't just open up a directory and pick a random orthopedist. So my opinion as a professional and as a resident is that Kensington has a specialty. It's just boxes with a sea of parking. And they dabble in mixed use, but they're really not there yet. Just in the essence of time, I'd like to say it is possible to give feedback and make designs better, but I think it's understandable that everybody has something they're good at, and you can only make things change so much. And so I ask you to consider that during the iterations that you're going through with the folks applying for the space, and to just have reasonable recommendations. Know what you're going to get here, and if that's not acceptable to you, make the right choice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we'll hear from Annie Hoke.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Annie Hoke, and I live at 1453 Timber Trail, which is in the Silo neighborhood. I want to start by saying that while the narrative for this project sounds appealing, it is not reflected at all in the sketch plan that was presented tonight. This site is a major entry point into Lafayette. It should communicate who we are as a community. Instead, what's being proposed looks like a copy and paste version of what exists across the street in Erie. This proposal does not align with the Lafayette Comprehensive Plan, nor does it reflect the character, scale, or values of our town. We are told this is a walkable, community-centered development, but when you look at the plan, what you actually see is a sprawl of asphalt parking lots, generic big box stores, fast food restaurants, and massive high-rise multifamily buildings. There is no central green space, no real community gathering area, no heart. This so-called green space is a detention pond along the highway and a sidewalk next to 287 labeled as public land. That is not walkability, and that is not community-centered. Density is one of my biggest concerns. This development proposes over 400 residential units and combined with more than 200 units in the nearby Silo project. Traffic in this area is already a problem. Left-hand turns from Lucerne onto 287 can already take multiple light cycles, even today. Yet traffic studies are not accounting for the cumulative density of this entire area, let alone the reality of just the range development. This is a serious oversight. Increased congestion here also raises real fire and evacuation safety concerns, which should not be taken lightly. The height and massing of these buildings is also completely inappropriate. This is one of the highest points in Lafayette, and the proposed buildings will block mountain views that are a defining feature of our community. We are being asked to approve significant height variances that appear driven by developer profit, not public benefit, while simultaneously reducing the city's opportunity for commercial tax revenue by prioritizing residential density. Housing diversity and affordability are also not being meaningfully addressed. Affordable housing should not automatically mean large, high-density apartment buildings. Lafayette needs a mix: single-family homes, townhomes, and smaller-scale multifamily. If apartment buildings are included, they should be limited in height and incorporate ground floor commercial or community uses. As proposed, this project lacks true housing diversity and does not deliver genuinely affordable options. In addition, because of the housing density that is proposed, they are showing multiple parking garages, some of the ugliest building structures, and if they simply reduce the density in this area, these structures would not be needed. I also want to call out a particularly concerning issue: the corner parcel included in this proposal with an unknown future use that is already requesting a 60-foot height variance. Approving something of this scale without knowing what is going there or how it will relate to the rest of the development is irresponsible. The city and the public deserve transparency and a cohesive vision, not open-ended approvals that could make an already problematic project worse. Lafayette does not need more generic big box stores or fast food restaurants at this gateway. We should be aiming for something thoughtful, local, and intentional, not suburban sprawl. And while we continue to push development outward, there are still empty lots and underutilized buildings near downtown Lafayette. We should be focusing on revitalizing our town center, supporting small businesses, and completing the fabric of our community before expanding further out. If this land is going to be developed, then let's develop it responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we'll hear from Marshall Hoke.
Hello, Council. My name is Marshall Hoke. I live at 1453 Timber Trail with Annie. Hard to follow that, but I'll do my best. So I just wanted to share some perspective mostly. I've submitted comments on this proposal through the website. And so mostly, instead of reiterating those for the sake of time, I just wanted to, again, share some perspective about my experience throughout this process. I've attended a couple sketch plan meetings, heard Edgar talk about this a number of times. He seems like a great guy. I certainly don't envy his job here. And one of the things that I think has been most remarkable to me is a lot of the same criticisms and comments have been raised at the 2 sketch plan meetings that I've attended so far. Also reiterated in a lot of the public comments that have been made here tonight and at the planning committee or planning commission meeting. And I just think there's a consistency here in terms of the kind of public opposition to this and the character of those comments. And unfortunately, the plan has not changed substantially at all as far as I can tell. A couple things that I wanted to mention in particular, the public land dedication. Some of the adjectives that I heard to describe it are an insult, an afterthought, and I think those are fair characterizations of a small, narrow walking path that's along one of the busiest roads in our entire city, and also allocating most of the green space to a retention pond. I think that's been commented a lot. So one of the other things that I wanted to draw attention to is the request for height variations. I think the way that that's been characterized by the developers intentionally misleading. They've put forth this idea that the height variations are required in order for them to achieve their goals. I think that is just inaccurate, and I think it's pretty obvious to anyone who thinks critically about this that they could simply change their plans and not request or need height variances. And the only goal that runs contrary to is their goal for maximizing profit on this particular parcel. So with that, I will cede the rest of my time for the rest of the folks who want to make comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Melanie Sloan.
Hello, Council. My name is Melanie Sloan. I am a resident of Lafayette, living at 2006 South 4th Drive within the Indian Peaks Master HOA. I also want to disclose that I work as a transportation planner in the city of Boulder. Tonight, I'm sharing my comments as a resident of the city of Lafayette. I want to be clear about that. First, I want to thank city staff for a detailed memo for the range sketch plan. It's clear staff have applied due diligence and technical expertise to the plan review. The memo and staff comments reflect a commitment to advancing the city's vision and responsiveness to community concerns. And I want to thank the planning board and this council for being careful in your review of this proposal. As others have said, annexing into the city comes with great potential if done well. And to that end, I have the following to say. The city has planned for its future. It has reckoned with the needs of all ages and income levels, the types of housing available today, and the transportation options serving the community, and envisioned a future that is creative, eclectic, inclusive, and diverse, that celebrates our shared heritage. City staff and this council then made plans to make that future a reality. The comprehensive plan, the multimodal transportation plan, and the economic development and housing strategic plan are 3 examples of that work. The range sketch plan speaks to those to some extent, but staff's comments would ensure the sketch plan fully reflects the city's vision and plans. I specifically agree with staff's comments to break up the large street blocks in the sketch plan, to integrate commercial uses into the building forms, to ask the plan to include large commercial in the adaptable commercial ultimate project form, to incorporate shared parking to reduce the amount of that asphalt in the needed space, and to build a connected grid to support more walking, biking, and community connections, and to make streets and paths comfortable and human scale with amenities like trees and seating. I disagree with staff on some comments, though. I believe internal streets can have narrower vehicle lanes, for example, than proposed at 11 feet, and the space gained can be repurposed to greater separation between on-street bike lanes and attached sidewalks in the adjacent vehicle and parking lanes. This will ensure the neighborhood is truly comfortable and encourage low-stress connections for people walking and biking. I disagree with staff and the Open Space Advisory Board recommendation to accept cash in lieu for public land dedication. My neighborhood's small pocket park is invaluable for the connections to my neighbors it provides. I can't imagine not having it, and don't think these residents should be denied that same. Which means I don't support the proposed retention pond and buffer strips along the busy street as a public dedication. Rather, I ask for a park to be integrated into the development. I agree with staff's questioning the need for taller buildings to provide the 12% affordable housing. No direct link between these is provided and should be. And I support staff's recommendation that the 12% affordable be a percentage of all housing types in the development and not just multifamily housing units. But I want to be clear, and I might be the only one in this room, I support taller buildings in the city and especially at this location, adjacent to the intersection of two busy arterial streets, 287 and Arapahoe Avenue. And I want these taller buildings because both of these roads are multimodal corridors. They're envisioned to be, with frequent bus service, as we've heard. And in fact, Boulder County will begin bus rapid transit service on Arapahoe Avenue within the next year, with buses running every 30 minutes, Monday through Friday. That is the completion, that is a work towards these multimodal corridors. High-density housing and commercial have always been along transportation corridors throughout time and place, and I believe it belongs in this transit area today because providing homes near frequent transit provides access to opportunities, whether it's jobs, schools, or healthcare, all of which Arapahoe Avenue connects to. We know from the comprehensive plan that around 90% of people live in Lafayette, they commute out of the city for work, and about 88% of people that work within the city commute in. Higher density housing on a transit corridor provides people safe, reliable transportation choices that connect people to their daily needs, including people who commute in and out of Lafayette today. Knowing that the average resident of Lafayette spends $13,500 per year on transportation, according to the comprehensive plan, I encourage council and staff to recognize the affordability benefits this development can provide beyond the deed-restricted affordable units themselves. We know we need a diversity of housing types. We know we want an inclusive city where people of all ages and incomes can call home. And as Councilmember Below noted in his question, the IJ will expire and we may lose our opportunity to shape this. And so I encourage you to advance the range sketch plan with staff's comments and my suggested changes for taller buildings, adaptable commercial in the ultimate project form, incorporate public land as a park, and streets designed for people that will live there. And if I have time, I would just ask, offer up a question, because I've heard it mentioned a few times.
That's the end of your 5 minutes. So sorry. Thank you so much. Up next, we'll hear from Richard Binzel.
You can tell I'm related to Bo Nix. Sorry about that. Richard Binzel, Stonehenge neighborhood. Council, no, this is not the best we can do. We really need new ideas, new suitors for this parcel. The sketch plan, as you've heard from so many of your constituents, is an insult to the character of Lafayette, and we should just say no. Now, I know you're not doing any vote at this time, but you are making comments. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. So it's really important that your comments and your voice and your questions show that you've heard your constituents, the people who elected you. There has been withering criticism at community meetings about this project for about 1 or 2 years. And I want to give credit to Edgar Crockett, who's withered that with grace and fortitude. He's been great. But despite all that community input, there's really been no change from 600 units to 400 units. Overdevelopment is overdevelopment. Urban blight is urban blight. So they say they've heard us and they've made changes, but no. So the Kensington plan is out of scope and out of scale for Lafayette. This is, as you've heard, this is just more of the same. Big box, tall buildings, concrete. concrete parking lots. And it contrasts the Kensington narrative that talks about bucolic integrated community space and green space. The Kensington plan is the emperor's clothes. It's a naked plan to stack as much density with as much profit on that parcel as they possibly can, with no consideration to the character of Lafayette. You've heard what they do. They build big block boxes and lots of concrete. That's what they do. So, but really, it's something I'll say that's new, and I'm happy to offer this to the council. Is first is to remind you of the icon that's behind you. It's the mountains. It's the iconic view that we have here in Lafayette. And if you'd like, I can offer this as part of the public record, is a photograph looking across the parcel. And as you look across the parcel at the back range and the peaks, they exactly mimic the icon of Lafayette. And if we annex this parcel, it becomes the northeast gateway to Lafayette. Don't we want people coming into Lafayette to see the iconic Lafayette? Now, they've had the audacity to come and say, we want 60-foot buildings. Well, 60-foot buildings will desecrate the icon of Lafayette. And their excuse is, well, we need it for affordable housing. So what that means to the people in those affordable houses is, yes, you can live in Lafayette, but we're going to deny you the very essence of Lafayette by blocking the iconic views that this site has. So I guess what I can do is really get to the bottom line. Again, this is not the best we can do. And just suggest that the kindest and most direct response that you can make is, before this developer invests any more money, ask this developer to totally revamp this plan and put on notice this developer and any developer that wants to come that we really want to do something new, something unique, something special with this space that is the very icon of Lafayette itself. So with that, I'll stop, and if you would like this, I will hand it to the clerk or hand it to any councilman.
You can hand it to our city clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we'll hear from Karen Norbeck.
Karen Norbeck, 800 East Geneseo. Good evening again. Another trip down memory lane. When I moved here in the 1980s, grocery shopping was limited. Eventually, Albertsons built a store right across the street from here. Walmart came to town, building next to it and later expanding. Then Walmart decided a more visible location was needed and planned to move out of town. Former city administrator Gary Klepacki was hired around this time, and he convinced Walmart to move to its current location. Albertsons began making noise about moving, and Gary stepped in again, facilitated a new store closer to 287, creating the Wanaka Marketplace, a new shopping center. To make this happen, the city bought the old Albertsons building. Then Albertsons left the entire state, leaving behind 2 empty boxes. The new Albertsons finally became Sunflower and then Sprouts, splitting the building with Goodwill. The city tried to fill the Walmart and original Albertsons buildings, but Walmart would not allow any type of competitive retail into its vacant building, so it just sat and sat. Meanwhile, across South Boulder Road sat another empty box that had been home to a country general store, which had gone out of business. In 2002, Flatirons Church signed a 5-year lease for the building, a prime retail location, against the wishes of the city administration. The Walmart and Albertsons Plaza continued to sit deserted. Finally, in a controversial move in 2010, Gary brokered another deal, this time for the growing church, and it took over both buildings, leaving behind another empty storefront, which is now Jack's. In 2018, Gary made a deal to get a Kohl's store on 287, adjacent to other Boxy stores, the new Tractor Supply and 24 Hours Fitness just a stone's throw from Walmart, leaving an empty Kohl's in Louisville. Why am I telling you all this? Because that same year, the city set out to update our comprehensive plan, and all this was very much in the forefront of our residents' negative memories. I served on the Citizens Advisory Committee for the 2003 comp plan update, and also on for the recent update completed in 2020 2021. I attended every meeting, not only of the CAC, but all the meetings for the public to give input. Right out of the gate, residents were talking about the issue with abandoned big boxes, asking what could be done. This led directly to the creation of the adaptable commercial typology, which is described as providing guidance and recommendations for how larger format commercial spaces could be developed or evolve into other land uses over time. It provides prototypes for how these areas could be redesigned as walkable, high-quality districts around Lafayette that align with the overall urban design principles of the comprehensive plan. I've also attended every Kensington-related meeting, beginning with the original plan, before Edgar appeared on the scene with this second version. The first version was bad. This one is worse. I've seen Edgar so many times now that we are BFFs. He's very earnest in these meetings as he shows us the adaptable commercial graphics and points to the one they are trying to replicate. But that's not how this works. The graphics show how redevelopment could be achieved. It's not a pick which version you want to build from scratch option. The idea is to start with the final graphics so we aren't left with the same situation our residents remember from the past. Check out page 154 in the comp plan. It shows the layout of a typical shopping center before evolution into an adaptable commercial area. It's just like the plan before you tonight, a big box and parking behind a row of commercial pads along an arterial. I agree with LoSAP, there is nothing appropriate for a public land dedication. The proposed PLD is laughable. The continued use of the term open space in the narrative should be ignored. Open space is a specific term in Lafayette. It does not mean little pockets of green within a development. Regarding the request for a 50% reduction of the PLD for their private amenity, I did some research when Medtronic tried this and was turned down, and discovered that this code language was written before we had the Bob Berger Rec Center, when perhaps it made a bit more sense. But an upcoming increase in our property taxes will revamp the rec center, and cash in lieu is much more valuable to the entire community. This plan is 9 Mile Corner 2.0. There is no vision here, nothing unique or creative, just overwhelming height, density, and that strange unknown in the southwest corner. This is an unacceptable plan. I used to say we have something special here, let's not mess it up, so often to previous councils that Mayor Lynch began saying it. However, she substituted the word mess with a more colorful F word. Please keep that in mind tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Preston Patton.
Hi, my name is Preston Patton. I live at 2389 Indian Peaks Trail. My wife and I are refugees from the Sovereign Republic of Boulder. And we moved here because of the open space in Lafayette. And I want to congratulate the council for, over the years, preserving the character of this community. As we drove here, we were coming down Emma Street, and I thought, this is Lafayette. Spread out housing, community gardens, that's the Lafayette we moved here for. This proposal is jarringly at variance with the character of Lafayette that attracted most of the residents. Rather than the range, perhaps it should be called You'll Never See the Range. And the principal reason that we're opposed to this has to do with traffic. Now, twice a month, I come out of my community and turn east on Arapahoe Road, beginning right near 95th, and I go up past 287, so I get a perfect view of the westbound lane of Arapahoe Road in the morning. And I can tell you, it is a parking lot. It is bumper to bumper, and most of the time the cars are not moving. It is absolutely a parking lot. And the developer says they're going to do a traffic study. That is a complete joke. I was a lobbyist in Washington, D.C. for decades. I had many times I had to hire either an economist or an engineer to write a study that would support the position I was advocating. And in 20 years of doing that, I never ran into a professional who would not write a report that supported the outcome that I wanted. So this council should not rely on any traffic study produced by Kensington, and the city should pay its own money to a professional outside traffic consultant to do a study, and I'm sure they will tell you the poor people who would live in this community will never even have a chance to get out onto westbound Arapahoe, even if there's a light at Aspen Ridge, because there'll be no place to put their car, because it's bumper to bumper, and in the evening, it's the same the other way. Water is another big issue. You've seen in the news from the New York Times to the Wall Street, or to the Daily Camera, massive concern about water shortage in the West. The developer will tell you they're going to bring their own water, but let me tell you what they're not going to bring. They're not going to bring their own storage for that water. They're not going to bring their own transport for that water, and they're not going to bring their own treatment for that water. And my friend Jeff Arthur will tell you those infrastructure needs are the costs that are driving him crazy at the moment and driving up our water rates. So if you approve this project, what you're going to do for me is make Arapahoe even more impassable and drive up my water rates. Now, I'm not alone in my concerns about this. When the project first began, my wife and I started a petition on change.org. And I've given each of you a little packet, and on the top is the cover page from that change.org petition that shows an unbelievable 2,491 people have signed this petition begging you to just turn down this project. And I can tell you that since this was printed, another 140 Lafayette residents have signed on to that petition. And you don't need to take my word for the fact that all those people have signed.
Thank you so much,
I've
Mr.
given
Patton.
each of
Unfortunately,
you-
5 minutes are up.
I've given each of you a list of all the people who signed, and I thank you very much. And don't be dissuaded by the bugaboo that the intergovernment agreement's going to expire in '29. It can be extended, and I think that should be the focus of the city's attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, we want to be respectful. There are still more speakers, so at the 5-minute mark, please just be respectful of everyone after you. Next, we will hear from Linda Starkey. No, Linda Starkey. Okay, next we'll hear from Betsy Ellis. No Betsy Ellis. Okay. Vicki Euland.
Hi, I'm Vicki Euland, 303 West Simpson Street. On page 155 of the comprehensive plan and in your agenda packet in tonight's staff presentation, there are 3 drawings of an adaptable commercial evolution project. These drawings are labeled Evolution 1 Project, Evolution 2 Project, and Ultimate Project. During one of the neighborhood meetings for this development, Edgar Crockett put up a slide of the 3 drawings and said that Kensington's development plans for this project are meant to fit in between drawing 1 and 2. This flabbergasted me for a couple reasons. First of all, there's a reason the comp plan refers to the first 2 drawings as Evolution 1 and 2 projects. The goal advanced during the comp plan discussions was that all new adaptable commercial conform to the Phase 3 Ultimate Project drawing. Nowhere in the comp plan does it say an applicant gets to, in essence, choose their own adventure, as Kensington is doing by saying their plan fits in between Evolution 1 and 2. nor does it support the staff recommendation that the applicant, quote, strive for a site plan closer to adaptable commercial evolution 2. The other thing that flabbergasted me is that Kensington would actually admit to designing a project that fell between drawings 1 and 2. I imagine looking at these drawings as letter grades, where project 1 would be a C, project 2 would be a B, and the ultimate project, drawing 3, would be an A. Kensington is basically saying their plan is a C+. Staff is saying the plan should be a B. What I don't understand is why don't we deserve an A-level project for this site? It's one of the last few remaining large sites in the Lafayette growth boundary without an approved development plan, and it's at a location that can be seen as a gateway to the city. It's a prime piece of real estate in a prime city in a prime state. So why does Kensington think we're only worth a C+ level plan, especially when they're asking for major concessions from the city in terms of our land use code? Kensington is asking for variances that allow up to 40% more building height in order to build affordable housing and provide amenities. But their proposed public land dedication consists of a trail next to highways where cars are zooming by at 55 miles per hour, along with a park at a major highway intersection that is mostly a detention pond. Kensington is also only providing a total of 9% affordable housing out of the 448 units it plans, which is substantially less than the city and county's goal of 12%. And that rental housing would be offered at 80% AMI, which according to an analysis I did that's in your agenda packet, means that this so-called affordable housing would actually rent for hundreds of dollars more per month than the 9 Mile market rate apartments just across the street. I attended the Planning Commission meeting where Kensington presented this C+ plan. I've watched a lot of PC meetings over the years, and it's been a long time since I've seen every member of the commission speak against a developer's plan. I heard words like insulting used to describe the plan. One commissioner pointed out that she had actually seen plans that looked like the Drawing 3 A-level project in the comp plan, so it's definitely attainable. Commissioners cited the Kensington plan's lack of neighborhood feel and connectivity. They made suggestions like moving the green spaces to the center of the development and clustering the housing around it. They discussed ways to preserve view corridors. They encouraged more diversity of housing, like cottage courts. They talked about ways to reduce parking lots, including elevating the commercial buildings so there could be parking beneath them. And they expressed concern about wildfire evacuation routes. None of these ideas have been incorporated into the plan you see tonight. It also ignores feedback from the public at neighborhood meetings for a more imaginative plan that takes into account key factors like traffic and wildlife preservation. I don't know why Kensington thinks Lafayette would want a C+ plan for this property, especially when our comp plan illustrates what we do want. Tonight you have an opportunity to tell them we are an A-level city and we deserve an A-level plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ron Spalding.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Ron Spalding, 1326 El Dorado Way, Lafayette, Colorado. The Kensington development. I agree 100% with staff's excellent comments on the development. Also agree with 99.9% of the public's comments expressed tonight on the development. This annexation will set a precedent on what the city desires to be the future of Lafayette's character. With that said, I wish to speak to an overriding issue that impacts any proposed annexations and developments, not just in Lafayette, but in the entire state, our electrical and water infrastructure. Does the city include our electrical provider, Xcel, and our water provider, Northern Water, on the external agencies for review and comment on annexation and development proposals? Lafayette has a 2016 Energy Action Plan with Xcel. Has it been updated? The population and residential and commercial premises in that 2016 plan were as of 2014. Okay, we're talking housing, commercial developments. It is now 2026, 12 years of substantial growth, which needs to be accounted for. Projections for future electricity need to be based on the most current data. The current electrical grid supply may not be adequate to handle the projected growth. Not sure. And what about the projected growth? Examples that are on the horizon. The pros and annexations. We're looking at Kensington tonight, 448 units. Silo Phase 2 has been approved for 478 units. Then we have the Gateway sitting on our back door on the east side, approximately 478 units, which is my estimate based on its acreage of 77.5 compared against the 80 acres with Silo Phase 2. I think it's reasonable. Boulder Creek neighborhoods, we don't know yet, but down there by 95th Street may have 186 units coming up, in the future. We're talking a total of 1,590 potential units and 213 acres in use that'll be coming up before Planning Commission and this council soon. We also have a new building code adopted in 2023, which says new residential commercial is to be fully electric, no gas, no redundancy. These units have to be solar ready, EV ready, and fire suppression systems which use water. And in there, maybe some taps won't do it. You heard somebody speak in Shiloh, they got low water pressure currently. People are buying more EVs. So what am I saying? There's more demand for electric power and water. The water situation, alluded to earlier by Mr. Preston. The state of Colorado is in the worst drought we have ever experienced. We have the worst snowpack on record. The Colorado River Water Compact has expired in 2025. 7 states are impacted. Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, Wyoming, Arizona, California, Nevada. 40 million people are affected. The federal government, Bureau of Reclamation, may have to step in to decide what actions will be mandated in the Colorado River Water Compact if they can't reach agreement. Governor Polis and the other state governors just met in D.C. a couple days ago, January 30th and 31st, to try and reach an agreement before the February 14, 2026 federal deadline. He said it was productive. What does productive mean? The answer is simple. We have too much growth. But no one has the fortitude to limit growth except Lafayette, when we used to be able to, until the legislature enacted unwise housing policies which produce more growth. I have a proposal. Pass a 1-year moratorium on all new annexations and development proposals until the Colorado River Water Compact Agreement is resolved. So we're never going to have water. That's number one. Number two, until we update our 2016 Energy Action Plan to see if we're going to be able to have electrical power. Number three, until we complete and submit as required by state legislation our strategic growth and water elements, which I alluded to at public input, and which your lawsuit is for, and which the poor people here in the city are trying to meet, which is due the end of this year. And fourth, which I alluded to earlier, until the lawsuit against the state regarding a home rule authority is resolved. I want you to note, we have passed moratoriums in the past. I'll name a few. In 2013, we had a residential building permit cap. In 2017, 2018, we had an oil and gas exploration ban. And in 2025, alluded to earlier, we had a moratorium in coffin burials. So, man, we are in trouble. All what I ask is maybe, could we ask our city attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. Unfortunately, that's your 5
If
minutes.
it's feasible. Thank you very much.
Up next, we'll hear from Lily Gear. Okay. Michael Watson.
Hello, Mike Watson, 708 South Carroll Avenue. Every time the Edgar gets into the his plan presentation and we get to the planning frameworks, I get excited because there's a lot of really cool words on that page. Words like connected community, strong economy, diversity of housing, community character, arts and culture, neighborhood design, environmental stewardship, and I'm like, yes, finally, they're going to present us a plan that is awesome, that actually lives up to what Lafayette ought to be. And then he proceeds to disappoint me every time, which is not his fault. He is not responsible for manufacturing the plan. He's delivering, and he delivers it exceptionally well. However, I'm up here because words have meaning. Like when you say environmental stewardship, there is an actual definition of that phrase. And it's not putting a bunch of concrete boxes next to other concrete boxes with concrete like parking lots in between. That's not what like paving over a large area of wetlands. Now, I think somebody alluded earlier to like the idea of building up. I'm actually also in support of the idea of building up, as long as we can protect some green space around the very large upward buildings. We need to allow our human population to grow, but we also need to allow our wildlife population to continue to exist. Otherwise, we're going to live in just a concrete desert. And I don't want to do that. I think that most people in Lafayette actually appreciate kind of the balance between the natural habitat and human habitation that we have here. I also wanted to comment on the little buzzword about strong economy. I am no expert on the pay scale of big box retail stores. However, I am very skeptical that any of those stores, any of those retail outlets that would go in there, would pay enough for any of the workers to be able to actually live or reside in the apartments or condos that are being proposed. So the 12% affordable housing, which as Vicky pointed out, is not even remotely affordable housing by anybody's rational definition, that's not good enough. I mean, if you're going to bring us more workers, if you're going to say that this is for a strong economy of developing Lafayette, allow those people who are building our strong economy to actually live in our city. That's what it means when you say something like community culture and building up and like housing diversity. It's not just people who are wealthy enough. It's not just making Lafayette a very pleasant island for people with high paying jobs to reside in. It's allowing the people who actually work in Lafayette to live in Lafayette. And if you do that, surprise, surprise, you also solve a lot of our traffic issues as well. Community culture, big box stores next to big box stores. I heard several of the counselors ask something along the lines of, why did you choose X when talking to Edgar? I can tell you the very easy answer. It's one word, it's profit. They're not in here, they're like Kensington Properties is not coming into Lafayette in order to make our town a better place. They don't care, they don't live here. They're here to make our town as much profit for their masters as they possibly can. However, we expect this from a corporate entity like Kensington. We don't expect that from our city staff and our city council. These words that Edgar referred to as the planning frameworks, these are actual values that the citizens of Lafayette have taken time out of their day to communicate to the staff and the counselors up here today. And they did, it was a very long meeting. It took you had a bunch of people who wanted to speak, who had to leave because they had other obligations. Final, I apologize, Mr. Mayor, I don't think that you speaking to the people who came here the way you have today is appropriate. I apologize for saying that. But these people sat here and listened to an incredibly boring lecture for 3 hours. Well, they had to take out childcare and they had to take out whatever requirement they had to do. Please be respectful of that. We don't need a lecture on the rules before we all speak. We're here to communicate our idea to you. And last time I checked, the citizens were in charge of a democracy. The woman who you cut off, the question that she wanted to ask was if the IGA can be amended or renegotiated, or for that matter, extended. I think that's a simple question. I think that's worthy of inclusion into the record. Please just be respectful for the people who come up here and take time out of their day. I personally don't mind waiting a few minutes to allow somebody else to finish their thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we will hear from Casara Andre.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Casara Andre, and I have two mostly thought questions that I want to bring forward, and they are around environmental stewardship and public health. I'm a practicing veterinarian here in Lafayette, and I'm also a resident in the Stonehenge community. I have heard from the public comment some questions and concerns about wildlife, and I echo those. But I didn't really hear anything in the planning, things for wildlife corridors, underpasses, overpasses. How, as Colorado residents, do we respect our wildlife neighbors? So that's big for me as a veterinarian, but veterinarians are also responsible for public health. And if we take land away from where wildlife already exists, they don't just disappear. They end up somewhere else. And increasing wildlife conflicts is harmful to the animals. but also really potentially harmful to our human residents as well. Public health is a big issue of concern, whether that be wildlife conflicts from roadside injuries to public health from raccoons, rats, things that just come into places that we are. I also want to make a comment on evacuation planning. As a veterinarian, I serve on our state's animal disaster response team. And as someone also already mentioned, Marshall Fire is big in our memory. 1,000 animals died in the span of 3 hours because there wasn't access to get them out. And even though I don't know a lot about public planning, when I hear the thought of all these houses, hopefully with animals, companions to their humans, that makes me concerned for how those humans, but also animals, can be evacuated. Can they either get out? Can someone get in? How does public transportation handle an evacuation scenario? That area is very fire prone, as we've already seen, and it's going to be a hot year. It's already a dry year. So that just stands big in my mind as concern. And then lastly, light pollution and light trespass. As a resident in the Stonehenge community, that's a big concern of mine personally, but also as a veterinarian, darkness is a habitat. It's important for all the creatures around us to be able to enjoy natural night. And actually, it's really unusual for humans to be able to enjoy a natural night, but it's also part of our health needs. And so as we think about development, can we also incorporate things like light pollution restrictions, concern about light trespass, and make sure that, well, in Lafayette, I can still see the stars. And that's something that brings me joy every night. And I think that's something we should think about closely. So I'm happy to give back the rest of my time to somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Rob Glenn.
Good evening. Rob Glenn, 401 West Cannon Street, Lafayette, Colorado. I've had the opportunity to, well, as a resident, this is my first time getting to see a large development go through this process. Got to hear all about the updates to the sketch plan and how it gets in front of now council. And I can say in a unique way, I've enjoyed this process and getting to hear all the feedback from Planning Commission, and then now look forward to hearing y'all's comments tonight. Your questions already kind of lead to where your thoughts are at, and look forward to hearing that directed and that feedback. Overall, the majority of what the public is bringing to light, and appreciate the time they've put in, both Planning Commission and tonight, really agree with the majority of what they thoughts. I do not, when we talk about now that Planning Commission and then your feedback go tonight, and then I like a lot of what the city staff has already projected as comments towards the developer. Do not envy the developer and what they're going to be hopefully correcting and adjusting to do this. Easily you can look at the developments around it and say, why would we not similarly do that when you have 9 Mile across the way from that? But you do have an opportunity to do something new and different, and this is a place for that mixed-use development that can look right. I know it doesn't incorporate the big box aspect, and a lot of that deals with funding and et cetera. But just going north on 287, you got Prospect Park in Longmont, which is a development that has incorporated and doesn't just look like this big old commercial and residential. And it's a fun neighborhood. It's got great coffee shops and accessibility. It's got green space, et cetera. So just throwing that out there. Being somebody who's originally from New Orleans, where evacuations and hurricanes were a major part of my every year life, and even running businesses in Louisiana where we're constantly preparing in fear of that. There was just recently the fire down by Dillon and 287. In that community, there was a lot of backflow, and I can trust you in this. I mean, I literally moved here, and I hope there's no bad juju that came from that, but Marshall Fire happened. It's literally the year I moved here. Amongst that, in New Orleans, the worst hurricane since Katrina had hit that same year. And I can remember sitting in 4 hours of traffic just to get to a safe space. So I do not envy that traffic study and what it will look like to achieve that. But so many access points and thoughts need to be put into how it will be safe. The big piece of why I wanted to come up tonight too is to talk about the affordable housing piece. As you've already heard, 80% AMI. Well, as most of y'all already know, I'm a residential realtor, so it's kind of a passion of mine. I do property management, have some knowledge in this area. 80% AMI is not going to lead to an affordable situation. 12% with more like a 50, 60% AMI can be much more reasonable. I also heard for the first time tonight, for anybody who doesn't know, but in Colorado, California also does it, there's what's called here in Colorado, metro districts. Developers do have a choice in whether they make it a metro district or not. Metro districts then put to the end consumer in a tax format a higher 1% increase. So if something like that where townhomes put in and there's a metro district example, you see on our other end on the east side where it says Parkdale $400,000 homes, that $400,000 home looks affordable until they get that in 2 years after the development is there and they're taxed on not just the land but the actual development. They get a $5,000, $6,000 annual tax bill. Example, I'm dealing with a house right now where I'm just trying to help this lady cover her costs because she can't sell it in Erie. And for a $600,000 home, she has a $7,500 annual tax bill. So think about that in affordability in metro districts as that goes forward. And then also when you get into townhomes, you're looking into shared insurances, something I've brought up before when I got the interview for the appointment position. But the insurance piece after the Marshall Fire, just example, I was able to look into somebody's HOA and it went from 2021 at $140 a month to now $520 a month. Majority is that with insurance. So what townhomes used to potentially be affordable in the past aren't what they used to be. So all that I hope gets taken into consideration in the affordable housing and how that spreads out and looks. Thank y'all.
Thank you so much. That was the last speaker request form I had. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak who has not yet had the chance? I don't see anyone. I'll turn to our city clerk to see if we have any calls. No calls. Okay. With that, we will close public testimony and give our applicant the chance to respond.
Thanks. I'll keep it brief. I wanted to say, thank you to the community members for coming out and providing feedback and input. That's the benefit of this process, is to be able to hear, LoSAB's comments, public input, staff's comments, and then your comments as well. So ultimately, we look forward to hearing your comments at the end of the night and then compiling all the comments in addition to what we heard tonight with some of the public comments and analyzing that and what steps we can take moving forward. So you all have great residents. As some of them mentioned, we spend a lot of time together at neighborhood meetings. So you should be happy with the residents and the turnout that they provide, just like they showed out tonight. So props to them and thank you for their comments. And we look forward to your comments as well.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to council discussion and then council comments. I think the best way to structure this and to just kind of make sure we hit everyone is if you want to go forward, and we will just go piece by piece here. So really, the first one is, does the city council agree with staff's feedback or have any additional comments on the proposed C1 and R4 zoning? The reason I want to do piece by piece is just to make sure we get feedback on every single point, and then I think if we just throw to everything, it might get a little unorganized. So let's put some structure behind this. So just on this first one.
Mayor, can I just ask a
Yes, of course.
clarifying question? What is the difference for us in terms of council discussion versus council questions? Or feedback, rather?
Comments?
Yeah.
So I think ultimately we would want to reach some sort of consensus on council as to what we're giving in terms of feedback. I'm looking at my city attorney as to what the actual difference is, but I'm assuming that's what it is there. Trying to understand council and trying to get on the same page or as much as we can, and then further comments. Am I
Okay.
on the same page?
Yeah, council, Mayor, I think it might be helpful. Council can still have some more discussion before you launch into what feedback you're going to provide. So that's the difference, is you do have an opportunity now to have some discussion. You can still ask some questions if you need to as you go into your discussion, and then I would recommend following discussion, starting to work through the questions that staff has put up for you, if that's how you want to do it. But you definitely have an opportunity now to start just with the general discussion and then go towards the questions.
Perfect. Let's do that then. After public testimony and after our applicant's response, is there any further discussion that our council wants to have at the moment? Councilor Giannola?
Yeah, I had a question that I forgot for the city attorney, and I wanted to just raise that, and it sort of actually relates to this first question. We've got a C1 R4 zoning before us, and is there an opportunity for a different type of zoning? I mean, I guess I understand because we're under the PUD, we could kind of do anything, because that's the sort of the effect of the PUD is we can do it, make changes to the underlying zoning. And I guess, given that this is, in the comprehensive plan set up as a adaptable commercial, I look at that as more of a mixed use where, could we overlay the C1 and R4 together, and it's sort of this, uniform zoning across the property as opposed to this, really split personality.
Yes, so Councilor Gino, that is possible through the PUD framework that we have in our code right now. It could be like an overlapping underlying zone districts with the PUD overlay to allow that. So that is possible. It could also be the way that the applicant has currently proposed it, which has the division between the two. So both are possible under a PUD.
And of course, this is all at sort of what the applicant is proposing, is sort of what we're facing, and we don't have control over that, but just wanted to make it clear that that is a possibility should that, in the future, there could be a change that could reflect that.
Yes, and if you wanted to tonight, you could provide feedback to that effect as well.
And I guess my other kind of related question just comes to the, we're in the process of rewriting our land use code, and I don't quite understand where this fits into the current land use code, the future land use code, and feedback we might give with respect to that.
So I'm happy to help explain that. So currently, we're still under our current land use code, and this application has been submitted under the current land use code. With respect to sketch plans, the feedback you give tonight is not a final decision, and there's nothing binding going forward on council or on the applicant. In terms of the feedback that you give tonight, they're not bound to the sketch plan, and neither are you necessarily. And there is also no entitlements given. There's no right to develop after tonight as well. So that does mean that with the sketch plan, there is still some opportunity depending on when the application or when the applicant moves forward to preliminary plan, which would be the next step in the PUD process under our current code, or whether they resubmit a sketch plan. There's still, basically right now, I can't say for sure because it depends on the applicant's timing, which land use code will apply as they move forward to the next step. And that could depend on the feedback they receive tonight. It's really up to the applicant in terms of when they move forward in the PUD process. There would be a point after which they file an application that they could remain under the current code. And so, and there's also the opportunity for the applicant to voluntarily move forward under the new code, depending on when that's adopted. So I hate to give a typical lawyer, it depends answer, but right now, they're under the current code, and which code applies is going to depend on when and how they move forward to the next step.
Sure, and I appreciate that, and the comment of they could voluntarily, and even under the current code, they could adapt, because it's PUD, they could adapt to what is, currently draft of the future code, should they choose.
That's certainly publicly available, and I believe they're aware of the new code. But again, that's up to the applicant.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Councilor Johnson.
So related to this, what are we calling it, future commercial pad site, the, whatever zoning we designate for this site, it would be governed by what we end up calling that zoning for that location, right? So we do have a little bit of authority in that, I'm very uncomfortable approving something that's so unknown, but essentially we are defining it a little bit by creating zoning for that section, and then it would have to meet the zoning requirements in the future for whatever designation we make it.
So, and our planning director might want to tag team with me on this one. But right now, this is a concept level plan. So this is a higher
right.
level plan where they're seeking, sketch plan gives council and the planning commission a week or two ago an opportunity to provide feedback on the concept. Again, nothing is locked in after tonight. They've submitted a proposal.
Got it,
that
yeah.
you're
But
reviewing.
eventually,
So-
if we approve some sort of zoning, they are bound by it for that commercial property.
Yes, and again, we might have more clarity on what the actual zoning districts would be as we see when they submit their applications. And then just one last point of information for council in terms of when zoning is set, since you've asked a couple questions about that, that would not be set until the land is actually annexed. So we cannot, under state law, zone the land until annexation. But at the same time, this applicant has, which is very common, has decided to pursue the development piece, to put the development proposals in front of you concurrent with our annexation process. But the actual zoning would be done at the time of annexation. Now, that said, depending on when they move forward to the next step in the process prior to annexation, that could affect which code, that will affect which code applies. So, and those are things we can continue to talk about, council, and I can provide advice on. But for tonight, it really is council's opportunities to look at this concept and give feedback based on the evaluation criteria in our code and our comprehensive plan.
And right now, we're not doing that, right? We're just trying to gather all the information so we can give feedback at this very second. One of the witnesses who spoke talked about the inefficient planting and the bad use of water, and I didn't see a planting plan, and I wondered what he was talking about. Did I miss something? Or at this stage, we are not determining what plants are going in the ground where, right?
Yeah, I think you're referring to a landscape plan, right? I don't know, Stephen, I don't think this plan is that level of detail yet.
It has a landscape plan general, and it has water usage and water like high, medium, and low, and that's what's referenced in there. So the analysis kind of takes it as an aggregate and sees whether or not it's meeting it, but that does have some higher water use plan projected. But we don't have that level of detail as to what those plants are and what we switch out or anything like that.
And based on the INX project that we just approved an expansion for, we know that we can do commercial with much less water-intensive plants.
Yep.
So can that be a negotiation point with us, between us and the developer as we go forward?
Yeah, and one of the things I want to make sure everyone's clear on is we're not approving anything tonight.
Right,
Like, we're
right,
just
right.
giving feedback, so to the point of like, if you have an opinion on how that southwest corner develops and you think it should be residential, we're not setting zoning, but you can definitely say that you feel like it should be residential or you're fine with it being commercial, however, whatever your opinion is.
Well, I have an earful when we get to the
Okay.
things that I'm feeling about the plan, but right now I'm just trying to clarify
Yep, understood.
what's going on. Okay.
I just have one more question. Before you go, I'm not sure who this question is for. Can you help me understand, what does cash in lieu for public land dedication mean? And how does that change what the applicant can do in the future?
You want to take a stab at that, or you want me to? It's calculated, like, so instead of them providing, so right now they've calculated what their PLD would be based off of that 50% reduction, and it's roughly 3.5 acres. So instead of giving us that 3.5 acres, and that's also kind of confusing, right? Like, there's landscape kind of amenity requirements and impervious or pervious surface requirements that have to be done that are apart from a PLD. PLD means that they're actually dedicating that land to the city, and it's the city's like to maintain, and it's usable like public open space or green space versus like just what they're providing privately on the site and whether or not they're providing landscaping on the site, because they have to
that's separate. They need to provide a certain amount of landscaping for both commercial and residential development, and that varies. The PLD is, this is what they're giving to the city as some sort of amenity, if that helps. Like, it does help, and I guess it changes, does it, I mean, I didn't finish your how does it change what they can do? Go ahead, sorry. The other part was, how does it change what they can do with the plan? Sort of that, if they're doing the cash in lieu, they now can use that land for whatever their own purposes are? To an extent, right? Like, we're gonna probably get improved rights-of-way along Arapahoe and 287 to some degree anyway. The detention pond is a detention pond and requires some level of drainage that we will get through a study. So, and part of that is like, does the city take on these things, or is it privately owned and maintained? And then we could still, to make it even more fun, we could still be requesting like public access easements through certain areas. So like the connectivity that's kind of shown here, once we get into the level of a subdivision, you know, staff's probably going to be asking for that actually to be a public access easement, so that it's not just for the users here, and that it actually serves and connects communities, you know, to the west and whatnot. But I think getting back, because I know I didn't answer the whole fee and new thing, we'd be doing an analysis of whatever that acreage total is, and then there'd be a cost relative to the land value that they provide in cash relative to, or in lieu of, or in place of actually providing the land. Understood. Thank you so much. Sure.
I have three quick ones. In regarding to the question that was on the slide a moment ago. So point one, strongly supportive of moving the unknown 60-foot pad to the east. I appreciate the community's concern over such a large unknown quite across the street from single-family homes. So that makes sense. I think, Councilor Gilliland, if I'm picking up on what you're putting down in terms of the, if you will, black and white of R4C1, I am curious whether we could have maybe a bit more flexibility, particularly where they connect, because 10 years from now, who knows what things look like. And I wouldn't want to straight jacket it in kind of like where the R4C1 corner is on the east of the property. And then thing three, in terms of the zoning, I'll save those for later questions. Yeah, just those two.
Okay. Anything else from council?
I appreciate the feedback, the staff's feedback in general. It's just very helpful.
Well, I think I haven't answered your zoning maybe as directly as I could either, because we're going to have a certain zoning designation as a part of this application. And I think what you guys are maybe getting at is like not restraining this. Like if we were to zone this R4, the goal for the code update is to apply adaptive commercial here and then rezone certain areas. So even the property to the south isn't going to stick with the C1 zoning. It'll have an adaptable mixed use commercial. So we're kind of we'll get to that eventually kind of, and I don't want, I mean, the other answer to your question is we can kind of get to whatever mix of uses you're kind of looking to have out here under our current code through like a dual zone designation, or if it ends up coming under our new code through a uniform designation. So hopefully that, it's important to understand, but it's maybe a level of complexity that, you know, I think it's going to get addressed one way or the other, like as we evolve through the various things that we're working through right now, so.
Councilor Gallegos.
I just have a clarification question regarding public right-of-way dedication. Would that be every street in the entire development, or just certain streets, or those that lead to highways? Or maybe I am completely misinterpreting public right-of-way.
So what's proposed right now is this is the only thing that kind of looks and feels like a road, and it's proposed as a private drive.
Okay.
So staff's asking for this to be publicly dedicated right-of-way, and then for at least them to contemplate whether or not they could accommodate other rights-of-way north-south through the southern portion of the section, or southern portion of this development, or at minimum, like concentrate all the infrastructure in those areas and provide the widths so that they could be provided in the future. So that's kind of what we're getting at with that comment.
Thank you.
Anything else from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Just a point of clarification with that private drive. Should the commercial migrate be more towards the eastern side of the property?
Yep.
Would that private drive persist? Is that kind of what you're expecting? Is that it would still stay there even though the residential would be to the west?
Yes, I think this private, well, not this private drive. Are you talking about this one?
The east-west one.
The east one? Yeah, we assume that this is pretty solid. So if this moves, if it moved up into this corner, maybe, this building becomes a larger multi-unit building, and then residential shifts down. But like the alignment of this right of way is in order to align with what's planned for Silo to the west, so I don't know that shifts much. So,
right. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I think that's all from council. Any other questions? Any other points of clarification from council? Okay. Going back to now comments and trying to really structure our feedback. I certainly don't want to go through everything again because our staff has done an incredible job of kind of walking us through what their feedback is and what they're requesting. So I'm just an open-ended question. We're going to start, of course, with the first one. Is there any additional comments? Is there an agreement with
Yes.
staff from council?
Yes.
Hearing a yes. Any counselors? Yeah, Councilor Fridland.
So, since we're at sketch plan phase, I'm just going to try to give you some, high level, right? I think we've heard more blending of residential types, more blending of residential and commercial, which is why we're talking about C1 and C4 together. I'm totally in support of that. I think saying, think of this site as not commercial here, residential here. Think of it as we're trying to build something that is adding tremendous value and is being, ambitious in what we can blend together. And so I think around the zoning, to me, that's an important part of just thinking through not just blend of commercial and residential, but blend of the townhomes and the apartments if we can. Similar feedback that we've given to other applicants, to the west in the past, right? And so I think it's consistent feedback and it is meeting some of the intentions that we have in the comp plan. Absolutely, so, yeah. Supportive.
Just one piggybacking on that, before we did our comp plan, we had the old style planning in Lafayette, like many communities did, where we had residential here and commercial here and industrial here. And we weren't well connected, and we realized how much that was contributing to everybody having to drive. This plan in general feels like that on a much smaller scale. There's lots of parking in between things. It doesn't have a walkable flow at all. I think somebody mentioned, Main Street feel. Doesn't have a Main Street feel at all. It feels like car-centric development. And then I saw that it also includes, 3 drive-through restaurants. Again, car-centric development. So to the extent we are trying to create mixed use or whatever we're calling it, adaptable commercial, it needs a lot of work to get to that kind of flow that I think we're all thinking about.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to piggyback on that. Those comments that have come from both Councilor Fridland and Councilor Jensen, I would concur that we haven't hit the flow, and I won't name them, but there are communities around us and within Lafayette that have a compartmentalized cellular wall around them that makes it very difficult to provide easy access from one neighborhood, one community to the other. And this looked too much like a cookie cutter example of some of the other communities here where there's not easy connectedness. And as Councilor Jensen said, like this is part of the problem, is that there needs to be a more walkable, bikeable, movable plan that is not a single, I hate to use siloed because it's not silos, but it is, there's too much of a barrier around it. And where it is, I understand why there is a barrier around it. It's bordered by very high trafficked areas. So I don't know what the answer is, but I don't feel like we're there yet. Something that's more similar to, as Planning Commission mentioned, maybe housing clustered around in a green space, walkable, a Main Street area, something that is a little less broken into segments with a better flow. And I want people to know where they're, have an understanding of how you would naturally move through this space. Right now, it feels very compartmentalized, and if you don't make the right left turn, the correct left turn, you could end up in the wrong part of the development.
I feel like this is a perfect segue, Mayor Pro Tem, to question 2.
Yes.
And I always want to follow the rules, but I guess.
Can we not jump to question 2?
Sure, sure, sure.
I want to make sure we get the feedback to question 1 and then jump to question 2, if that's okay. I'm hearing a few things, but I just want to make sure that I love the feedback and I love the additional comments, the proposed zoning, and of course, the staff feedback. How does council feel about this?
So can I just, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
I'll just add to that, I don't necessarily want to get as specific of, take this commercial pad, put it here. You can figure out how to do that, within your own project. But I do think that I hear Councilor Jensen's concern, I think, in the question before about, feels really weird to not have any idea what that little box is and zone it, with variances. And so I think certainly, I'm sure you'll get more detail as you go, if possible, or if there's within the PUD, how we zone that can be left for future once we actually have that conversation about that actual area too. So that's just the one thing I'll add around zoning.
And I would tend to agree, Councilor Friedland, but I want to see where other councilors sit on this. Say a couple yeses.
Could you say more about that, Councilor Friedland? I'm not, the gray box, the black, whatever it is, the unknown area. I'm not comfortable with allowing it to move out of sketch with so many unknowns. I feel our residents need some better idea of what that unknown entity is, and shifting it over, I don't know, are we pushing it to the commercial side, or is it something else that should be there? So I think my feedback would be, we need more clarification on this unknown entity. I'm not comfortable not mentioning that in the sketch. I think that needs to be included, like, it's gotta be more.
And just to put a fine point on it, Mayor Pro Tem, I believe Mr. Crockett noted that was the highest point in the parcel, which also has been requested up to 60 foot. So not only is it the highest, then it would be by far the highest. So I think we really would need clarity on that.
I think I'm in agreement that, I would just say it in a little bit of a different way. If it is going to be zoned commercial or C1R4, more detail is required.
Yes.
Alternatively, if you don't want it to be zoned for now, I don't know if that's possible, I'm looking at the city attorney, then if you can't provide us that level of detail, then we can't commit to a zoning classification for it because we don't know what it is. So I think I'm in agreement that, yes, if it's gonna be a part of sketch, we need more detail. If we're asking for it to be annexed and zoned, right, we need more detail on what it might be, what are we talking about here? Why are we asking for that level? I don't know if that makes sense.
If I could jump in, we do have a zoning that is appropriate for this, and it's called developing resource, under the current zoning code, where it's to be determined in the future. And I'm not saying that it needs to go there, but there's where there's like no specific determination. If we don't know what it is, it's just sort of held in place until that happens, and then the zoning happens in the future. But without knowing detail, I agree, I'm not comfortable with getting this zoned until we have some details.
So, Mayor, if I may, just to clarify for council, so the applicant has proposed zoning for that site. Am I, and Planning Director Williams, correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding is the zoning they've proposed also applies to that, my direction's right, is the southwestern corner of the site. So there is a proposed zoning, and there is enough for you to review and provide feedback on that tonight. So they have proposed C1 in that area with the PUD overlay, and the PUD overlay does give council and the applicant the ability to vary the zoning regulations within that PUD as well. So I would respectfully submit to council that you do have enough information to provide feedback on their proposed zoning, because they have proposed zoning with certain variations, which is something you can do in a PUD.
And then also clarify, you're not bound to anything, right? Like all you're doing is providing comment. And so really, like, if the applicant doesn't feel like they have enough direction, or like they're uncertain about that, they can restart the sketch plan process and not advance on to the preliminary plan. But the way that the sketch plan update is that was recently approved is structured as just for like review and comment at this stage. So we're not really holding up their application for anything in particular. We're just giving them comment, and then it's at their discretion to either feel comfortable proceeding on to the preliminary plan or to. But I think what I'm hearing is like, you guys are not gonna rezone this commercial, and we're not gonna get an application that ever comes to you again. Like, this is something that came in at a very, like, you know, and the history that I guess we haven't talked about tonight is, you know, 4 or 5 months ago, this was listed as a water tank, water storage facility, and they've pivoted. And so because they haven't moved that portion of the parcel that far along in the design, it is at a different stage. So that's kind of where this is. It feels weird, and it is less information, but there's also a reason for it. So.
Sure, and I guess my feedback on that point is, and I think we've maybe heard this from others, is we just need more information. We're just dying to have more information here, to know, is the variance that's being asked for appropriate? It's hard to feel comfortable with that.
Yeah. So, and really, like, and that's where, I mean, our reaction as staff is that probably better to transition this area, and maybe better for it to be a residential designation than a commercial designation in order to align with those objectives. But I mean, it's also like, we're reacting to that in that way partly because they're asking for something that's 60 feet. If it was a single story, more neighborhood serving commercial use, then it might work there, right? It's just, it doesn't feel like that at 60 feet. So that's why we get in the direction we gave, so.
But I think where we're going, though, is the recommendation is to blend the zoning C1R4 and then give recommendation on height within that whole area and not specific areas. C1 having one height variance, R4 having others. So in that way, we might be kind of giving guidance or, you know, saying this seems, you know, like something that makes more sense when we don't have any detail on what that is too. So like, I don't know how we can have both of those things where we don't have the detail on a segment of the land, but we're going to zone the whole thing in a blended field, mixed use with that intention. So I don't know. It feels like confusing guidance for the applicant because I don't think we really know what we're being asked to comment on. So I think the point is, back to your point, Mayor Pro Tem, we need more detail on that space.
City Attorney, did you want to jump in?
I was just going to say that you can provide feedback to that effect. And I just wanted, as I was listening to you work through that, the reason I wanted to speak up was just to you know, since it is a quasi judicial proceeding, you do still have to comment on the applicant in front of you. But I think the way that you summarize that there at the end, that's appropriate feedback to give to the applicant, that you know, whatever your comments are on the proposed zoning, that you still need more information regarding that part of the site. And then just one more comment for council's information. at this level, again, being a concept plan, and you're not seeing a fully detailed plan yet, a PUD would allow there to be different regulations for that part of the site versus the rest of it, even under that same PUD C1 zoning district, if that's what it ends up being. So just know that you're not locking in one height for that whole area. There's the opportunity through the PUD as we get more detail and it's refined in the next stages of the process to spell out the regulations for different parts of the site as well. So I didn't want you to think that you're stuck with one set of regulations for the whole site. There is flexibility to tailor it throughout the site.
So just to follow up then on the specific question, I agree with staff comments. I think, getting more residential across from existing residential is, potentially beneficial. And then a better mix of uses across the site.
Just try to move things along. I would tend to agree. I agree with staff feedback. I want to look to the members of council who might have spoken yet, or Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have a question?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm in agreement with staff's recommendation.
Fantastic. Any other member of council who wants to speak on this one before we move on to question 2? Doesn't look like it. All right. Councilor Bouglier, I think you wanted to speak on this before, so I'm going to throw to you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Again, thanks to city staff. Broadly, I think the staff's feedback on this was excellent, but building off of something Mayor Pro Tem was saying earlier, just want to maybe provide some general feedback. I reread some key elements of the comp plan this morning in preparation for this. And I'm struck with great appreciation to Kensington and your really just the slings and arrows that you endure. But this plan feels astronomically far away from the core concepts of our comp plan. And I just want to highlight a few, since we have quite a few, so I won't go through. Our arts and culture, for one. Sundance Film Festival is coming to Boulder County in a year, and I would have loved to see something in the comp plan that reflects, since we're designing a neighborhood, that reflects presence of arts and culture to drive traffic and people to this location, not just for the individuals who would potentially live there, but a place of arts to bring in folks to Lafayette, particularly since it's the gateway to our community. Would have loved to see some reference to an art space potentially in the center, which brings me to number 2, neighborhood and local design. I wouldn't want to live in this neighborhood because it's not a neighborhood. It's some apartment buildings, and then there's some commercial over here. The Buster Rapid Transit is as far southwest from where people live as possible in the lot, which is, number 8, multimodal. As someone who used to take the bus and do a lot of public transit, you want to go bang right out from your home, right onto the bus and go to work. I spent a lot of time at Ace Hardware. I'm not going to ride the bus to Ace Hardware and get a snow shovel and then get on the bus and go home. I'm going to drive my car. So I think there's elements of the design that feels very un-human-centered design, and I believe her name was Sarah Wolfson, who talked about design concepts. So I think taking another crack at the local design and neighborhood feel for the sketch plan is absolutely critical to make this adhere to Lafayette values. And the third and final one that I just want to talk about is sort of like the dovetail of Parks, Rec, and Open Space and health and wellness. I don't understand why there's not a common area for everyone in this neighborhood to gather, whether it's the park, whether it's the detention pond, whether it's a space for kids to throw the football. To me, it almost seems like you design a space so that neighbors don't get to know one another. And so because common spaces, community spaces are so fundamental to Lafayette's culture, I would have loved to see in the sketch plan kind of building from the center out, where do people congregate? How do they safely get from point A to point B? How do parents safely see their children playing with their neighborhood friends, divorced from the high traffic areas nearby? I'm so sorry, one last one about evacuation. With 1,000+ people living in a space like this, there need to be more egress points to get onto major roads to get the heck out of Dodge if something happens, and also inroads for emergency first responders, because sending them around on kind of the cardinal directions, to me, seems like a recipe for disaster. So I just want to kind of highlight some of those key points. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jensen.
Well, I see that all of these elements, mobility, streetscape design, building siting, parking, and retail design are part of this question. So that's a lot of stuff. And so the streetscaping and mobility, to me, are sort of related to this question of some sort of gathering space. And how do you get there? You know, are there nice little strolling paths, or do you have to get in your car to drive your kid to the other side of the parking lot for a play space? And so I think this question of, it feels like everything is on the outside, nothing is in the middle. And that gets, again, into whether there's, you know, landscaping that makes it also attractive. And all of that, to me, is related to this question of the parkland dedication. Because I don't believe a water retention pond that we have to have for drainage anyway should qualify as dedicated parkland. I think that just is not fair, because it's got to be there. So if we took that back, and I know the LoSAB suggested that we should do fee in lieu, but if they weren't doing fee in lieu and they were actually doing some greening of the space, I think about Lucky Pie in Louisville, which is just this little bitty little playgroundish area, but it draws people with children and families, and they have this central gathering space. So it doesn't have to be big or huge or gigantic, but little places like that along the way, connecting the various components, I think would make it much more livable. And that goes into this question of whether or not, you know, they should do a fee in lieu, or we should force them to do green things within the development. And right now I'm inclined, could be persuaded otherwise, to think that if this is going to be on our gateway and going to be, you know, a place where it's the first thing people see when they come to Lafayette, it needs to be attractive and welcoming and neighborly, and that requires some of this green space money, I think, to make it so. So I'd be more inclined to have a community gathering space of some kind and not a park fee in lieu, and to keep it there so that you could walk and, you know, create connection. Cash in lieu. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
It is one of our future questions, too.
Yes.
I will say that I think we will be absolutely.
But I think it's related to building siting and parking and retail design and all of that. So that's why this is a weird question, because it's got all these mobility, you know, it's like, it's got all these questions in it. So I wasn't sure where it fits, but.
Well, I think this question is related to all of the things in our comp plan. So this is, it's the biggest of the questions, so I totally understand where you're getting to. I will speak on this one just really briefly. I agree with what staff has given us. Enhanced mobility, we need better amenities and improved orientation, but the biggest thing, I agree with many of the folks who spoke tonight, the parking. I would love to see shared parking. I would like to see a reduction on that parking. It feels like there's no mobility for a reason. It's because it all looks like a big parking lot, and I don't necessarily love that. So that's where I sit, but I agree with what staff has given in terms of feedback. I'm looking to this side to see if there's any feedback. Councilor Fridland.
Yeah, and I'll just add on the parking, and then I want to talk more about the right-of-ways. That's the intention of the mixed-use design, is to actually drive benefit for the folks that are there and for development of the property, where you can reduce parking because you're using the parking that you need in a smarter way, so you can use less. So I think we're trying to get to that point. So that's really good feedback, that, you know, use both of these things together, where it's not just a parking lot, but it's a shared resource where folks that live there park at night and folks that shop there park during the day. It makes a lot of sense, as we heard last week in our workshop. I will also add too that, you know, I think you heard some of my questions about the public drive versus private drive, and, you know, I think there's really good reasons to have, quite frankly, the private drive to me is kind of, we're trying to skirt the rules. And skirt kind of like basic human-centered design principles, which I appreciate that one. And so there's really good reason to have the public drive with appropriate right-of-ways. And we have the opportunity through the PUD to advance that concept, to make it work for the site, make it work for the applicant. And so, let's use that as an opportunity to build something, whether it be east-west, north-south, both, multiple building blocks, all the things that staff is recommending to try to drive that neighborhood feel, and absolutely lean into the public right-of-way conversation. I think it's there to make these types of things make a lot of sense, and right now it feels really packed in, and it feels kind of, and so I think this is one way that we can kind of let the space breathe, which it doesn't feel like it's breathing right now. And I'll also add too that I think, to the evolution 1 versus 2 versus, right, like, I think it was a good point that we heard in public testimony that the point is not to build something that we then have to redevelop in 25 years and hope that we did a good enough job in evolution 1 that we can get to evolution 2 or 3 in 30 years, right? Like, this is a greenfield. Let's think about ways to develop it in a way that in 30 years, we're still really happy with the way it's designed. I'll just, I think echo staff's recommendation, but also I think it's a strong distinction that at least I'm feeling that I don't think staff's recommendation is really going far enough. It's not go from 1 to 2. It's go, don't even, in some ways, don't even worry about that progression, because you're not going from a box to mixed use. You're just building something new. So I would say if you have to take some sort of recommendation based on those 3 things, look at the end goal. But also, that's talking about a progression that doesn't really apply here. It might apply to the site if we approve it as it is, as this sketch is currently, in 30 years it might, but it doesn't now and it doesn't have to.
Thank you. Any Councilor Janelle?
Thank you, Mayor. The comp plan is kind of enormous. So, this is really hitting so many questions. One of the things that's brought up in the comp plan is height, building height and transition of buildings, and siting. I think it kind of relates to that. To go in incredible excess of the comp plan's, 35-foot height limit, it allows for trade-offs, and I think we're looking at that, and I appreciate, the inclusion of affordable housing here, but, the not including the townhomes, the condos, I feel like is a little bit of an oversight. We've talked a little bit about affordability and what does affordable mean, and is 80% affordable? And I think I'm seeing some head nods, but I think we're feeling that that's not quite where we need to be, at least in this current day and age. With respect to, height transitions, that is another big part of the comp plan, where we sort of, I think the idea is we want to parallel what's across the street from us and stage up. And I think that's done in some places in the plan appropriately, like putting the L-shaped building, that's the highest building, in the middle. Okay, that makes sense because you're staging the higher buildings. But then I look at the Arapahoe Road transition, and you go from single-family homes across the street in Stonehenge that are 1 and 2 stories straight to four stories. And to me, that feels like a really abrupt transition. Why the garages that are 1 story aren't along Arapahoe to provide that step up, I just kind of feel like that was a missed opportunity, especially where we're going from this really rural neighborhood to a much more high-density neighborhood. Just feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity. I understand the transition between silo, where we're going 3 stories to 3 stories. That feels, reasonably appropriate there. The transition to the east, to me, I'll say I don't care about that transition. We're going from a highway and commercial across the street to more commercial, but we have the ability to kind of do whatever we feel like on that transition. Yes, it's appropriate to have a commercial to commercial transition, but with that, I think someone said 7-lane highway. I don't know if that's exactly right, but it's a pretty big highway where that transition just doesn't feel as critical to maintain as it does to a residential neighborhood. With respect to mobility, I appreciate the attention to biking and including bike lanes potentially on the public drive that we're sort of envisioning going through the middle. But I question, do we need to include the bike lanes on the road? Would it be more appropriate to include them on a multimodal, wide path that's off the road? I don't like biking along the road if I don't have to. I appreciate biking on a trail or something that is offset from the road, and I think our multimodal transportation plan really does put into perspective the safety that comes with, moving bikes away from traffic. So if there's a way to, adjust what that layout of the road looks like to move the bikes into more close, I won't say on the pedestrian, but, have that multimodal path also parallel that road, as opposed to you're sort of breaking up the multimodal path by putting the bikes on the road and then a sidewalk for the pedestrians. Just to kind of really get that multimodal sort of all the way around each of the little sites, I think would be appropriate. And then, sustainability, environmental stewardship is a major part of the comp plan. I've seen other sketch plans that really address this early and talk about their commitment to sustainability. And I'm not sure if I saw anything in your plan. So, it is important to the citizens of Lafayette, sustainability, environmental, responsibility. Would love to get more details on how you intend to address that at the next step. And I think that's all I have on this one.
Thank you. Any other counselors Councilor Gallegos?
I personally would like to see some elements that make it seem like a family-friendly community. We have a lot of multifamily or multi-unit dwellings, yet I don't see enough of a reason why someone with small children would want to live there. I know pocket parks were mentioned, but I have no indication of where those would be. So I'd personally like to see some more of that, and I'd also like to see some public art. So I'm thinking of Willoughby Corner and how we have this beautiful mural made by a local muralist. So if there's some way we can incorporate some sort of local art into a building someplace, and maybe even some sort of fixture near that transit hub.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'm gonna start, I don't know where to start. As far as complying with the comprehensive plan, I do feel like there's definitely movement, and there's a reason we have the comprehensive plan with these existing Evolution 1, Evolution 2, and Ultimate Project, and as Councilor Friedland said, why are we not? This is a greenfield, so I personally think we should start with the Ultimate Project. And the comments that I heard from a former staff member who we discussed form-based planning. And I mentioned something I saw when I lived in Europe very briefly, is that this whole idea of a more organic way of laying out a design. If anyone's been to Spain, you've seen the Gaudí house. There's no flat surfaces in this. If you've seen Paris from up above, it's circular. It's a spiral that moves around, and there are branches that go off into other directions. What I'm looking at with this design is a grid, which is great for engineering, but as far as a living space, now I know why I can't figure out where the organic natural place is to be, is because we have a box, we have a rectangle, and I don't think that the Ultimate Project needs to be as rectangular as it is. We need some curves, we need something to move. And when I saw all the parking lots, I feel like that's the last thing we need to generate more heat. I'm not even, our comprehensive plan, our sustainability plan, our climate action plan aren't addressed here. And I don't think if we're going to develop that we should take anything less than the Ultimate Project, because this is green space. We don't have to settle. And we have incredible traffic already along Arapahoe. We're going to add to the potential, and I've seen people driving incredibly fast through our neighborhoods to skirt high volume areas. And I'm really concerned about Aspen, is it Aspen Ridge? That street, as soon as there's another way to go, not to avoid the 287 and Colorado 7 pathway, I really am not comfortable allowing people to dart through there at 50 miles an hour, make a left or make a right turn on Lucerne, and then do a right turn onto 287 to get through that intersection. I feel like this design needs to find some way to be less of a cookie cutter, I said earlier, but I don't see anything in here that says home. And I've heard people say they wouldn't live there from the sketch plan. I don't know if I'd say that, but I feel like this is rife for problems considering how much congestion there is already. And I'm going to bring up evacuation again. Yes, we do have a climate and weather problem right now, and we will continue in the future. And getting onto Arapahoe or onto 287 at the wrong time says to me if there's 1,000 people in there and they're going down Aspen Ridge, they're heading into Baseline. I'm just looking at this to say, what's the plan in the design? Because that's where we are at the concept state. What's the idea with people being easily moving through here? And if I'm on a bike, well, I'm on a bike. So when I'm riding over there, I already see that I know people who bike commute intentionally, and especially in Anna's farm, and that area, Diamond Circle North, is really problematic, and you have to be experienced if you're going to ride a bike anywhere in that area. And the further you go north, the more challenging it gets. I don't know that this addresses any of what we'd like to see as far as people being able to choose an alternative form of transportation. I'm not comfortable looking at this, and I have to say straight away, there's no reason to try to ride with your family. And there's tons of people that want to ride their children to school from Anna's farm. We're struggling to get across 287 as is, and this doesn't help. I didn't hear anything about providing ways to get over these areas of congestion, and that's not a requirement in our code, but it's not even contemplated. Like, what do you do in order to get out and in and out of this? In some of the fire events in California, there were people who literally rode their bikes out of the fire zone because they could, and there were ways to get through there. If you've been to Durango, you know that there's plenty of ways to ride around. We're going to have trails, but if you were to ride out the city trail that goes, that's proposed to go west from here, you're going to be along a highway. You don't really get to safety at that point. I just think there's so many areas that haven't been conceptualized that are pretty clearly alluded to in our comprehensive plan around what our residents have said they want to see. And the transitions, I like this discussion about the transitions from silos to the west onto the site, and then from the site over to 9 Mile. Whether we like it or not, there are transitions, and the transition, when this plan first came up, we had discussions about making sure that it's possible to get from 9 Mile over to this site for commercial purposes. Like if there's somebody in 9 Mile and they want to shop in the Range, they should be able to get there easily. And I'm looking at this thinking, how are you going to do that? You got to get to your car and then get in traffic just to get across to the other intersection. And I don't see places where they've addressed how do we conveniently connect to Stonehenge, to Tacos Ay, if you know where it is, and over to Lowe's. There are pieces missing here that inherently, if you redesign them, and the Colorado Department of Transportation is a department of highways. Like, they don't think about these bits and pieces. If we're going to bring in a bus rapid transit station, how are people going to get to that bus rapid transit station from not this site, from Stonehenge, from Beacon Hill, from 9 Mile? There's just more that needs to be considered with the connectivity piece here. And the last thing I'll say is I watched, I couldn't tell what it was, a silhouette of a hawk on that site at sunset. And as was pointed out in actually the first and one of the last comments about the impact to wildlife, they move when their habitat is no longer where they can be. They transition. So I just see a massive change in where the wildlife are in that area. We're already squeezing our wildlife into smaller zones. I don't want to see them running across highways, flying across highways, trying to live in places that are urban. It is possible to provide or to take into consideration wildlife corridors and pathways and how to protect those. So I just feel like there's a lot, and I think our wildlife plan and our multimodal transportation plan all feed into our comprehensive plan, and I just don't see it reflected in this design, even though it has developed quite a bit. I'm looking at this thinking, okay, so is there more to conceptualize here, or is this kind of it? So I would really like to see more alignment with the ideas that are put into the comp plan, and I'll stop there.
Any other feedback on this one from members of council? Okay. Move on to question 3, which is about commercial intensity and residential density. Integration of commercial and residential uses, and of course, surface parking proposed. Councilor Gallegos.
So I grew up in New York City, and big box retail exists there. And the way parking is handled is parking lots are underground. So is it possible for us to consider removing that surface parking in the area of Gray and potentially moving it underground?
I love that. It's very expensive.
Feasibility.
It's fair point to make. I'm just, it's very expensive.
Councilor Johnson.
I'm struggling a little bit with this one because in terms of the residential density and how high we go, because I think, I'm sorry, the woman, Sloan, last name, first name? Melanie. She's right that if this is going to be a bus rapid transit route, we should be stacking development here instead of other places so that people have options for getting out of their car. I also appreciate that we should try and be looking at view corridors and protecting views. So the question of can we develop so that if the buildings weren't all in a row, they wouldn't be like a wall keeping you from seeing the mountains. But the way it's currently designed, it's just this wall of apartments, and there's no creativity in mixing it up or changing the patterns. Like maybe you have some patio homes and then you have some multifamily. It's so uncreative that it pushes this question of, no, you don't want density if it looks like that, But if you could do more variety and save some view corridors, then from my point of view, density would be the better way to go. And it does help us get more affordable housing. But right now, as it's designed, I could see why the public wouldn't want it, and why they wouldn't want it to be dense. So I don't have a good answer to this question, because I think to answer that question, we need to see a better design to get to this question of density.
Thank you. Any other councilors want to jump in here?
Just real quick, I'd like to see, I agree broadly with staff, but I'd like to see radically less surface parking. I love Councilor Gallegos' idea. I don't know the cost of it. But I think that kind of creativity of, again, just sort of whiteboard redesigning this, I think is really quite needed. I think, Councilor Jensen, I think you made this point in the workshop about the big box store. I don't know what the economics are of a big box store that large. I understood Stephen's point earlier in terms of, to some extent, there needs to be an anchor that mirrors 9 Mile across the road. But I guess I would wonder, and I don't know that we need to sort this right now, but is that simply so that like Lowe's has a friend, or is it having to do with like tax revenue?
IGA.
Yeah, for the IGA. Is it having more to do with the tax revenue and the shared revenue with Erie? I don't know. But the size of that red box on this parcel is truly extraordinary, and considering how many other large boxes there are, box stores up and down 287, I guess I would be curious, does the market exist to support yet another large box store? As well, going up and down to Longmont pretty frequently as I do, I see oftentimes many of the kind of sole island retail shops up and down 287 have like 1, maybe 2 cars visiting them. You know, plenty of Discount Tire around change of tire season, but otherwise the parking appears vastly disproportionate to the need. So when you look at the map, it seems like the retail is quite floating in the ether, and then the residential is squished together. And I wonder if kind of the breathing room that we've been talking about and redistributing that balance, so maybe there's a little bit less relative parking for that retail and more space, more park space for the residential, or that center, that might be a bit more of a human-centered design mix. And then lastly, in terms of, I'll leave my last one for another one. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gianella.
Well, we've talked a lot about retail, but we haven't talked about other commercial uses, you know, office space, these types of things. And, you know, I'm trying to think about, you know, the balance here between a potential big box, high value retailer and their requirements for parking, and some of the other smaller retailers that we haven't really talked about. You know, we've talked about, I think, the drive-through, I think is shown on the plan, but are there other ways to have those same kind of retailers where, you know, I hate to think that I'm actually trying to invent a strip mall, because that's not what I'm trying to do, but I worry that I am, but in a way that could allow for mixed use on that area where those kind of smaller retailers are. I don't know what the plans are that are currently existing other than the sort of drive-through option, but is there a way to, you know, incorporate or, you know, keep those kinds of tenants in the commercial, and then mix some additional, you know, kind of higher above those where maybe you're putting in office space, maybe you're putting in some residential. I don't know. I'm just kind of imagining what could be. But yeah, I think the idea of, you know, integrating these uses more where possible. I don't know if it's possible to put, you know, different space above the big box. We only have 1 story there. I think, you know, is there potential to do something above that? I don't know. But I recognize the balance of, you know, we're trying to address the IGA and its requirement to have a sort of mirrored commercial, and then the potential commercial tenants and their requirements for parking. I mean, it is a challenge that somehow we're looking for just a little more balance, I think. Certainly putting parking below a place could relieve some of that balance just by just giving a little more flexibility to what you can do with the space. But, you know, I just struggle because I do see the IGA driving a lot of this density and intensity that we have here, because we sort of, we're bound by what that IGA says right now and the kind of development that we can get to mirror that. And, you know, I think the applicant has a challenge ahead of them to try to satisfy everyone. I think it's going to be tough.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'm curious about shared parking. I was wondering if the mayor could share about shared parking. Do you have vision of what that looks like outside of putting parking underground or up above, along Aspen Ridge? So that eventually we don't have cars.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's moving around.
Up until
without
today, I
cars.
hadn't even thought about underground parking. That's Interesting. So, could you explain the question? What
Well-
exactly on the answer?
I know when shared parking comes up along Aspen Ridge is one of the places where potentially have shared parking.
Mhm.
Is there any other places you could see these?
That's a good question. I think shared parking within the actual land. So I think not necessarily shared parking on Aspen Ridge, not necessarily shared parking around the outside. For me, it's just a more efficient, more effective use of the actual land that they're looking to develop. So, sure, I understand that sometimes we have to go with the not recommendations, but the requirements from big box, as Councilor Gianola said. But to me, maybe looking at integrating with smaller commercial sites or integrating better with residential sites that are residential portions of the site. So to me, shared parking is less about Aspen Ridge and more about just finding a better use of what is already there and integrating it in a way that allows for less surface park. Does that make sense?
Yes. I just want to make sure that's captured.
Oh, okay. Councilor Friedman.
I think I've already said a lot on this, blending commercial and residential. I would actually say, I think, looking at the IGA, I want to make sure we're meeting the two anchors. And, the specialty grocer, when you squint at it, I guess it does. Equivalent to King Soopers, I guess. The other one equivalent to Lowe's, I guess. I don't know. It feels like maybe not enough commercial based on the IGA. But it's a question. I'm not sure I know the answer. It's the only thing I'll add.
Any other councilor want to add anything on this one? Great, we can move on to the fourth, which is building height. I'll start here because this one's pretty straightforward for me. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the numbers that are being thrown at us. 50 feet, 60 feet as proposed heights for 3 stories and 4 stories. That's just where I fully am behind staff here. I want to understand exactly why we are being proposed these heights. And that's where I stand on building height. Anyone else want to jump in here? Councilor Gianola.
I agree. I sort of said my piece about building height with respect to the comp plan, so I agree with what you've said. And I also said my piece with respect to building transitions. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I would just, I think a gentleman named Adam Marashki noted about the Van Aken district. I looked it up during the course of this meeting. Really beautiful place. A lot of mixed use, but it doesn't look more than 35 feet tall. So I think I really would want to understand, similar to staff, similar to y'all, like where this is coming from. I am very comfortable with moving up the building height along the 287 corridor, but it has to have some rationale to it. And coming back again to the pad in the southwest with the 60 feet, I think we seem to be in consensus that that's not appropriate.
Any other counselor want to jump in here?
In agreement.
We need more information, yeah.
Good. Right, moving on to number 5, which is on a diversity of housing types.
Well, first of all, I think the answer to the question about why we don't have for sale affordable is just not accurate. There's lots of people, including nonprofits all over the metro area, that are building for sale affordable housing. We have 2 habitats in Boulder County, one in Longmont, one in Boulder, who are doing it all the time. There is no reason why we couldn't do it. We also have a factory at one of our habitats that has excess capacity that could easily be used for townhomes on this site in a public or in a partnership with them. So, and we know that young people in our community really need entry-level for sale housing. It's a huge need. So for you to just avoid that altogether feels like you didn't read the comp plan or you weren't listening or something, because it's out there and that information is very common. So, and then I think the 12%, I think everyone on council agrees that the 12% needs to be of the total and not of just the multifamily. And then there needs to be more variety of housing. You know, you have multifamily apartments and then you have townhomes. And there's lots of other stuff in between that would make for a much more interesting development that, cluster homes around courtyards. There's just so many different designs. It's like you only read 2 of them. And I feel like you missed the boat on this entirely. And this is why people say, I wouldn't want to live there. Because it's just stacks of townhomes and then multifamily. So I think that's the gist of it. But absolutely, we can do affordable for sale, and we need to up frankly, and then lastly, yes, right now we need to do at least 60% AMI. I don't think anyone up here disagrees with that. If you think it's too expensive, you can apply for Prop 123 funds or other kinds of LIHTC tax credits and all kinds of other things. But right now, as housing prices or rental prices are going down, you can get lots of housing in this area at 80% AMI. So it's not worth it to us, on these projects. That 80% AMI, 12% is market rate, really. So we need something better than market rate to achieve our affordable housing goals. And if the people from any sort of retail employment are going to ever be able to live there, we have to do at least 60% AMI and maybe even 50.
I'm going to jump in here and just say I want to echo those thoughts. When we're looking at 12% of only rental units and we're talking about 80%, that's just not quite enough for me. I want a little more coming out of something that's proposed at such high density, and maybe that's where diversity of housing types comes in, right? We're looking at, and we're talking about being more efficient with the space and being creative with things. So for me, I would just like to see a little more diversity and, of course, more affordability, because I think Councilor Jensen is absolutely correct. Sounds like we're all good on this one.
Mayor, I would just pile on, but I wonder the 12%, if it's possible, feasible to bump that up a bit. I love what Councilor Jensen said on the 60%, but I'd love to see from staff maybe a couple different numbers. What is 13%, 14%, 15%? What does that look like? And something that I think we've heard a lot of concern about, the congestion implications of developing here. But I guess, trying to think about how to phrase this, maybe you constrain the number of cars, because my guess is that folks are more concerned about the added traffic burden than they are whether 2 people or 3 people live in a given spot. And so constraining the parking supply, I'm not sure what the pricing mechanism would be there, but I think really leaning in and leading on the affordable housing piece would make this a real testament to Lafayette's values.
And just to comment on that, low-income housing, people in low-income households have fewer cars. And so the more affordable housing you put in, the less likelihood that you need more parking, because they don't typically have more than 1 car.
Any other feedback on this, Councilor Fridland?
Yeah, I echo what both of you have been saying, what the 3 of you have been saying. It's spot on. The current numbers, right, they actually hurt our affordable housing goal in our community, right? It would push our percentage down, and that's still at 80%. So, I think this project would nail it if it could come in and help us meet our goals around affordable housing. And so I think that's the place where we're interested and, want to figure out ways to make things work if you're helping us get to where we need to get to, especially around the transit corridor. I know a lot of people around the state don't think we like transit-oriented development, but that's not true. We've been doing it for a long time, and we're definitely focused on it. And so, this is a really good opportunity with all of the things that you've heard tonight from people, the concerns around water, around utility, around access, emergency access, around traffic. So, that comes with its own challenges, right, as we increase density. And so also coming with solutions there too, of we recognize this is a problem and this is how we're going to solve it.
Great, thank you. We can move on to the last one, and this one is I think it's a public land dedication. Yes, it is, the public land dedication. LoSAB, of course, recommended the cash in lieu. I want to hear Councilor's thoughts on this one. I think we spoke about it a little bit already with Councilor Jensen, but does anyone disagree with that? Does anyone want to add further comments on this?
I'll jump in. With respect to LoSAB, agree with their logic based on A or B, but I think we should explore a third option of neither, and really ask the team to go back to the drawing board, create some real, genuine, creative, beautiful public space, maybe some pocket parks as well as satellites. I think collectively, and that we certainly heard this loud and clearly from our community, we all desire and probably deserve a bit better in terms of public space.
Councilor Giannola?
I'm struggling with this one, and the concept of pocket parks and the concept of green space. You know, in Lafayette, green space often means grass medians or, you know, a grass field where you're going to throw the football around, but the state is running out of water. I mean, we talked about landscape water usage, and that's like the highest intensity water use for like a turf field. And so I don't know that I agree with LoSAP that cash and lieu is right here, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see civic space, let's call it, you know, where we've talked about a gathering space or something that has public art on it. Maybe we can paint a mural on the side of the big box and kind of gather around that. I mean, there's lots of ways that you can do this that isn't necessarily green space, that could be an attraction for the community to actually want to come to this site beyond what the shopping is, and in a way that limits the water use. And I think the state is even kind of tamping down on what commercial space can do, and even residential space can do with respect to things like turf. And so we're looking at, you know, do I want my kids to play in a xeric garden? Not necessarily, like, I mean,
Well,
go ahead.
Well, I replaced my bluegrass lawn with drought-tolerant native grass, and nobody in my neighborhood would know. I mean, they knew because they saw it under construction, but if you looked at it right now, it's not as pretty as bluegrass, but you can play on it. So it can be done. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, that's great to know and informative to me. I was not aware how tolerant they were to foot traffic or things like that.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Fridland?
Yeah, to your point, right, it's public land. It doesn't have to be grass. It's civic to what you're saying. So, and I will say, you know, looking at what was sort of offered around, I mean, first of all, okay, it's not a detention pond, right? You got that. You removed it out of the pink. I appreciate that. But then, you know, the rest of it around the outside is like I'm not even sure if it's not just parts of the setback. So like, right, what we're talking about, and, you know, I'm sure, honestly, LoSAP would be open to you coming back and having just an open conversation about like, what are we trying to talk about here? They would love to help you. But what we're talking about is these civic spaces and building neighborhoods around these places where people can congregate. And we do these things because it's been tough lessons learned over time of when you don't do this and you just build a detention pond and that's the only place, you know, it's not great. And so, you know, we're trying to make sure that these places are places that people want to live, and that's why we're doing this. I also have questions around the private amenity 50% reduction and sort of like what that, you know, why that is. I think, you know, like pocket parks, things like that, private amenities, like a private park that the Metro District might maintain, to me that makes sense, right? Because that's meeting the need of what the people need. But some of the other things, like, you know, like a clubhouse or something, I don't know if that's really right. That's just like, that's a value add to the apartment complex that brings people there to want to live there. I don't know if it's exactly what we're talking about. So I would just encourage additional clarification, exploration around, you know, if you're truly bringing that right value that allows for the reduction, great. But let's just make sure we're really being very clear of like, are we actually hitting the mark? And I agree. Option 3. I choose the third door.
So I guess we don't agree with that, but something else.
Any other comments on this from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
I tend to side with LoSAP in light of everything else we've seen, because I think we know how to do open space. And yes, if it's a public land dedication where it's a community-oriented, attractive center, I just don't know in this case that there's so many other things that have to get fixed that I would rather us use the cash in lieu to do what we know how to do well and let them work on all the other things, which should include those public gathering spaces. According, if you look at the comp plan, Willoughby Corner maybe, there's examples of how to do that, right? And I look at when we had another development that won't be named that incorporated a detention pond as public space. And we were just like, really? How's that work? So I just want to simplify this process, and I think we know what to do with public land dedication money, and I'll just leave it at that. I'm okay with whatever the rest of council decides.
Mayor, could I briefly tie this one to, I think, previous question on building height? Folks have spent some time at Lake Hecla over in Louisville. One of the things, I think it's about 5 acres. One of the things that makes Lake Hecla so lovely is that it's elevated from the development behind it, so you enjoy glorious sunsets. And where this detention pond is situated, the sunsets and the mountains and the views would be blocked. So I think one thing, whether the detention pond stays there or moves elsewhere, would be to think about that view corridor, so that if that were to be the public land in this parcel, that folks are able to enjoy that space as opposed to it being kind of an ugly set aside over there. If that makes sense.
Maybe the very highest point of the property or something, I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I personally don't think a detention pond qualifies as a public land dedication if you need it for drainage anyway. It doesn't seem like it's what we're talking about at all.
You're right, yeah.
And I will say, I second echo the thoughts of our Mayor Pro Tem. I think LoSAP, well, I think we can use cash in lieu in a much better way than, we're asking a lot, right, of this developer, of this particular development. And I think asking them to also find this on top of everything else is a lot. I think we can use the cash in lieu in a more efficient way as a city. So I think I go with a recommendation from LoSAP.
Maybe we could find a common ground of saying, we'd like the applicant to explore this option. However, we're also, open to the cash in lieu. If that is, you try and you can't figure it out, then cash in lieu is something we're willing to consider.
Or even portion, some of it would include some nice community amenities, and then maybe some of it would be cash in lieu.
Any other thoughts on this one? Right. I believe it is our last one. Thank you all for hanging in there with us. Is it past 11? Yes, it officially is past 11, so thank you to everyone for hanging in there with us. Before we close the proceedings, though, I want to check in with the applicant and just, do you feel like you received the direction and feedback, and is there any clarification you would need from council on any comments this evening?
No, I think the discussion was robust, and taking down notes from each of you, I think we have plenty to discuss and addressed all the questions. So thank you for all your comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. With that,
We have city.
we will
attorney,
move
city
on
manager.
to our staff reports, and I will first go to our city attorney. I know we were asked about, and there's a lot of stuff going on. Would you have an update on us on the home rule lawsuit?
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide an update, City Council. For the public who might not know, the city is one of 6 plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the governor and the Department of Local Affairs of the state government. In that lawsuit, we're asserting that we need the court to protect our home rule authority with respect to these land use bills that have been passed by the legislature in 2024. And so what the public might have heard about, and I think Mr. Spalding was referring to, is that there was a status conference with the court in that case last week. And also for the public's information, a status conference is a routine scheduling conference and check-in between the court and the attorneys for the parties. There's no witnesses that testify, there's no motions, hearings, and no rulings are made at a status conference. So it's a routine check-in between the court and the attorneys for the parties that happens a few times throughout a case when it's needed. So just so everybody knows, there were no rulings made, and I wanted to give an update on what happened in that status conference. It lasted about 20 minutes, so nothing major, but what we did do is just review with the court that there are 2 pending motions in the case. So the state did file a partial motion to dismiss some of the city plaintiffs' claims. That is still pending. There's no ruling on that motion yet, and I do believe it sounds like the court is preparing to rule on that, but we don't know when, and there's no timing, and the judge didn't give any indication of when on that. There's also a motion for preliminary injunction that 4 of the city plaintiffs filed a couple of months ago, and that includes Lafayette. We are one of the movants in the motion for preliminary injunction. And in that motion, we asked the court to prevent enforcement of the governor's executive order that imposes conditions on state grants for cities that don't comply with the strategic growth laws, including 1313 and 1304, which are named in our lawsuit. Those are that's the transit-oriented development bill, as well as the parking related bill. So in terms of the status conference, last week, we checked in with the court on those. The court let us know, obviously, those are still pending. No rulings have been made. He did ask the parties to agree on a hearing date for the preliminary injunction motion that some of the city plaintiffs have filed, and that he'd like to see that happen in March or April. And so the parties have conferred on that, and we'll probably be setting a date soon if that hasn't already happened. However, the court did say that he's not sure that he needs the hearing, and the parties are also not sure. So we don't know for sure if there will be an actual court hearing or if the court will decide the preliminary injunction motion on the merits without a hearing, which is a possibility here. The court has not scheduled a hearing on the state's partial motion to dismiss, and we got the impression that he does not believe he'll need one to rule on that motion. And then finally, the court confirmed that the case is officially at issue, and that simply means that the court has told the parties that the case now needs to move forward to standard case management deadlines and requirements like disclosures and discovery. So essentially, the case will start moving forward even while we're waiting for rulings on those 2 pending motions. So that was what happened last week, and so we're still in a little bit of a holding pattern, just waiting to see what the outcome of those motions are and whether we'll move forward with the hearing on the injunction motion. So, and I don't have anything else to report tonight, but I do appreciate the opportunity to provide that update to council and for the public's information.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll move on to our city manager's report.
Thank you, and good evening, council. So for tonight, we are heading into tax season already, believe it or not. And so as we do every year, the Lafayette Library partners with AARP Foundation to host free tax preparation services. And it's by appointment early only, and as you can imagine, is very popular. So beginning on the 5th, you are able to sign up, and you can use that link that is attached on this PowerPoint presentation. You can call the library at 303-661-1163 or stop by a service desk to get registered in person. But we do know it is a very popular event, so if you're interested in it, sign up early. Also, the Downtown Development Authority's Community and Culture Microgrant Program closes next week on the 14th. So any relevant business in this Downtown Authority is able to apply for that. So please feel free to look at the website for information on that. And then we will be having a Arapahoe Center Theater open house. If you recall, we're under contract with a consultant to do certain designs. And so the architect will do an open house Wednesday, the 18th from 5 to 6:30 at the theater. So it'll also be a chance for people who maybe haven't been inside the theater to see it, but also meet with the architects and look at initial kind of boards of concept design. So looking forward to having community conversations about that. For upcoming meetings, as a reminder, we have our council retreat next Friday and Saturday. And again, more information will be coming out of that with exact timing and an agenda. At your February 17th meeting, we'll be doing kind of our annual contracts and purchase orders that are over the city manager threshold. You also heard tonight information and desires for community conversation around the Coca-Cola mural. So staff will present some of the work that's been conducted over the past years to get new council up to speed. And then we do have an internal recruitment currently posted for our police chief. And so this is one of the few positions that city council ratifies or approves that still serves at the pleasure of the city manager. So we hope to have a resolution in front of you to consider police chief ratification. And then at your February 24th workshop, we'll be doing kind of an open space program overview and property acquisition process. This is one of Open Space's goals, is to kind of clarify the acquisition process and priorities, and we'll be having, I believe, the chair from the Open Space Board also attend to help hold that community or that joint conversation, and then provide a water supply update, as you heard a lot tonight about water supply, and just kind of in general as we set the stage moving into the spring and some of the major projects that we have going on. That's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to councilor reports. Councilor Fredland.
Yeah, got to go to the Historic Preservation Committee meeting yesterday. It was very delightful. I appreciate that group, and got to look sneak peek at their work plan, that we're going to be looking at all the work plans at a retreat, and I am excited to be talking work plans. So that's everything tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Gallegos.
Nothing from me tonight.
Councilor Gianola.
As usual, I want to thank the members of the public who took their time to come tonight and speak, both at public comment and at the public hearing, as well as those members of the public who wrote in their comments. We do read them all. We're looking at them. We appreciate your comments. We try to address them whenever we can. So thank you. Continue to reach out to us. We really do appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to mention that this is Black History Month, and one of the events that you could enjoy is Black Futures in Art. And that comes from Adderley Art. Adderley Grant Lord will be showing at the Pine Street Church, if I get this correct. It is 1237 Pine Street in Boulder. Starting on February 7th, which was coming up, and going all the way through, get this right, March 1st. So this is an amazing talent. Adderley is quite accomplished and also an incredible curator of art. So I would take the opportunity to enjoy the pieces that she has created and the shows that she develops. That's just one of the events that she'll be holding. You can go to AdderleyArt, I believe it is .com, and check her out. But she is truly an asset for the city of, where are we? Lafayette. It's a late night. And I also did want to just emphasize the comments that we heard today about wildlife in our area. And we do live in a location that is a great home for multiple types of wildlife. So we have to be careful when we are out and about, when we're around wild animals. And I, for one, am really happy that they are here. It shows a vitality in our community. And I hope we have additional forms of wildlife joining here. Development is one of those things that can displace them. So I think we just need to be mindful of those critters. What I'm really looking forward to is seeing more dung beetles, because they are, they're critical to trapping moisture in the soil. And we're in a dry climate. Why be totally dry? Let's bring back more dung, for the beetles and to hold that moisture. Like, we can do this. We can hold more moisture here. That's part of the effort. So think about ways to leave your grass long or get drought tolerant grass. And I'm going to leave it at that.
Councilor Jensen.
Well, following up on drought tolerant grass, I know we, the city of Lafayette, have arrangements with Resource Central to help people who want to convert their their water-thirsty lawns to other things. You don't have to do grass, you can do xeriscape, you can do mulch, whatever you want, but they will help you. I wish I had talked to them before I did it, because I did it in the most expensive, most labor-intensive way, and it took a very long time, and don't follow what I did. But we do have resources, and they, if you live in Lafayette, some of the programs they offer, you can get a discount or rebates because you're a Lafayette resident, so check that out. And then I'm on the elected officials regional group to end homelessness. That might not be the exact word, and they met last week. And I sent to all of you guys, but it was late today, a copy of a document they created, and it's not for elected officials, it's for residents who might want to build an accessory dwelling unit. So it gives you some instructions, tells you what the law is, where you can get more information about how to do it. It's not complete in that there's still financing issues for a lot of people, and there's more work to be done on the financing part of things, but it'll at least tell you the legal structure and help you get started. And so I've sent that out to council members, and if anybody who is listening, you can get a copy of that from the Boulder County Housing Authority.
Great.
Brilliant. Thank you all very much for my first in-person meeting. This was a real marathon, so thank you for bearing with me. I look forward to many more 6-hour meetings. And then echoing Councilor Gianola, just like a huge level of appreciation for the public feedback we got. I know that there's fewer folks in the room now, but just robust public engagement. What a vibrant community we have. So that was a privilege to read and to listen to. Strong echo on the Resource Central. It's an amazing resource. So two of the boards that I'm the liaison to, the Older Adults Advisory Board, joined one of their meetings last week and heard about some of their strategic priorities that they're laying out for 2026, including transportation and transit, attainable aging in place, older adult resources and educational resources specific to the community, co-designing, co-creating the rec center redesign, and then making more robust city and county relationships and services. So they are hard at work, the OAAB. And then for our Lafayette Cultural Arts Board, they are currently underway on strategic planning as well and thinking through how to leverage Sundance as a forcing mechanism, which was music to my ears. And then together we talked a little bit about how to co-create the liaison role, since they want to take it in a different direction than LCAB has had the liaison before. And then lastly, sort of in another hat I wear, one of the organizations I work with is Claro, the Colorado Latino Leaders Advocacy and Research Organization. And Claro shared with this other work I do, draft legislation that they're putting forward to try to simplify Colorado ballot initiatives to make them readable and understandable at an 8th grade level. And based on a variety of research that folks have done, including Claro and others, Colorado ballot initiatives often require substantial education and are overly convoluted, and we are the 5th worst in the country. I'm going to share this with the rest of council, but it was a really interesting thing to read just for our consideration that they're currently looking into that. And that is all from me, Mayor.
Amazing.
Please, Mayor Pro Tem.
I had a question for Councilor Bollier.
Yes,
I got it. That's one. For simple, can you name the group?
CLLARO.
Claro?
Claro.
Are they familiar with Simplify Language that was started by Elise Shanis?
I don't know.
One of the founders of Intercambio. So if they don't know any of those bits and pieces, they'll know Intercambio.
Okay.
And he started a business that is called Simplify Language. So he would be a great resource.
I would love to connect them. Thank you. It's very cool.
Absolutely.
Amazing. Thank you all so much. The only thing I'm going to say is I'm going to echo the thoughts of various counselors, which is thank you so much to our residents, to the public, for sticking out a 6-hour meeting. But also, just genuinely, the comments we get, I don't think many other cities get the comments we get because our residents know what they're talking about. Our residents read the comp plan, which is so impressive to me. So good job. Thank you for all your civic engagement. Thank you for being here. And with that, I will adjourn.